Hello, hello, welcome back to the Swiss stage here in South America Series A. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. And look, for today's games, I think we've got excitement on the cards for many reasons. Obviously, yesterday's matches, Charlie, we had the lower games, teams going 0-2. Not the standpoint today. We're going to see some victors games. I guess maybe less sad scenes and sad times. But before we delve into it, how are you feeling about today's matches?
Yeah, I'm excited for them. I mean, look, we're luckily actually getting to do a little bit more South America back-to-back now. Yeah. So it doesn't feel like we're sort of jumping in a little bit sort of un-up-to-date, I suppose, or unupdated in terms of where some of these fixtures are. But yeah, we're really getting to delve into these ones back-to-back. I'm thrilled about these ones. And I think, yeah, moving on from the losers games that we watched yesterday, getting to watch some things on the other side of things. So I think that's also going to be a great one. Looking forward to seeing this Elevate team in particular. Isn't really a team I've got to see a huge amount about. I've got to see a couple of moments from certain players here or there. But in terms of this full roster, yeah, this is a bit of an unknown one for me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting from the get-go, but obviously to kick things off, Elevate against Uno Mill, then we've got Dusty Roots against Players. That's been kind of CCT's highlighted match of the day. Then Swingers against Shinden, and finally Trouble to VSM versus Yawara to finish the day off. Obviously, though, we have seen the results. Fair few 2-0s. Obviously, we saw that forfeit loss as well for Nitro, but hopefully today's a little bit different. Hopefully we can see kind of some nail-biting three-mappers, some series that go the distance and really leave kind of the best Counter-Strike on offer here at the CCT. But look, let's delve straight into it. Let's look at this first game. Obviously, you touched upon Elevate already. They're going to be one of the sides that we're watching today. And look, we can delve right into the roster. And I think there's a lot of pieces to this roster that we might have heard about, or kind of murmurings of these individuals, but we don't know all too much about. Charlie, why don't you give us the rundown of these players and who maybe to put a pin in for later?
Yeah, so I mean, look, we haven't actually got to see a huge amount from this team so far in terms of sort of the full five that we are expecting to be on the server. It's not always been that case for them. So they've got this set five in terms of what they're playing with, but they have had a number of moments where Lash and SKR have been standing in and out. You can see Lash is here for today. No SKR though. So it always feels like they're sort of getting in a bit of a weird spot. We're getting this full five every game isn't necessarily being what they want to happen. It's been a bit unfortunate for them, especially as SKR's looked pretty unbelievable in some of the games that he has played. But you've got Diazera, who is probably going to be one of the names that I'm sure some people are a bit aware of from the MIBR Academy side. Moved to Intense afterwards before rejoining MIBR Academy for a little bit longer before sort of taking the step up himself and moving to this Elevate team. Had great results since sort of ever since his first stint on MIBR Academy, where we really saw this young guy developing as a player. And it felt like that second time on that sort of academy team, we really got to see, okay, there is a big step up from when he was first on this roster. This sort of year and a half development he's had has been super evident. And moving on to Elevate, it feels like this is the time where he's needed that step up. And it feels like he's at that point in the career where does need to play against some harder opposition and maybe look to see if he can make some deep runs. But obviously, Fred already been 1-0 up in the Swiss stage. It's a great spot for this team to be in.
Yeah, definitely. Look, and obviously to touch upon FreeQ, this is a player that's played their most two recent series. Obviously one in, I believe, Series 7 and one here in Series 8. I think realistically, you just have to look at the most recent game. FreeQ with the kind of highest rating, joint highest kills, very good KD difference, 100 plus ADR. Obviously a player that we've kind of had an idea about, but maybe kind of a bit of a lack of understanding as to what is happening with this roster, as you kind of touched upon. But
I mean, I do think, just really quickly about that, he has played with a number of these players before, though, so that's probably why it is. I mean, also just on the intense side as well, we've got to play with Diazera there, played with, there is someone else.
Zeddy as well.
Yeah, there you go, Zeddy as well. So, yeah, got to play with a number of these players in terms of that team. So, it does feel like there is going to at least be understanding in terms of what this play is all about, in terms of most of the team are going to be at least having some chemistry with this guy. So, I don't think it's exactly a huge sort of shot in the dark with this one either. So, I definitely don't think it's all things bad, considering it's not this full five.
Yeah, obviously on the flip side though, we can have a little bit of a look at Uno Mill. There's a roster that I think we've seen a little bit more consistency from. We've kind of had a better understanding of. And I think when you look at the individuals, when you look at the pieces, I think Reelsin, he can have some absolutely incredible moments. But you look at that game that they lost to Legacy in Season 7, obviously in the playoffs, Reelsin was a little bit kind of lackluster there. So I think when it comes to individual consistency, I think players kind of do have a real up and down performance. It seems like, you know, when you look at game by game, it's always someone else at the top, which obviously is a very positive thing to look at. There's many outlets here on this side, but it seems like the roster as a whole synergizing well, but the individuals, when it comes to consistency, maybe a little bit lacking. But look, who's to know? I think it's a strong looking roster, and I think Uno Mill, they've definitely kind of solidified themselves as a side that can make deeper runs and can kind of perform in previous CCT events and kind of events in general. But I think not an easy task here. I guess they do have the saving grace of a loss here puts you 1-1, so you will be kind of middle of the pack, not the end of the world. But Charlie, look, we can bring up the vetoes here, and the vetoes is going to be an interesting one because you look at kind of side sampling. Neither team love Inferno. Neither team love Train. So it's going to be interesting to see which team looks to ban it, which team looks to kind of pick whether Ancient's going to be insta-banned off Uno Mill. Obviously, that's one of the better maps from Elevate. Anubis being banned as well. It seems as though they're trying to ban each other's strengths, and we've seen the Train pick come through, in fact, from Uno Mill. They've played it a couple times. It's not been perfect for them, but a very interesting one, I've got to say.
Yeah, we are in a bit of an interesting spot in terms of this team right now, because the biggest issue is in terms of what we're seeing map sample size, what we're seeing these teams play previously, it's not really what we're seeing in this series, is it? I mean, you look at Dust 2 for Elevate, for example, it is one of their better maps in terms of their sort of win rate. It's one of their more played maps, and sure, some of these stats are going to come onto the Bad News Chickens banner of the core as well, but there's a decent amount under this Elevate side, and they've only lost one game of it, and that's the Red Cannage of all teams. So it's certainly not a team that we're exactly looking at and being like, oh, you should have taken them down. And even then, a few days earlier, they beat Red Cannage on Dust as well. And the fact that they're the ones banning this map, it is an interesting spot. It does feel like maybe we're seeing these teams go for a bit of a map pool shuffle. I don't exactly know what this veto is gonna say about this series.
Yeah, Charlie, they've yet to play a game of Inferno or Train as a core, as a 5 on HLTV, and that's map number 1 and map number 2.
Yeah.
I've got to say, I love the vetoes, but I also hate them with a dying passion. And the reason there's so much adoration for these vetoes is neither team have played Inferno in ages, and Uno Mill have only played Train twice, only winning it once. What has happened here? How has the vetoes got to this? I'm lost.
I mean, that's the thing. It's not exactly like this is not us sort of downplaying what Elevate are doing. This is the same sort of situation that both teams are finding themselves in. Yeah. It's all the other 5 maps in the pool that it feels like they play significantly more of, and somehow the first 2 maps in this game are the maps that neither team particularly play. I feel like you might look at Train potentially from Uno Mill's perspective and say maybe this is a punish pick.
Yeah.
For a map that they don't even look great at. And then their opponents may be thinking, oh, they don't play a ton of Inferno, maybe we can punish pick this. I don't honestly know where we're going. I think this is going to be one for we just sit back and enjoy and see map number 1 as we are live now. Let's take this one and try to delve into what might be one of the strangest vetoes I've seen in a while.
Yeah. Look, when you compare both teams and look at their stats, you look at the kind of the individual ability and you look at kind of the map stats overall. Both of these teams have more maps individually on every single map in the pool than they do on both Inferno and Train combined in the last 3 months. To give you a good idea of how little these teams play Inferno and Train.
Yeah, it does make me think, is it been sort of... Is this one of the things that... I mean, Inferno isn't exactly a map that these guys in the server aren't going to know.
Well, for Elevate,
Train a little bit more, perhaps, but could it be something like, oh, they looked at Uno Mill and think, oh, they don't really play much Inferno. We played it a bit more over our time. Maybe we've been working on the map as well.
I've got to say, for Train, right? If these players were maybe 24, 25 years old, or 23, you might say, okay, well, they would have had officials on Train. They would have had kind of time on Train beforehand. it was out of the pool for quite some time. These players, this is kind of some 18-year-olds, 19-year-old players who might not have even been kind of in kind of the full competitive scene of Counter-Strike with this map in the pool. This might be one of the first games that they're playing on kind of Train when it comes to competition-wise. So this is going to be a very interesting one. I guess we can just sit back and enjoy. I think you got that completely right.
Yeah, it feels like that's the best way we can try to sort of delve our way into this one. I think overanalyzing things too heavily in terms of what on earth is going on in these teams' minds, I think no one will know. And I don't think I've seen odds more even in my life.
Yeah, well, the bookies don't know what to do. Neither team's ever played these maps before.
I don't think we do either.
No,
yeah,
definitely
well,
not.
we are seeing a very delayed hit towards the A-bomb site. Player in hell is having a great time of things. Ash finding one more. It is still a man advantage for Elevate, but this kill could be everything, leaving the bomb. Barnes in a really tough spot, but Lash is the one who's under the pressure as Rilzin takes the aggressive stance to find, and it's all on Rilzin now. Spotted towards hell.
Short slow HP though. If Rilzin can find this kill, there's certainly the chance. Free Q. It's the tap of the bomb. Rilzin's going to have to swing. Out in the open. We'll be able to isolate now. It's all about a running race. Free Q. Struggling to connect and time dwindling. I don't believe the defuse kit. What a clutch there from Rilzin. Uno Mill. They hit the ground running. Although it looks like such a mismanaged pistol round. There's 13 seconds left and players are only emerging past E-Box now. Yet the round still goes their way.
Madness. I don't really think this series could have kicked off in a better way. We've seen the vetoes, we've questioned the vetoes, we've questioned the first round, and somehow we still get proven wrong at every turn. What a round from Uno Mill that to take it. Do I think they probably should have got shut down? Yeah, I think everyone at home is thinking that as well. Not believe they won that, especially the kills weren't even going their way. It wasn't exactly like they just dominated all those entries.
Yeah, it was a 5-on-3 with 12 seconds left. Bomb carrier wasn't even past the E-Box.
Oh, nice tap.
Nice double from Leo, yeah. Lovely stuff there. Lash with the Scout, though. Nice find onto Remix. Two remaining players here for Elevate, both with the Scout. Obviously, we talk about the Scouts and the brilliance of that weapon on a map like Dust. And obviously, Train has kind of a similar ability for the Scout. Similar kind of affinity for that weapon. But Lash and Free Q just going to be saving.
Yeah, you may as well. It feels like a map like Dust in terms of how the map's played. Sometimes it feels that the Scout can just find a nice amount of space, even with sort of util coming their way. On Train, it does feel like you've got your sort of deeper positions, these longer range angles, which you know the Scout will thrive in. That util can just very easily block off and limit any impact that they can actually have. It feels like that was the case in that round a little bit. Just a couple of smokes down, no peaks coming through, and then you just got these Scouts in where you've either got to take in closer range angles or you've got to wait out the smokes and probably just lose the round from there. So I think the save's certainly the right call.
Yeah, and I think as well they've done a lot of financial damage. Obviously, it's just going to be an eco here from Elevate. With this being the CT side of Train, I think they understand the value of the amount of rounds they want, the amount of rounds they need. I think if they decided to force and lost again, we could be seeing a 4-0 start. Early nades towards main, but won't yield anything. Round restart. Quite lucky that the nades don't connect, in fact, as if they did, if any damage was dealt there, this round couldn't have been restarted. But I think we will just see a round reset here. I'll be honest, I'm still just so massively befuddled by the decision of the vetoes.
I mean, the thing is, I suppose we're going to get a far better understanding of whether it was a good or bad idea after map number 1, aren't we? I mean, look, if Uno Mill just sort of walk all over Elevate, they take Train, then I think regardless if Inferno is being played or not, we're going to at least say from Uno Mill's perspective that a Train victory, it's what they set out to do. They picked the map. We felt it was a bit of a risk in itself, considering, like you said, they've only got one win, and it wasn't exactly against a great team either. So I think if both teams win their map selection, then we're all going to be saying, yeah, no problem at all. But it's when, for example, if Elevate took Train, that's where you're starting to question it. If Uno Mill are able to take it in a 2-0 fashion, that's when you start questioning it. Certainly, it will depend on the context of the game. If it's a very close Inferno, I probably won't mind it too much. But if, for example, we did see Uno Mill take Inferno in a bit more of a one-sided fashion, I think then only question marks can be said.
I think the problem is because map 2 is the exact same factor of low sample size and low understanding. I think regardless of what happens on map 1, it could be an absolute flip. It could be kind of one team is so heavily prepared and they've brought Inferno in now. I really don't know what to think. Because I think both of these teams clearly were in a spot where they played Vertigo. Vertigo was their map, Inferno was their insta-ban, and now Trains come in. They're not too confident with it, and they're kind of juggling the idea of whether to bring Inferno in or to bring Train in, and they've actually not really put a stamp on either. So maybe they're just using this series as a kind of a projection and a prediction of which map they should play.
I mean, if it gives them any idea in terms of where they should be going in the future, I suppose that's only a positive thing. But yeah, it's an interesting way to view this winners match. Normally the teams that are in this spot, they've got a pretty decent understanding of where they want to go in this series like this. Didn't feel like that's the case today. But round number 3, obviously we do have those scouts still in action. A good few HG grenades. I think this is a really smart call when you've got the scouts in play. Just I've got a bit of an easy way to be able to finish off someone who is tagged down or soften them up for the scouts.
Obviously, in the last round with the disconnect come through, they sent the nades towards A main early. They didn't deal any damage, and that was the reason that the round was able to kind of be restarted. We see Elevate hold off on sending those nades because they're under the impression Uno Mill are going to play reserve towards A main. Obviously, this round hasn't kind of panned out, I'm guessing, as they'd hoped because they've lost the A bomb site. Although they get one kill back, it's going to be a really tough retake. But do you think the reason they saved the nades was because they knew there wasn't going to be players in A main? And it's a weird one to think about.
I mean, it's an interesting one. It's, for example, you see a similar situation. Let's see, you see on Dust 2, for example, you see a lot of players, or even on the Train to make it easy. If the T's ran all the way through upper, they were heard, and then the rounds restarted, chances are they're probably not going to do the same thing. Just because, sure, you never want to think, oh, the CTs are going to view something that is just been a round restart, but it is one of those things that you do just need to play it as a whole fresh new round with fresh ideas. Yeah. So yeah, I think, look, they've got to invest in the HG grenades anyway. That's how the round restart works. So you may as well try something a bit different. If it works out, it works out.
I'm interested to see what happens here from 3Q because still got a scout in play. Are we happy with this decision, just leaving the scout in spawn, or do you think it would be better to have someone still wielding, maybe the B player, save some money for the orb? I think Train's a map where the scout does have value. Yeah,
but I don't think you can really gamble that in a situation like this. If they don't want to lose this round, Uno Mill are on track to find 5. On the T side of Train, a 5-0 start would be horrendous for Elevate. This is finally a good investment you've got. This is your first full investment. You've got an AWP out. I would not want to have a limited weapon. Great remix, and they just push on out further. Important kill, though, from short, but BNC gets one back, so it keeps the advantage in the favor of the Ts. And if the bomb gets planted towards B, still, the CT's yet to rotate, and they're just going to have to concede it seems.
Yeah, I love the decision of having the AWP peeking first there on the jiggle. I feel like a vast majority of times when defending the B bomb site from Train, it's just a jiggle with a molly in hand. You drop the molly, you send the smoke towards upper or kind of towards lower and hold the other. And I think it's a really nice way to deal with it. You just have the AWP posted up, a quick shot like that, and the round is won. Brilliant there from Uno Mill. And I think that comes from a place of clear knowledge and understanding of a map like Train. I feel like very rarely you'd have a kind of a game plan like that in place to deal with the jiggling player. Uno Mill with a pretty promising start though, right?
Very much so, yeah. I mean, the good thing is for Elevate, at least, it's not going to be that 5-0 start, or at least not a guaranteed 5-0 start, as there are these weapons in play. We're going to easily see weapons be dropped over, and you can see Elevate are now using their first tactical pause. Any later, I think we'd probably stop to question it, but I think this is about the right time. You gave your full buy a go. You didn't really make too many mistakes in terms of, oh, they fumbled this round, they've lost so many full buys. They made a force buy, it didn't work out. Kept things competitive on what should have just been their eco, but with the safe scouts, the weapons, the deagles, they at least got a couple of kills. It was that full buy, though, kill towards B, they tried to take a fight on A main and just going 1 for 1. without actually having any players in the B-bomb site. I think the save again was the right call. So Elevate, I don't think they've done anything massively wrong, but they do need to start getting rounds on the board. It's a CT-sided map. You do need to start to show it. Nice bit of util just to chip away at Remix. Obviously posted up with the York trying to find something, but it's the nade and then mollies that just whittle him away slightly.
Yeah, quite a fair bit of damage there onto Remix. Lash is in an excellent position, but the problem is if you miss that shot, you're a dead man walking.
Not far off with those spams there from Leo.
Yeah, and the problem is you see this contact that's made towards Ivy, it's forced Diazera back. He realizes he can't really take this risk of, you know, staying towards A main.
I mean, that's the thing, you see a lot of teams really just get a chokehold on that A main position and constantly use mollies and smokes just to block off the T's visions. But with the other two CTs being so deep and they're not really being any more useful to use. Oh,
I love it. I love the gamble. Elevate, although they're going to lose the bomb site here, they fully gamble towards B. They've got a flank up Pop Dog. They deal with those players so effectively. And yes, the bomb goes down, but we can see a retake. Not only do they have the numbers, they have the health. And with Zeddy finding that kill onto Remix, BNC's got to go huge here. It's going to be such a tough round, Leo Monster. Caught off guard, nice find from FreeQ, and all on BNC. Now he's towards Pop. It's the only angle that a player has not come from. This should be fairly easy to understand and identify. Time slowly ticking away. He has got a flash and an HE grenade. Molly comes through. He blinds himself with a flash, and the Molotov will find Elevate. It's a nice idea with the gamble, but they work well with the flank, and they put their first round on the board. Uno Mill going to feel disappointed with that one. They're really just going to question their decision for the split. If they had two players going in Pop 3 out 8 main, I think they win that round every day of the week.
Yeah, you consider there's a couple of minor things after that happens. It's this kill here. The jump from Zeddy just gives up his life to Remix, and an already difficult 3 versus 4 just became near impossible there. You see Leo and BNC having to try to make a bit more of a gamble. Leo very aggressive. BNC wanted to get very aggressive as well, but as soon as Leo goes down, he has to back away into Pop. Still an investment, but you can see all the damage on some of these weaker rounds from Elevate and how it has already caused Uno Mill not be perfectly stable financially, but a bit of a gunfight here towards Ivy. Our 2 players posted up, one of which being that AWP.
Yeah, main attempt here from Elevate. They've dropped the smoke and a Molotov. Has forced back BNC. Great find from Leo Monster, though. And now they can just leave the AWP posted towards Ivy. Let the rifles take some space, but a gamble again. We've seen Lash rotate here towards B. Zeddy could reposition here. Is still sticking around towards the B bomb site, not getting in front of their smokes. They still need 2 players, 2 defenders to deal with any B presence and pressure. Uno Mill. Doesn't seem like they want to apply that much more pressure towards the B bomb site. A split through A has got to be the right decision. Uno Mill are looking for these late plays, which I quite like the idea of. Smoke landing in Z. Second one here. Towards Hell. Sightlines cut off, and the remaining utility landing. Back at the bomb site, there's a Molotov. Reels in with a MAC-10 in hand. Jumping out, and he will find Short. HE grenade in Z. Diazera just finding one before traded out by ZMB, and now a 2 versus 4 scenario, and Zeddy. Timing couldn't be worse there. Lash all that remains. And another round to go the way of Uno Mill. And we've got to say, Charlie, they are looking very, very promising to find victory here on Train.
I mean, that's the thing. I think if we saw Uno Mill start on the CT side of Train, I probably wouldn't have been that impressed if they had a similar start. Don't get me wrong, it still would be a great scoreline. But it's more the fact that they're able to keep on getting these rounds on the T side. You see a lot of teams, if they do get an early start, they will start to stagger, start to stagnate as well, and that's where you can see the CTs eventually claw their way back in. But what is already a pretty good half from the Ts, surely can only get better from here.
Well, it's the fact that they've kind of applied pressure all across the map. Whether it's throwing a smoke down towards B, pressure towards Ivy, they're forcing Elevate to use their utility early on. And in doing so, Uno Mill can just play a much slower approach. It's working really nicely. Molotov there, out of Pop Dog. A fast approach into A main here is Elevate. We've dropped the deep smoke already. We've got Short very close. Looking to take this space now with Diazera. Remix still posted up towards upper. Got Zeddy towards B. It's just going to be a B execute here. Uno Mill have got so much utility. Already rotating is free Q.
Zeddy, what can he find? Absolutely nothing. It's the Galil that finds him as reels in. Rips his head off with the Galil, and the entries onto the B bomb site have been good enough. Freak just didn't know what to do, it felt like there.
Yeah, he sends the flash out, and then he's kind of caught them out in the open, but also he's out in the open, so he doesn't know whether to try and... Yeah, it's like, whether do I back away, do I look to fight? I don't really know what to do in this scenario, and to be honest, Charlie, it really is showing the kind of lack of, well, just the lack of ability on a map like Train, the lack of understanding, and...
This is great for Rules, and he pushed for his own smoke into Z so quickly. So he spotted out Lash. Could have actually spotted out the 2A main players if he glanced towards her as well. But the orb, I think you kind of look as probably the bit more important weapon to remove.
Yeah, definitely.
And still, these rifles aren't safe.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Short's in a very treacherous position. Oh, they could find him through the wall, and Leomonster will, and BNC, final second there, taking down Short. So... we won't see an investment here from Elevate. 6-1 already. Uno Mill. Worst case scenario, they draw the half. This could be an absolute showstopper of a game here from Uno Mill.
Yeah, and the fact that it could all be coming from the initial T side just shows it all. But no safety weapons in this one. For the CTs, none at all. See the final play, trying to let them cross, seeing if you can just get lucky a bit there, but... not the case. It looked like Diazera tried to just back up or just take a bit of pressure away from his teammate who it felt like he knew was going to go down if he didn't do anything. And to try to see if he can just give some presence so the T's stop to shoot him and then he backs away and the time resets and it's their next round. But you understand him trying to help his teammate there, but...
yeah, sadly just doesn't pan out, does it?
Yeah, isn't it? It's really tough. But it is a partial investment from Elevate, so... still going to be a chance, but it is going to be a difficult one. Great HE grenade down to BNC, just to chip him down so heavily, so early. He's had a pretty difficult time trying to handle this A main util so far. That's one thing, despite Elevate not actually having a great game so far, they're having no issues taking A main 90% of these rounds. And a lot of teams still... don't put too much stock into taking this position on the CT side, and it gives so much more free range to the Ts to always leave their opponents in a spot of having a lack of information. Where can they be? They can go Ivy, they can go here, they can go there. But just taking this A main, it just cuts off one of those angles. Great spot.
Nice deep shot there. Yeah, just the one though. Bomb now retrieved, and they're going to be crunching on the A bomb site. It's all about what this scout can find with the Molotov landing. Lash forced off the angle. A great molly there.
Yeah, the T's are sort of sending one player out at a time, which is fine for information, but it can also be a bit dicey in terms of the CTs can swarm and overwhelm. They've heard the final play on the bomb site, and even more so, spotted and taken down one of his teammates. Zeddy does a good job to find one more. Reels in, gets found as well, and 26 HP on the MP9. A lot of work being done here. Zeddy just going for the full stick of the bomb.
Yeah, not messing about here. He's not going to be 100% sure that he's gone into Z. But he's got to realise that there is a chance Zeddy could be elsewhere. And I think as the time ticks, ZMB doesn't feel comfortable on the back of the bomb site. He's going to be peeking. It's all about timing here, and ZMB will find it, but a high, costly round for Uno Mill.
Yeah, I mean, it's as well played as it can be in that situation from ZMB. You mentioned, as the time ticks, Ivy and Old Bomb are going to start to creep into the back of his head in terms of did he flank all the way around already? And rather than being caught in between two angles, he pushes one. And pushes the right one perfectly.
Yeah,
Catches
like
off Zeddy as he finally looks to emerge. And Uno Mill 7-1. Those odds are not looking as even now. Let's take towards upper and Molly down towards pop. Flashbang's good enough, but in fact, it was all just the raw aim of BNC that found Freak on this occasion. Obviously, this to buy again and elevate man disadvantage what feels like majority of their buys.
I think it's the fact that Uno Mill have been really good when it comes to opening kills, and obviously on a map like Train, where I feel like it's clear Elevate are a little bit unmanned regarding kind of just simple strategy, simple understanding. Oh, the HE grenade, Diazera will escape it. But yeah, it seems like a vast majority of the time we're seeing these kind of double B setups when they lose a player. They give up space when they've lost one towards Ivy in previous rounds. It seems like Elevate, they seem quite confident to take these early fights, but once they lose one of them, that's where they seem to scramble. That's where they seem to really kind of get a little bit confused as what needs to be done.
Yeah, honestly, I can't give more credit to BNC. Again, he's done a great job in terms of handling this A main pressure. All he does is just not take the fight, just holds.
Yeah.
Elevate.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not going to stay in A main after their util phase, because that's when you know things like this. Molly will start to come down, you'll start to get dominated, and BNC finds a second of the round, but it's ZMB with two of his own.
Yeah, brilliant there.
Flawless round, Fred.
Absolutely excellent. The utility alone, we saw it with the Molotov landing on the top of the bomb site to force off players in the previous round. We see it with that Molly there. The utility from Uno Mill's been excellent. Mollies and nades have just been pinpoint, and it's caused some real kind of confusion and chaos for Elevate to deal with. You're looking at this game, Shorts 1 and 8, Lash 3 and 7. Zeddy kind of the only player that isn't negative, and obviously a fair portion of those kills coming through from that kind of hero MP9 moment. But right now, Uno Mill, they found 8 rounds on the T side of Train. To me, Charlie, is this game already over?
Oh, map 1 certainly feels like it is that way.
Yeah. Very rarely you find this many rounds on the T side and aren't able to convert the map of Train. And obviously, we're saying that with them having 8 rounds currently, there's still, 3 more to play. And I think there's certainly a chance they could find all 3. Don't want to sound too disrespectful to Elevate, but have they shown enough to pose enough of a threat to win multiple CT rounds here? I think not, but this could be the call to do it. Aggressing towards upper here are Elevate. The swing comes through, they spot one more. Need to be prepared here for Pop, but swinging out in the open. The 5-7, MP9 can swing as well. Lash, he's got a double so far, but 6 HP, and he gets another headshot connecting. Leomonster falling. And it's on Remix and BNC now. They've retrieved the bomb. Free Q. Alone here towards Z. He swings out. Sidearm in hand here for Remix. Switches to the AWP. And will fight with the big green in hand. Uno Mill. It's another round going their way. I like the idea, but the fact we needed to see Lash find, 3 kills there is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Lash does so much work with this 5-7, and yet still, it's just not enough. The trading was good enough from the T's to allow them to win a round like that. Certainly got awkward at some points, but it's still a round victory, and that's the thing. Rounds like that, we see so many teams just lose to a partial buy in a situation like that, but it was just the trading was good enough. And sometimes that's all the game comes down to. We've got a P90 entry in here onto the B-bomb site. Molotov's good enough, and as is the headshot from Zeddy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more respect needed to be seen there. There was no flashbang that came down. There was no kind of, I guess, added utility to really help give that the P90, sorry, the best chance of that kill.
Does make you worry a little bit about Inferno, though, doesn't it? In terms of Uno Mill feeling evidently very confident just to take a lot of these fights. Sure, in this round it doesn't work out, but it's the fact that they're willing to do so that I think really tells you what it's all about.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And I think a map like Inferno, where teams can go on such a strong streak, especially on that CT side, I think certainly can't be messing about. Taking those, you know, P90 fights. A little bit more discipline and respect needed to be seen. The NC going to be creeping on out. Nice angle from Zeddy. Will be able to get his second of the round. And Molly landing. HE grenade towards Z. Lash found. Leo Monster, lovely stuff here. Leo Monster can find another one with Reelsin taking down short. There's certainly the chance. 1 versus 2 for Leo Monster now. Dropped a smoke on the bomb so he can plant. Already creeping up his Diazera. Leo Monster, he's got to take a fight. He's got to progress. He will be taking this space now. It's the right decision. He's taking control. Oh, he's just been spotted. Leo Monster, he's just holding one angle. He needs to be prepared that he's going to get flanked upon, that someone's going to make a move. Oh, he spotted them both off the bomb. Elevated position here. It is the full 10-second stick. He will go down to Diazera. I believe enough time for that defuse to come through. So Elevate, they secure that second round now, but on the CT side of Train, the fact the best they can do is finding 3, it's still been a very disappointed and very one-sided game so far.
Yeah, it's I mean, a great attempt there. The fact that that round was pretty disadvantaged for Uno Mill. They kept them bringing it back, made it competitive. But yeah, Leo just very... he put himself in a tough position with the bomb being planted back there. If he was able to plant it on one side, which obviously there's risks that come with that as well, I think he probably does go on to win that round. But yeah, it's the fact that it just is planted at the back of the Train, is in the default position, so he has to just end up pushing out so wide to do so. But a 1-for-1 kill initially. Both teams get 1 apiece.
They've heard these steps, though. They've not been quiet, and Short's allowed to take the space. Short is 1 and 10, though. Get his second kill here of the map. Reelsin's taking so much space, and now we see Zeddy found there by Reelsin. There is still another player to deal with in Short, but he has made his way back towards Deep Pop Dog. Leo, he can get the bomb down now, planting not only for upper, but the right-hand side as well. Deep smoke to be thrown, and that'll cut the sight lines of the AWP of Lash. And look at the positioning right now. They've dropped a smoke deep towards Z. Miss smoke, in fact, but look how deep the T's are. This is going to be so tough to deal with. Leo Monster's holding. No trade even needed. Okay, that could be a bit problematic. But Remix peeking with the AWP, taking attention away. Oh, Reelsin's not been checked. He's not been held. What has gone on here? Shots fired through, but missed shots. Disappointing there from Reelsin.
Yeah, had the
that should have been
honestly,
a round
he
victory.
could have even just not shot at all if he wanted, or if he wasn't confident.
Yeah, wait for the bomb.
Yeah, it's the fact that he took that shot. Because look, there's no smoke on the bomb. Smoke thinking it was that default plant initially. Yeah, that's mixing up. But probably doesn't need to go for the repeat there either. Could have also just played for the bomb. It does feel like maybe Uno Mill, I mean, understandably after such a good half, maybe just let a couple of the final rounds slip when they didn't need to. But it's still a brilliant half nonetheless, isn't it? This is certainly a half that it feels like could be won from the pistol.
Yeah, definitely. Like, certainly in that position, but Elevate. Nice finds here. BNC and ZMB combine. Oh, Zeddy. A nice double. Sadly, it might matter not. Lash, though, takes down the first low HP player. Out in the open is Leo Monster. He's got to be cautious, because if he goes down, it's leaving a 6 HP BNC in the clutch. Towards Ivy goes Lash. Is he going to be prepared for BNC here? Well, he's going loud, but instantly firing. Leo Monster now. There's a lot of time remaining on the clock. Lash could, in fact, go anywhere.
Yeah, in fact, they've... Weaponry-wise, now Lash is slightly favoured in terms of that Glock versus USP, but maybe Leo just wants to play at these closer range angles.
Yeah, a bit faster as well. Get right up in the face. Extra 8 bullets in the mag. Certainly understand as to why. Certainly a reason for it. Lash, though, he's got the A-bomb site for free. Leo Monster is close in Z, though. The problem is for Lash now, he's not cleared out any of the kind of the front site. So he's going to have to go clearing, and in doing so, he's going to go down. Yeah, it's so tough there, because Lash, very rarely on a map like Train, in a 1v1, do you feel safe ever planting that bomb. So he's just got to gain some form of control. Sadly, doesn't pan out. Zeddy does so much damage, and obviously gets a double as well. The pistol round going the way of Uno Mill. Force buy has to come through from Elevate. The problem is, looking at the buy, we've got 2 Galils in play, both without head armor. 2 Tech 9s and a Deagle. This is going to be so tough.
Yeah, lots of
especially with the amount
up here.
Yeah.
And already you see that rotation from Remix. Pop Dog
with an
from Leo Monster as well. This could be very quick transitions towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to look to take some control towards Pop Dog first. That's always going to be the idea. The step towards Upper, though, going to force out the smoke from Reels in. There's no need for Leo Monster to continue to fight here. But with the amount of damage dealt, they might kind of change their decision and head towards the A-bomb site instead. BNC has been dropped this rifle. Leo Monster realizing, well, I've kind of messed up a little bit taking so much damage. I'll switch to the MP9, maybe just hold towards Ivy, and my positioning alone can yield a kill. ZMB, it seems the position he's playing is one that's just always going to get caught out by timing. He's worried about Pop Dog, worried about pushing from A. Minute and 10 seconds already gone, and to be fair, plenty of utility remaining for Elevate. Still got 3 smokes, flashes to be coming over now. With 30 seconds left, we can see the smoke landing towards main. He sent it towards Pop Dog, in fact. BNC, oh, they line up. Be able to get 1.5, more like 1 3/4 worth of a kill. Zeddy, 6 HP now. He spots out 1. ZMB in a really difficult position. Nice find from Free Q. Missed shots there from ZMB. Remix will deny the plant. Minimal time now. Out in the open, though. I don't know why the CTs are swinging. The bomb's not gone down. No one's even tapped it. Why have they pushed through Z there? There is no need. There's no value in that. They offer themselves up quite unnecessarily there.
Yeah, know where the final 2 players are, but it just feels a little bit sloppy. Final 2 kills just going down to players who were just behind them. It didn't get any easier than that for Elevate. There's going to be a force buy again from Uno Mill.
I'm disappointed from Uno Mill there. It seems like that kind of confidence has turned to complacency. There's 10 seconds left on the bomb. Needing to be planted. There's not been a tap yet. Why are they swinging out of Z? There's no need.
I don't mind that swing, but one, it should have been more together if they were going to do it at all. But yeah, like you said, do it on the tap of the bomb, surely, because there's such little time that the T's don't have much of a choice other than you either do tap the bomb, where chances are you are going to be giving up the round if they don't swing, or you have to go for the full stick, and then Uno Mill can look to isolate that one player who has their gun out.
Yeah, exactly. Look, this decision there from Uno Mill might cost them. Obviously, with them having such a strong streak of rounds and being on the favoured side now, I don't think they're going to be too bothered, but I think the idea of allowing Elevate to get into this one could be problematic when it comes to Inferno. You're giving a team a few more rounds to warm up into a game, to gain some more confidence. Great HE grenade there onto Reels in. Molly as well. The company. PT50 in hand. Zeddy spots out 1. PT50 will get a kill and doubles down. Okay. Reels in. A great set of kills. He's taken all the attention away from him now. He can just back away towards Z. This is excellent. Remix now. He's towards A main. They are never going to expect him, or at least not account for him. He can deny the plant. Out in the open is Zeddy. Oh, doesn't really take his time though. Doesn't line up the shot. A bit too quick there. Find another with the P250, reels it. Oh, he's got a great understanding. He knows exactly where FreeQ's playing from. P250 can't find, but so much damage dealt there. We could see the CTs reinvest. I'm not too sure what they're going to do, but a great attempt.
Yeah, really should have just seen those shots with the CZ done while crouching. It's not a particularly accurate weapon.
Yeah.
So just the fact that it was sort of gave yourself as difficult a chance as possible. Yeah, it's never going to be the most ideal situation. Really awkward there for Rosen as well in that 1v1. It felt like he was just so used to the old train there by trying to walk across sort of the upper side of it, but really, you can't do that anymore. Not to stay away, so just instantly made noise, gave up his position, exactly where he's doing, and exactly where he is to his opponent, and just made things a little bit easy for him there. But still at times the play could have slowed it down if he wanted. But tactical pause from the CTs, and Fred, this could be them considering the reinvestment.
Yeah, maybe. The money's not great, actually, and to be honest, the reinvestment could cost maybe 6, 7, 8 rounds, well, 7 rounds to their opponents unnecessarily. So, look, I think the eco definitely is the right play. I think it's tough in that moment for the CZ, because realistically, could have crouched, could have just shifted closer. Could have just waited to get kind of right behind him, although it's a risk. Like, if someone was going to deny the plant, they would have done that already. Maybe not going to check towards Olaf. Either way, though, look, financial damage is going to be important, going to be key. Stacked upper push, or at least an upper hold for now.
It's just this Deagler reels in that sort of could cause any damage. Unless we are seeing the T's make a bit of a misstep and push into what is this hefty B stack.
Yeah, I don't mind this, actually. I think it's a nice idea, a little gamble towards upper. Reels in, just kind of attempting to solo defend the A-bomb side, but he's been spotted backing away. He will be able to survive for now. The bomb making its way out towards A. An impossible task here for Uno Mill.
I mean, it's going to be Elevate bringing the scoreline a little bit closer, but unless we do see a real tale of two sides, Uno Mill should be able to still close this one out, even if it does get closer. They are still on this favoured side. Haven't properly got to see a full buyout from them, and even then, you make a good point. Probably should never have lost against Elevate's force buy. Had a good chance to win their own force buy.
Yeah, far too many of these rounds have come a little too close, haven't they? I think Uno and Mill are going to feel very disappointed. I think they realise that they probably could have won a fair share of them, and probably could have already closed out train by now.
We're on number 17 and weapons are back in play. Got remix on the AWP, of course. 4 M4s around it and more util than we've seen in the past. No defuse kit though, something to keep your mind on. Does get to that post-plant situation. Love it lining up outside of the B halls here. There are 2 players towards B. Rosen and ZMB, but Hot Dog going to be cleared out first.
Yeah, I think it's the right idea. I think it's just Elevate, making sure that they don't mess things up here, but... Oh, reels in. Goes 1 for 1 and deals a lot of damage to short.
Yeah, that's a really risky play from Reelsin. Could have easily went down for nothing, but what it does there is just finds that kill. The fact that he's pushed there, the CTs don't know if there is a second player and they don't really want to go into it. It's very early information before any of the T util could have come out, so by the time it does, they certainly know that at least another rotation can come through. So they just slow things down. So yeah, it is just 1 kill. A lot of damage, like you said, though, but it does halt any sort of aggression from the T's, and they now setting their sights towards A. Great positioning from Leo, but a little bit caught out on the drop down, so already finding the low HP short.
Yeah, the timing of that for Leo is just so unfortunate. Remix is in an excellent position, though. Will take down the bomb carrier. Ooh, elevated angle, the nade. Will do a lot of damage, but nothing kill-worthy.
Look at the attention he's drawing, though. It's allowed his teammate to get so quickly in. The bomb hasn't been denied, but he knows where the final player is. The swing onto Diazera is not great, but how low he is it good enough for ZMB to win the 1v2 clutch. ZMB probably should have swung a little bit earlier through Pop there to actually deny that bomb and probably win the round from there, but it's still a round victory, and it's still Uno Mill finally breaking this bit of resurgence from Elevate.
Yeah, and I think in that round, you look at kind of the pressure and the presence towards A. I think every single bit of timing kind of goes against them. Look, I think if Leo Monster stays on that angle, he probably gets to that. We see the mollies landing. His shot comes through, and then Remix is kind of trapped. The HE grenade lands. The Azera is able to creep closer. The timing on the swing is off, and even gets caught on that little lip there, but the round still goes the way of Uno Mill, and it's all because of the kind of initial damage that has been dealt. Finance is drained here. Full investment for both sides. A couple MP9s in play, though, for Uno Mill, so not the best of investments, but control being taken here from BNC towards A. BNC's been a real threat here towards main, both on the T and CT side. He gets flashed in here towards Pop. This could be excellent. Leo jumping across. Excellent here from BNC and Leo Monster. A great way to deal with Pop Dog. Remix still posted up here. All going to be out timing for free Q. I don't really know how he's meant to escape here. The Azera lining up the smoke now. Smoking off ZMB. Reposition from Leo Monster now.
Yeah, it all depends on if Freak can find anything here, and Ivy is gonna get cleared, has been spotted. ZMB really kills the diversity of this attack, and with the first going down, it's all on Diozera. Nice couple of headshots, but there's still just so many players left to find.
I think if he gets that kill onto ZMB, I think there's actually a chance. Obviously, it's a 1 versus 2. A real possibility, but a great round there, and it's this Pop Dog aggression that's everything. Short just trying to get the trade. Short's had a very tough game, but 12-6 now. 6 opportunities on the favoured side to close out map 1. And I think expectations are that Uno Mill will close this one out.
Yeah, and rightfully so. It's where they should have been after we saw that first half. A couple of rounds, the Elevate got extremely close, game down to the wire, but they just had the luck on their side for those ones. They were just able to win it out, and you'd think if they weren't able to, this game probably would have been over 5-10 minutes ago. But Rilzen getting aggressive towards B, he's allowed Zeddy to find him and maybe trying to close it out himself a little bit earlier, and should have.
Yeah, quite unnecessary that. He can attempt to retrieve that weapon.
He opted against it. It is interesting considering the bite isn't great at all. Remix so much intel. And they're giving
Why are they still peeking? He's just got a collat. Remix turns this round from a 4 versus 5 into a 4-on-2 within 2 bullets. And free Q is just looking at the bottom of the stairs, seeing the bodies, and Remix finds his 4th. He's on for the ace. Maybe not had the best of games here with the AWP on train, but what a round there from Remix. Good night, Elevate.
You give Remix chances. Eventually, he'll come alive and take every single one of them. Push down Ivy, confirm this position clear. Remix still wanting the ace. Goes for the peek on out, spots and finds. Uno Mill close it out in style on their map selection with a dominant display on map number 1 of Train. Elevate really gonna have to try to pick up the pieces to close this out. But great round from Remix, and I love that he got the ace as well at the end.
Yeah, I think as well, Charlie, right? You look at that round, you look at kind of the context of that whole game. You know, Elevate, they get a kill towards B early on. They could have looked to accelerate. They could have looked to retrieve a weapon. But they go back, and it seems that Elevate just aren't expecting an aggressive push there towards Ivy. No one looking at all. And I think the real problem here for Elevate now is they move to Inferno. It's a map that we haven't seen them play. We haven't seen success from them. Realistically, if it was a map maybe like Ancient, maybe like Dust or something they'd be a little bit more competitive on, then obviously we'd say, well, for Elevate, at least they've got a chance to come back. But we have no clue what their Inferno's like. And obviously with that third and final as well being Mirage, there's been weaknesses there for them. So Uno Mill, look, you've got an excellent chance to close out the series now. Whether they'll do it in 2 is the question, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly going to be a question I think on everyone's minds, really, because Train a little bit up in the air already. We were talking about the veto stage, what that means for this series, and it really felt like it could have been a bit of a coin flip in terms of just these teams haven't played much of this map. Who knows where it can go sometimes. It doesn't get any simpler on map number 2, does it? Inferno is going to be pretty much the exact same thing. These teams haven't really wanted to play this map. They've opted against it most times. And it has been one map, Fred, shared between these 2 teams in the last 3 months. And it is Uno Mill that have played the map. It was a victory. It was a pretty dominant victory, but it was actually with that ex-Vikings team. So it hasn't even been properly this Uno Mill. Sure, it's the core of the roster still, but it doesn't really make our lives much easier in terms of breaking down map number 2. But it is going to be a thrilling close to this second one, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Look, I'm excited to see how things close out, or even if they do close out on Inferno, because we could go to Mirage, and I think that's where excitement's going to be seen as well. But a lot of work now for Elevate to do. They've got about 10-15 minutes before Inferno's underway, and before that, we will be jumping to a break. An interesting first map. Obviously, we were kind of prepared for Train to be a bit of a weird one, especially with the fact that neither team's played it all too much, but very dominant from Uno Mill on the T side. I think we have to say that. A very impressive performance. You look at the kind of the team in general, everyone having their moments, everyone stepping up. I was actually quite impressed with Leo Monster, probably the most. I think he had some really, really big moments. Obviously, we touched upon BNC towards A main, not only on the T side, but the CT side looked very, very effective. Now we move to Inferno, a map that Elevate haven't played yet on HLTV. Charlie, do you want to run us through the problems they may face with a map like this?
Yeah, I mean, for the simple reason that neither of these teams have particularly played this map whatsoever. The fact that we've only seen one game technically on HLTV stats in the last few months, and even then, that's very misleading because it's due to the Vikings' old roster. So, yeah, it's a tough spot for them to find themselves in. It's not a great game that we're looking at and thinking any team's particularly favoured in this, I think. And that's the biggest issue. When I don't think there's a huge favouring for either team. If it's your map selection and you're one map down, this is not a good spot.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I think it's really tough to watch. I think it's going to be a really, really difficult game here for Elevate. But let's see what they can do here on Inferno as we are going to be underway now. Look, they've taken the risk by picking a map like Inferno. And I'm quite excited to see how it all pans out. But I think for Uno Mill, they've definitely got a chance to take this series in 2 and obviously in 3 as well, with them looking pretty decent on Mirage. You just have to look at the kind of the HLTV ratings of that game. Not a single player above the side of Uno Mill on Elevate. Usually you might have one player playing well, the rest of the team not really performing, but no one really stepping up. Obviously, Zeddy had the odd moment here and there, but it wasn't consistent.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough spot for Elevate to find themselves in, but I think the clearest thing we can say is they need to play better. It's that simple sometimes, and that is the context of the game that we're in now. They found themselves one map down. Train was not a great display. So let's see how good a display their Inferno can be.
Julies and apps. I love this from Reelsin. The reason I pointed it out, Charlie, the Julies in apartments. Julies towards short as well. Uno Mill, they've decided to start on the CT side here of Inferno, and the pistol round should go their way. 1 versus 4 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, would certainly be quite a clutch to see out from short, but I don't think it's going to be happening in this round, as Leo's Julies are good enough to do the work.
Yeah, short had a really tough game. 4 and 16, Charlie. Not the start you want to a series. Obviously, we have said and have mentioned that these are the 1-0 games, so losing here, it's not the end of the world, you know. You're not going to be going to that 0-2 spot. You're not kind of in a world where one more loss puts you out of the Swiss stage, but for the victor, it puts them 1 win away from playoffs. So I think for Uno Mill, the position they're in, they definitely want to make sure they do find victory here. They don't want to fumble, but I'm still quite lost at these vetoes. I think it's mental that the 2 maps neither team play are map number 1 and map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an interesting ride, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm just happy I'm tall enough to get on this roller coaster.
You know, that's certainly one way of putting it, isn't it? It does feel... It feels like a luxury to watch a game like this. This is not your norm in CS, I think is
the
fair
thing
to
is,
say.
It's the type of veto that I always kind of hope for, where both teams just go, well, we're not going to ban Train. Oh, we're not going to ban Inferno. Well, we'll pick it then. I guess a bit of a comical veto, I guess you could say.
That's one way of putting it.
Great flashbang, fully blinding. Leo Monster finding many. And as they go through the smoke, they fall. ZMB steals the ace away. Obviously, we'll get one with the MP9. Like the BNC's just opted for the Julies there. It's a type of play that I always like to see, always like to make, where you can just get the AWP out for Remix as soon as possible. And okay, Remix maybe didn't have the best of games, was kind of bottom of the leaderboard, bottom of the rating. He got an ace with a clat in the last round.
Certainly had a good finish, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Round number 19, that's where Remix decided to turn the monitor on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that a nice couple of moments, but yeah, I mean, look, weren't really talking about the orphan duel all too much, weren't we? It didn't really feel like Lash or Remix put themselves in the spotlight too much in map number 1 until really that final round from Remix. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting watch here. I mean, look, Inferno T side is certainly not an easy side to AWP on whatsoever, so it's mainly going to be the CT side that I think we're probably going to get to see the best work out of both of these two. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Remix can provide early. But it's also going to be interesting to see, hopefully Elevate can keep this game interesting.
Retake utility here towards Banana from Uno Mill. And for Elevate, it's just going to kind of force even more utility out from them. And when util's somewhat lacking, can be really difficult. Diazera, he's taking a bit of a timing. He's got some space towards long, and I think the idea is a split through B, leaving kind of the lurk of Diazera. The problem is, right now, BNC is just playing quite passively. He's just jiggling, but he swings out, and timing for Diazera couldn't be better. It is going to be this play here through B. It's so tough now, because what did the CTs do? Did they put stock in this player flanking, or did you kind of focus your main portion towards CT? Wow, this is going to be so tough now. Leo Monster's got to get kind of 2-3 kills. They will line up quite nicely, but the bullet's just not connecting. He could have found 3 players there if the spray was on. And with this 2 versus 4, we know Inferno very well, and kind of the, I guess, save simulator that you can see, and that is what's going to occur here in round number 3. Important round for Elevate.
Yeah, getting around nice and early on the board for them. First full buy. Obviously, Uno Mill's still going to be able to bring out an investment. You got Leo with a great amount of cash. ZMB can buy as well. Remix can drop over. Realsin probably can drop over as well. So, yeah, money's going to be fine for Uno Mills to be able to get an investment out. But, yeah, Elevate, we saw what happened on Train, didn't we? They had a really poor start to that game. They were on the unfavored side. Or, sorry, they were on the favored side as well while they had a poor start. So, yeah, they couldn't have anything similar happen. Obviously, Inferno far more even than a map like Train is. But, yeah, I think it's crucial for Elevate to be able to actually just show us what they can do nice and early in this one, rather than us sort of looking at this one and sort of being like, well, they're already 5 rounds down before we're getting to see anything. It's luckily not the case here.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think if it was kind of a dominant start for Uno Mill once again, I think that's where Elevate, we're going to see those early tack pulls, we're going to see those kind of early changes in decision making, but not seen yet, which I quite like. Seems like utility is going to be juggled across here. This type of game plan I think can work out perfectly. You just leave a solo defender towards B, try and hold the attacks as best as possible. Deep HE grenade thrown. Won't deal anywhere near as much damage as they'd hope, but it's this early apps pressure from Remix. I love this. Absolutely brilliant. Realsin can take a kind of a deeper position as well. Currently being held. Dropped off was Diazera, and now timing for Realsin looks nice. ZMB gonna be sending the retake utility now, but with the smoke landing early, he's had to change his mind. Seemed like he wanted to send a nade, but doesn't have the correct lineup. He isn't 100% sure of whether it's the right idea. So just saving the utility so far, but Realsin finally strikes. This is going to draw FreeQ in, and Remix ready and waiting. I love this A setup. And that is the exact reason as for why. It's a great kind of pivot, a bait and switch. And now Elevate forced in to hit towards the B-bomb site. And I'd actually quite like Uno Mill to play disciplined, but ZMB finds 2. One with a nade, one with a FAMAS, and Lash. 1 versus 5 on half HP.
Yeah, what's the need for discipline when you can just hold down, left click that?
Yeah.
Great job while being fully blinded to find 2. It's all on Lash. Damage certainly will be nice here, just to be able to try to whittle away at the Uno Mill money, but gonna be could have caught a time into peak there. Still finds the kill with the FAMAS. Barely any damage taken. Just Leo Monster to take the main brunt of it, but no one else on that Uno Mill roster. Brilliant stuff there. Started off from that early kill at Apartments. This one as well from Remix, just post up, and it's this spray that kills the round in its entirety.
Yeah, Uno Mill, they bounce back very nicely there, just with the sheer amount of survivors for Uno Mill as well. Finance is going to be looking pretty strong. Same can't be said for Elevate. There's 2 Tech 9s in play. They've got 3 rifles to work with, so they try and get the Tech 9s deeper towards the B. Kind of Banana certainly can have impact. Remix posted up with the AWP here again. Feels like Zeddy's going to go hunting. Going to kind of get a little bit hungry here. It's going to be a B play. They've got quite a lot of utility as well. ZMB's reposition. Timing on this Molly's perfect. It's going to force the T's forward, and it splits the attack. Leo Monster can swing. Finds 2 as well. Remix. He kind of just takes all the attention away, really. The second he fires that shot towards CT, that's when the site players swing. Absolutely brilliant there, though. And Elevate. It's another 1vx. This time it's FreeQ, but it's a 1 versus 4. I guess a little easier, but I think we all know how these rounds are going to pan out. And Uno Mill, they have gone on this strong streak now. It's going to be 4-1, maybe even 5-1. And the exact same scoreline as to what we saw on Train.
Yeah, likely that 5-1 does feel like it's going to be the case. I just don't think the finances are going to be there for Elevate at all.
Yeah, I guess at least the loss bonus will be pretty high, so FreeQ can probably get out of Galil and Armor in the next. Or in their next full buy, sorry. That's with the anticipation that he is just going to be saving.
Yeah, I mean, the chance of winning this round is next to none, so may as well keep this AK. You've got a bit of a util as well that you can bring into round number 2. Or the round after, sorry. Yeah, so the save is certainly the right call, and yeah, maybe this could spur on somewhat of an investment. I think the half buy probably still is the smartest thing, because like you said, the loss bonus is going to be high, that they'll be able to get something out in the round after. So I do think a half buy around this would be interesting. In fact, they might be going full in. Diazera got dropped to that AK.
Yeah,
it's not
I really don't know what's happening,
but I don't like what it is. It's 2.9 loss bonus. Freak's not going to have money for the next round. Neither is Diazera. Sure, the other 3 are.
What's the point in this?
But yeah, you've just got 2 players who are going to be on Galil's in the next round, basically saying. Yeah, and even then, Galil's might be a bit of a stretch. It is only 2.9.
Weird decision here. Yeah, I think for Elevate, if they can kind of make this round costly, maybe get a bomb plant. Obviously, they've got the chance to win it, but it comes with a difficult condition. Zara, AK in hand, prepared for a swing. He's going to be jumping across, and they're going to be fast here towards long. Orp can fire, can back away as well. Remix attempting to fire off one more. Still so much attention here on Remix. Smoke down towards Library. Players in pit now, just holding, reels it, firing off some shots. Now just needs to crouch. The swing from BNC, not timed perfectly. The deagle from FreeQ, he will get one. Doubles down. We see Zeddy find Remix as well, and FreeQ again. Great shots here from FreeQ. Gets a triple here with the deagle, but 28 points of health. Leo Monster, full HP with the bomb. And FreeQ, it's going to be very difficult now. And Leo Monster, I love this reposition. It's brilliant. All of this time taken with no information. It will leave FreeQ with about 15, 20 seconds once he's even had the chance to look towards long. It's a near impossible round.
Yeah, I love the positioning now from Leo. Just
brilliant.
Because that sort of pre-aim, that one peek from crosshair placement alone from Freak feels like it's his best chance. The running shoes are now on. And Leo, with a softened up Freak to face off against, will win it. Don't get me wrong, gets very close there. Great triple from the deagle, but just a lot of damage taken. And with that bomb being so far away, and sort of his own smoke being dropped, makes things tough.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the swing coming through there from BNC, it seems a little bit unnecessary. I think his teammate could just stay crouched in mini pit. The round still goes their way, and to be honest, the money for Uno Mill's still looking pretty decent. ZMB, okay, yeah, 1.9k, but everyone else above 3.5. We've got 2 players close to 6. I think the outcome of that round, is it worth having an extra, having a deagle in this one as well? I don't think so.
I mean, look, it gets a bit easier. The fact that Freak does get that triple with the eagle, so he can bring out McGillum full util as well. I mean, I had a choice for the AK, but obviously prioritised utility for a map like Inferno, which is more than understandable. Yeah, but yeah, so I mean, it's certainly going to be in a different look if he didn't find those 3 kills. So it's as good as it gets, considering their decision, which, yeah, I think we've both already harped on about that we're not huge fans of.
I think they could have achieved a very similar goal if they just went for a fast rush towards B, though. They probably could have got the bomb down. Smoke down, swing coming through from BNC, an eventual trade from Short, but look at the damage dealt here. Lash and Short, both low HP now. And the timing on this nade. Timing's going to be everything. Molotov down, Reels in needing to show a little bit more restraint. Has still got this HE grenade though. Molly landing will fall Short back. HE is going to come through now. Just shy of connecting. Lash still surviving. He's got 2 flashes. I think the best play here is Lash double flashes here into Ruins. The limited utility they have, they've got to send it. It's going to be about timing. Remix slowly, methodically clearing. This is where you'd love to have this Molly and nade from Reelsin. If he saved that utility, he could have used it, but we will see the first, and Reelsin seems very confident. It is just a tap of the bomb, and he takes down the plant and the diffuser, sorry. A great clutch from Short. He will win it. Excellent stuff there. The T's do still find success. All 10 players falling in the round, but I think if anything, that favours the CTs. It looks so good initially here, though. We see the trades in second middle. I think if there's just a little bit more reservation with Reelsin's utility, it seemed as though his best time to use it would have been instant. He could have sent that nade onto the default plant, would have found the player in pit. But otherwise, I think then you just save it for the retake.
Yeah, he wanted to hold it for the Molotov, before the Molotov landed, and when he heard that bomb plant. But the issue is that Molly that did get thrown from the T's just forced him to reposition, so that sort of fully slipped his mind from there on out. And that was a big issue. Like you said, yeah, 100% if that util was there for the retake, they probably do go on to win that, because they spend so much time just initially getting out of Ruins that it allows that player just to tuck and pull. Allows them just to play the time there. And you can see the issues as well with Remix not having a defuse kit. It having to be the rifle that's on the bomb. So one missed shot there from Remix, that's around done.
Remix posted up here towards middle. It is going to be a play through A. And just Zeddy left here lurking towards top banana. Molly going to force Short back just a moment. Remix going to nade the smoke and peek on out. Oh, in fact, he's nading towards middle. Nice timing on the nade. Fair bit of damage onto both Short and Lash. Both now can be eliminated with one headshot from a rifle. Another nade here onto Diazera. Utility here has been good from Uno Mel. Flashbang coming through.
Taking a flash for his teammate. No one blinded, but it just draws a bit of attention away.
Another missed shot from Remix, though. Reelsin, though, finding is so vital. 2 versus 4 now. 21 seconds to play with Zeddy. With the AWP shot fired, he's able to cross once again. Remix, he had so many chances to find a frag there, but fumbles massively. ZMB's quick. It's all about how much attention can Leo Monster take away. Zeddy, though, holding for this short aggression. Missed shot, though, makes things difficult. Needing to deal with the player in mini-pit. Zeddy gets one. Leo Monster, oh, and with the final bullets there, will connect. Enough time for the defuse and elevate. Unable to win that one. So many rounds going down to the wire, coming through from the clutches, but this time, going the way of Uno Mil.
Yeah, it's a successful round. It's an awkward round at times. You can see Flashbang just didn't really quite hit its mark there. But it's like you said, yeah, Remix just felt like he was on the bomb site, but not really a key piece to that round. Wasn't a key player at all.
I think he could have had any other weapon than an AWP or a scout, and I think he at least gets one. He should be doing something with the AWP there. It's, you know, although not the best of angles, it's still a fairly simple shot for an AWPer that will have kind of played those scenarios before. But the amount of time he was given, the amount of opportunities, it's so tough to see. But look, Elevate will be investing once again. It's Galil's and a Tech 9. Util not perfect. 13 pieces in total. Not a perfect buy for Uno Mil either, just on the sheer amount of casualties. But again, it seems like both these teams are prioritizing util over weaponry, which I really like to see.
And you have to on this map. You can all get out M4s. The other team can have sort of techs and 4 util. And honestly, I'd probably bet on the techs a lot of the time.
Yeah,
have to have a lot of util on this map. Great space taken into Banana for the CT side. Leo Monster in a great deep position here. A lot of this space has been taken, and now you can rotate some players off.
That's 3 HE grenades that have been thrown here from Banana. Obviously, they can rotate these players off towards the A bomb side, but Elevate, if they heard there was 3 nades there, they could have just looked to accelerate towards A, although a bit of a risk. I think it would have been a worthy decision. Smoke has just been dropped here. Leo Monster just jump spotting. The ZMB close by to send out the flashes. Molotov coming through for Leo Monster's position here. Will be forced back. Flashbang as well. Remix. Posted up on the angle here.
There are still so many players in B here.
Yeah.
With Leo Monster still being very deep towards top Banana, at any moment he can peek on out and just get this intel.
Another flash to be sent. I think the idea now is to see if ZMB can take as much presence and pressure away. This individual swing doesn't seem worthwhile, but Zeddy, he gets the quick trade. ZMB, the fact he gets one there is very important, but it is still this AAA play. They're looking to speed things up. Remix will get one. Takes down Diazera. There's a player on the bomb side to deal with, though, in BNC. Lash needing to clear, needing to find. 5 HP now. Up in hand for Remix, though. He finds another. 8 seconds remaining. Zeddy, is there even enough time to plant? He's got to punch the digits in now. Quick reposition here from both Remix and Leo Monster, and Zeddy. He's not going to feel comfortable, but the reposition's excellent, in fact. Both to be coming from short. Remix going loud here, and Remix, lovely shot there with the USP, gets the triple in total. 7 now found from Uno Mill. Elevate getting the bomb down, they will be able to buy once again, but Uno Mill, they're winning these rounds, they're winning these clutches. It's big moments like that, and it's tough to watch. Elevate fans, it's not an easy watch at all, because I think they've been so close in so many moments, yet in the clutches, in the kind of the real important moments of each round, Uno Mill just surpassing.
I mean, that's the thing, look, neither team's economy this game has been stable whatsoever. The amount of Galils we've seen, the amount of times Uno Mill being 1 round off being reset just due to the fact that Elevate are bringing some of these rounds close, and at the bare minimum, they are at least getting kills. So yeah, neither team's been in a comfortable position, but it has just been Uno Mill. Like you said, in those moments that really matter, they have been the ones who have been standing tall.
Yeah, definitely. Look, and now there's a lot of work for Elevate to do. Best case scenario, they found 5 rounds here, and obviously, as we said, you know, this map's fairly even, so it's not the end of the world finding 5, but they've got to get these final 3, haven't they?
It certainly does feel like that. Remix getting aggressive towards short, opts to back away. Maybe the B split is going to be the goal here. 2 of 1 player in Banana. Flash backing up with the bomb. I like this call from Uno Mill. Having both the B players rotate to support and hold Speedway in the CT flanks. And it works on out. Still 1 more player in CT. And the Mills was just able to rotate back and drop another smoke. He's got Molotov as well.
ZMB, it's all about timing. Diazera. ZMB, it seems like he plays kind of isolated from one angle, yet is still dancing with the idea that he can be there. And they're just going to crunch on Leo Monster. The fact he gets 1 more, though, is important. 2 on 2. Real possibility. A fast banana play here from Reelsin. And it's a question of how much attention can Remix take away. Zeddy's in such a good position, though. Nade of the smoke. They are playing this double Ruins position. Ashley's been very cautious here. Quick shot attempt there from Remix. Reelsin maybe realizing now that it is just going to be this double double Ruins position. Reelsin, there's no chance of winning this one now, surely not. We can get 1, but in the flames he falls. Elevate, they do get themselves their 3rd, a very important one as well. Just gets a little bit awkward. He just goes completely wrong here, and It's this fight there. ZMB, he's playing deeper towards CT. He could have just played in Ruins. Held the angle from there, but he decides to get a little bit closer, and it goes so wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing. That they both initially fought really well, both him and Leo Monster, who did some great work. And I mean, look, you can see it evident in Leo Monster's sort of frags this game, 15-3, what a performance. But yeah, both of them fought towards CT heavily, but Leo Monster instantly backed away towards B. Probably should have had ZMB do the same thing there and hold it from Ruins while Leo Monster's playing his position. And then you can have at least Remix make his way into library and just hold that cross. So if they think there's a player, they're trapped in CT. As well as they still got this control towards Banana. You've still got Reels in holding A. Something like that. But instead, they kind of didn't want to commit for anything. You had ZMB holding that. You had Leo Monster alone. And you had a lot of 1v1s being given up everywhere. While Reels in and Remix didn't want to take any space towards A. And they just slowed things down. And after we saw ZMB going down, Leo Monster for a long time was waiting there towards B. Probably should have had one of these players consider quicker. Let's rotate and support. So it's dropped from either side. And obviously, though, Fred, look at what that round has done to Uno Mill.
Yeah. MP9s, 2 FAMASs, 157, utility, very poor. With the space taken from Zeddy here, this is going to be so tough. This is the type of round where Uno Mill, they've got to put all their eggs in one basket. Just look for a bit of a gamble play. The loss bonus is so limiting that maybe you just go for a full gamble. If you get it right, you've got a great chance of winning the round. If you get it wrong, at least you've got this weaponry to use in the next. Maybe a 4-1 gamble. I think they've just got to take a bit of a risk here. The double boost on balcony, that is this risk. Free Q, though. It is now all about whether he can take enough attention away. Flash through the smoke. Oh, so many players blinding. ZMB goes 2 for 1, but sadly his teammate falls. 3-on-3 retake here. Now pushing through the smoke is one, but Diazera holding. Lash not worried at all.
Yeah, and there's a time limit on this retake. There's a flank coming through from Freak.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no defuse kit as well, so he's not going to feel too pressured in terms of getting into this round. BNC will find one. You've got the new box player. And Lash finding an easy kill with the York. The flank comes through, and Freak will strike. Elevate. A great round there. But it was just the fact that Elevate as well just started to stop respecting the utility that Uno Mill were throwing. There was a number of smoke grenades dropped towards CT for ZMB to constantly throw one out, and he kept on doing so. But that final one there, look, you can see it's down in all the replays, but they opted, we're still going to push. We're not waiting this out too much. If there's another smoke down, if there's a molly down, we are going to get isolated and blocked out of this round. So we've got to take a hit, and they opted to do so. And sure, they go 2 for 2, but when there's weaker weapons retaken with no util remaining, no defuse kit, it just becomes super easy for Elevate there.
Yeah, I think now Uno Mill, they got themselves 7 so early on, but Elevate, it seems that they can get these final 3 rounds now, unless if this mismanaged investment can somehow make it work. Nice flashbang there, Zeddy fully blinded, but quickly can turn to find BNC. Reelsin will get 1, but Freak's double, it's all on ZMB. 1 versus 4 here, just a 5-7 falls to Zeddy. And Elevate, they salvage the kind of the difficulties and problems shown in the first 9 rounds. 7-5 scoreline. They lost the pistol. I don't think they're going to be bothered with that whatsoever.
No, I mean, you certainly can't be. 75 isn't exactly an unusual scoreline on Inferno.
No.
So, yeah, you're definitely not going to be too disappointed by that whatsoever. But Uno Mill on this T side. We'll see if they can win the second pistol as well. That's going to give them a big chance. And we'll just make Elevate's life so much more difficult.
Yeah, obviously.
But look, take away the pistol. It's been a reasonably even game in terms of full buys that have been won. Bit of fight from the CTs here, but it could go against them. No bloodshed just yet, just a bit of chip damage. And even more CTs are rotated in, but they're wanting to fight. Banana is such a big fight here, but the CTs are coming out on top. The Glocks just aren't connecting.
Yeah, just can't make things work there. I think that was a little bit of an unnecessary kind of overfighting from the Glocks. I think once it goes wrong towards top banana initially, I think maybe a bit more kind of reservation needing to be made.
I mean, it's a great call there for Zeddy and Short, I think it was, Zeddy and Freak, sorry, to rotate in and just support those players towards banana, knowing that they could get overwhelmed. So quick to make that decision. Able to get up there and just the USPs connecting where the Glocks aren't.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, nice HE grenade there. Utility's excellent here for Elevate. Absolutely brilliant.
I actually don't mind the idea of... Oh, well, we could see another kill there onto Zeddy, but yeah, I don't actually mind the decision from BNC there, because that wasn't a force buy. But BNC did fully invest. Was it the Mac 10 he had? I think it was the Mac 10. And you just make that decision that if I'm able to find this kill, my team were able to overwhelm, we take that B bomb site.
Yeah, definitely.
Whereas the Glocks is obviously so much more difficult to do so, even if you do end up coming out on the top. Chances are you've only got one player left surviving, they've got to try to cross and get the bomb down with no util, but yeah, at least with that, the Mac 10, I think it's a decent idea in terms of how you can sort of just steal something away. Leo Monster brought down to just 1 HP, but he is in front of this smoking B.
And I think this is where Leo Monster's got to take a bit of a risky play. Go for a peek, go for a fight. If you hit that instant headshot, you got a chance. Opts for the spam. ZMB will get one. Reelsin takes down Freak as well. Kills have come through. ZMB already very deep here towards CT. 8 of the smoke from Lash. Diazera's on a flank. It's being held by BNC though. Diazera can find it though, and this kill upsets this round massively. Great from Diazera again, and Diazera, he finds 3. All on Reelsin now. He's been progressing through the A bomb site silently, yeah. They had knowledge of his position. He got those kills. Or he got that kill, sorry, in apartments. But this round's gone so wrong for Uno Mill. We could see Elevate take the lead now, which is crazy after the initial lead that we saw. It's a 7-2 scoreline. It's now 8-7, but in favour of Elevate.
Yeah, that's going to feel really disappointing for Reelsin in that round, because both him and BNC pushed through A. They found the kill, got all of this space, and there's one player to worry about. BNC gets that information, but it's just the 2 players are just so paranoid about, oh, what if someone towards long as well? We don't know about this, that it just allows Diazera to get 2 1v1s. He handles it really well. Still probably should have got taken down by that second last player, but just managed to do it all himself. And yeah,
Brilliant though from Diazera.
Brilliant from Elevate in general. It feels like there's a lot more players on the Elevate side who have had some big moments, whereas on Uno Mill, Leo Monster, it does feel like we've been sort of singing his praises for a lot of this game, and no one else has exactly stepped up to enough of a degree. I feel like BNC at map number 1 was probably my standout player. Here, he's sort of with the rest of the pack in terms of just having an okay game.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't seem there's that kind of standout player. Obviously, we've seen a lot from Leo Monster, but I think a lot of the time it was kind of getting those quad kills, getting those triples against the ecos towards B. Zeddy, though, great first, secures the second as well. Just looks so simple here for the CTs. Far too easy here for Elevate. If we see a continuance of this, I think Elevate is safe to say they take map 2.
Yeah, certainly not at that point yet, but we are coming towards the end of this game, and obviously chances are just going to get fewer and far between for Uno Mill to be able to capitalise and take this one in that 2-0 fashion. And obviously, we already spoke about Mirage being that 3rd and final. We do have sample size between these 2 teams on that map, so only going to be able to paint a bit more of a clearer picture as to where this series could head. If we do go to that 3rd and final. But yeah, I mean, still up in the air for now, but Uno Mill you certainly don't want to allow Elevate just to continue this momentum. You saw what happened when they had the momentum on Train.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think there needs to be a stop to this kind of Elevate streak. That's, what, 7 in a row now. Uno Mill. The kind of threat levels gotten to an all-time low, and Elevate have certainly capitalized upon that. Leo Monster again, he's been chipped away at so heavily in nearly every single one of these rounds. Just the initial damage seen has been crazy. Whether it's the bullets through smokes, whether it's the nades. Elevate are doing really well to kind of just inflict this initial damage. Nice firing from Lash. Said we've not really had a bit of an AWPing battle so far, but finding picks can be so vital. Leo Monster's now on the AWP. What about the problem of his low HP? Look at this push down middle. I'm going down though. I like the discipline here from Elevate. They've allowed the site to be taken because it's a 5-on-4. They've got util, they've got numbers. They can just crunch in on the bomb site. Uno Mill are going to feel suffocated in a matter of moments. Yes, there's a late flank, a late lurk, but definitely needs to hurry on up. It's all on the player in dark here, all on ZMB. Diazera can deal with him. And now Reels in. Oh, missed shots from Reels in initially. He's going to send the smoke, but Zeddy swings. Round goes the way of Elevate. I really like the discipline on that retake. I think it's excellent.
And that's the thing, there's no actual control anywhere for the T's in that post plant. They just had the bomb site and nothing else. No presence towards ruins, nothing towards banana. So, yeah, like you said, things looked really claustrophobic. And just a bit too easy for Elevate to be able to get into that round, and Reels in completely out of the action, so practically a 3-on-5. And when you consider Leo Monster as well, super low HP. Yeah, Leo struggled on this second half, yet to find a kill on this side of the map so far.
Yeah, it's been very difficult. It really has. And I think you can really see the lack in rounds for Uno Mill ever since the drop-off from Leo Monster. And look, you don't want to put it all on his shoulders, but certainly a factor. Looks as though they want to take control towards brackets in this one. HE grenade timed quite nicely, just whittling away. We're going to have Lash peeking here towards B with the AWP. Timing's excellent. So much damage taken, but he still finds the frag there. BNC taking space here and long. I love the idea of this. The nade again, though. The utility's been brilliant. ZMB, though, needs his second. And Diazera, the one finding so much impact. What rejuvenation we've seen from this individual. He's had so many big moments here. You think of that round where he flanks apartments. He gets a triple in this one. Elevate find themselves 11, and Uno Mill sat silent.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an Elevate... it has to be an Elevate game now. Look, we're only just seeing the Uno Mill first tactical balls now. Elevate, who are the team winning, have already used all of theirs. Because they're using them when they were losing. They were using them when they were starting to claw their way back in. The issue is for Uno Mill, it feels too little too late now. You've allowed your opponents to get a huge string of rounds on the board. Great amount of momentum as well. They look unstoppable on the CD side. Your T-side looks extremely flat. And you're giving yourself just 2 opportunities. 2 chances for mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think it's far too late for them to be opting for this pause. I guess you can say, you know, better late than never, but still, I think once it got to that 7-7, that's where Uno Mill have to evaluate these issues. Obviously 7-9. This has been 9 rounds in a row now for Elevate. It's as though they've just flipped a switch and everyone playing with great synergy, great understanding, ability as well as excellent. I've loved every moment from this kind of Elevate success because we've seen kind of successes, as mentioned, from absolutely everyone. The remix in a quiet game, obviously on Train, Till that last round, he's had a bit of a quiet one here. Diazera, how many times is he able to find these kind of multi-frags on the A bomb site? Well, he does it again. He gets a triple once again. It's great to watch. Absolutely incredible here. And now they've got 5 opportunities to close out Inferno. We were very worried about what Inferno had to offer here from Elevate. With no real understanding of how they're looking to play it. And when we saw that kind of initial scoreline, 7-2, I think many were thinking, well, let's pack this one up, enjoy going 2-0 Uno Mill. But what resilience here from Elevate. And it's clear their Inferno is very well drilled. You can just see that based off the utility damage that's seen in nearly every round. Lash, though, a lovely find there.
I mean, look, it feels like Elevate's T-side wasn't on point to a degree that they probably would have liked in this series, but their CT side, far and above the best of their Inferno, and it's on full display for everyone to see. Info on a player towards middle. Know that there's at least one in apartments. It's man advantage, lots of damage has been dealt to BNC. This feels like this is going to be the end of Inferno here. Uno Mill showed us nothing. Lash double was down. And it's going to be a slow and miserable death in this second map for Uno Mill.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think Mirage certainly has that possibility, but it's the fact that Inferno, it was such an unknown for Elevate. It's obviously a map that's, I guess, not a strength for Uno Mill, but we didn't expect this level of weakness. 9 rounds in a row, obviously now moved to 10, and a chance for 11 seeming certain, and free Q. Lovely triple there. Charlie, they were 7-2 down. They win the game 13-7. What a response from Elevate there.
Unbelievable gameplay from that CT side. It felt like one of the better CT sides I've seen from Inferno from a number of teams. Individuals stepped up to a point that they didn't in the first half. They look really well coordinated. I think this is an interesting map for them for the future. I mean, the T side, I will be honest, I don't think it was good enough. They stepped up towards the end there, but that sort of initial 7-2 scoreline, the actual sort of play that we saw, it just didn't. It felt a little bit lifeless at times.
Yeah.
But they were able to bring themselves back into it. They were able to give themselves a decent scoreline to play their CT side with and see if they can make that comeback happen with. And that's exactly what they did. Uno Mill, I think, left stunned after what was a pretty one-sided lead. Turned out to be a pretty one-sided game on the other side of things, though. Yeah, look, absolutely brilliant. I think we've got to say for Elevate, they've now got that chance to take the series. And obviously with it being a map like Mirage, okay, yes, they've not been perfect in the past, but look, Inferno could have very much gone against them. They were 7-2 down. They were 5 rounds down, Charlie, and then yet to drop a round afterwards. Brilliant there from Elevate. Obviously, they've got the chance for Mirage, but we will be jumping to a break beforehand.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into the action very, very shortly on that third and final map of Mirage. And look, Charlie, I think this is one that's going to have a lot of excitement because finally it's a map that we have a little bit of stats about. We have a little bit of understanding and information about these teams. But we've got to say, for Elevate, what a comeback from them on Inferno, right? Yeah. I think realistically they were counted out. I think many people, when they were 7-2 down, you wouldn't expect them to come back and win that game. And it's the fact that they were flawless in that endeavor. That was 11 in a row, which is pretty ridiculous from them. Look, Charlie, initial predictions. Where are you thinking this one's going?
Yeah, it's a tricky one now between these two teams. It's a tough one because I'm looking at sort of what we've seen from both teams on Mirage. Uno Mill, they have played it a decent amount, but they've also had some really up and down results. But obviously we are on Mirage now. In terms of what I mean by their up and down results, they have some games that they win pretty closely, but then they have some games, patterns to Ferrari, Crew, have taken them down 13-2, 13-3, and that worries me slightly. I mean, don't get me wrong, Elevate don't exactly have the greatest Mirage stats themselves. Only 3 games on this roster, losing them all super dominantly. So I think I probably have to give it to Uno Mill, just based on what we've seen. But look, I think this best of 3, if we've noticed anything, it's been ignore what we've seen in the past. It doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, I think a lot of it can be just determined by individuals. And nice idea on the pistol here from Uno Mill. Ooh, Lash and Short finding picks there. Important kills. 3-on-3 though, 3-on-4. Gone 3-on-3 with BNC. Reels in taking down Short as well. Important kills there from Uno Mill, as it does allow them not only to have the man advantage, but things get difficult for Elevate on the retake. No defuse kit. Certainly not an easy one, but obviously, it being the pistol round and the fact that the T's are in close proximity. I love the idea of the bait of the player towards triple. Might not even be needed, and he's not. Remix. A lovely double there to close out the round. It's brilliant. Absolutely excellent there. All you can ever ask for.
Yeah, the kill that Lash actually found was outrageous. It was a wallbang headshot through the smoke. So through the triple boxes, just a random spam connected onto the head there. I mean, fair enough. What a way to find a kill that wasn't. Yeah, that moment where Lash and Short combined for a kill, it felt like that was a chance. Still, that something could happen. But yeah, it got ripped away. And Uno Mill winning the pistol round. It is a force buy from Elevate. They're not ready to let this one slip so early just yet.
No. I think right now Elevate realised that they need to kind of reclaim control. They're on the favoured side. Obviously, it gets very close. So there's certainly that kind of opportunity. There's that chance for victory here. But utility pretty non-existent, which is never going to be helpful, especially when going for a force. You know, they've just got a couple HE grenades. And the fact that Elevate are playing quite reserved, they've given up this control in middle to Uno Mill. But I love the idea of the stack. It looks as though it's going to be an A play here, right, with the player in Palace. This could be a perfect call from Elevate. Kind of their only chance to win this round. And it might come from this A stack. I love the idea with the molly on Short. It's going to be this playthrough A. It's all about how much attention Lash can take away now. On the scout, he will confirm that kill onto BNC. He's done so much damage here. And Lash from the scout at range. This is brilliant. Still in CT. We've got Short close by. Emerges through the smoke. They find the other player, and it's all on Reels in. He's 12 HP. The round goes the way of Elevate. An excellent way back in here for Elevate. Reels in. He can get another kill, but that might be all that can happen. What a round here for Elevate.
What a moment from Lash as well. So much impact with the scout, but you could see Reelsin needed to get out there. So much of the attention of Uno Mill was drawn from the player close outside connector. And they were in between two minds. Do we swing him? Do we focus on Lash? And they tried to swing him, but with Lash, sort of each tag he got, it felt like the T's were so paranoid about actually committing to the push, and yeah, it was just too much hesitation there. Look, you see, this great fun initially. The T's wanted to swing, but Lash is keeping his teammate alive for so much longer as well. Yeah, awkward spot for Uno Mill to find themselves in, but I think you either fully go out and commit to it. You need Reelsin to swing CT just to give you that support. Or you just back away and try to regroup.
Yeah, I've got to say, Lash does so much work there, and to be honest, I think both Lash and Remix haven't had the best of games, haven't had the best of moments, but absolutely excellent. Not only getting loads of tags to soften up players, but obviously finding kills as well. Expectedly, the reinvestment here from Uno Mill. Great timing on the flash, both players blinded. Diazeri spots out one. Should realise there's a second, but repositioning now. I don't know whether he spots the shoulder there of Leo, but man advantage still here for Elevate. And this round's certainly going to go their way. Yeah. There's far too many individual fights here from Uno Mill, and the fact they're just not winning them. Elevate. They look very well drilled, somewhat reminiscent to what we saw from kind of their CT side on Inferno. I've been impressed so far with what I've seen. It's just a great call in that last round. I love the idea of a gamble. I think it's your best chance, and look, it panned out for them. They double down, obviously, against the weaker of 4 spies. We saw a couple of Deagles, a couple of Tech 9s. With the utility, the nade, and obviously the flash as well. Making that very possible, and Elevate. This is brilliant. MP9 of Lash. Gonna find so much impact here. Molotov towards under to help out Lash, but it's the AK of Diazera, and he gets the ace. Diazera, obviously a player on the CT side of Inferno that had so much impact, time and time again, getting multi-frags, and he gets them all there towards top mid.
Yeah, those first 4 kills just looking outrageously quick and clean from Diazera. Obviously, it is just the eco, but still got to give credit where it's due. Great spray there. And we got the weapons back out for Uno Mill, but already we know what happened on Inferno. I'm just starting to get a bit paranoid for them. I mean, look, we're super early into Mirage still. But it's just the fact they win the pistol, lose the force buy, and after what should have been their time to have a great start on Mirage, they've only found 1 round.
Yeah, true test here, though, for Uno Mill. Really got to show what they have to offer.
They've got this top mid control, but have yet to progress any deeper than that. Just biding their time and waiting. Smoke towards window coming through. Now the util will come down just to block off certain sight lines, but you can see the CTs are still interested in this. BNC going to be pushing through the smoke straight into Diazera, who finds one and slips away back through the smoke.
And now look at the positioning of Zeddy. It's all about what attention can be taken away. We're seeing this kind of lurk out of Reels in from Palace. Oh, Reels in, he will get one. Oh, shot fired here from Lash. It's a missed one. Great find from Zeddy now, and it's all about how long he can survive for, and he gets another. Leo Monster, all that remains, and the swing out from short is brilliant. Elevate continue.
Yeah. Full buy, not successful. Only 1 kill, Fred.
Yeah, I'll be honest, if I'm Uno Mill, I'm terrified right now. Think back to the start they had on Train, Charlie. They were 9-1 up on Train, on the T side of Train. How
you think of Inferno even? They're going to take Train dominantly still, so yeah, no issues with map number 1. But as soon as they move over to Inferno, 7-2, then they lose 11 rounds on the bounce to lose map number 2. I'm hoping that, unlike Inferno, we're going to get to see one of these tactical pauses early from Uno Mill. Hopefully, get one going at the start of next round for their full buy investment again. Because, yeah, you can't just give too many of your full buys away. Break towards triple, finds one, gets info of the second. Got Zeddy in the back lines helping out as well from short. Another clean round. I mean, look, the thing is, these half buys aren't rounds that we're necessarily expecting for the T's to be able to win. or any side going for a half buy to be able to win. But the buy is decent. You have armor, pistols, and utility. Sometimes maybe even Mac 10s, depending on loss bonus.
Yeah.
Weapons like this. And it's the fact that they are so dominantly won by Elevate, which is what worries me slightly. Because you could just straight up go for a B rush with decent util, and you can take that bomb site. Even if you lose the round, you've got a bomb down potentially, and you give yourself a chance. But it just feels so flat. It's very... There's no ambition to this T side, it feels like. At least so far from what we see. Leo wants a bit of speed out towards A, clearing this initial portion of the bomb site, but the site is relatively undefended for now.
Yeah, this different approach is brilliant. I think Uno Mill have realised the slower approach, trying to be a bit more methodical and kind of play a bit of a default, hasn't worked for them, so they've opted for this quicker kind of decision-making. Remix, nice find onto Diazera. With Zeddy finding Leo Monster here and the timing on the Molotov, things can get very difficult. Flashbang's excellent. In the flames, switches to the sidearm, and Zeddy can find AK in hand now. Man advantage here for Elevate. Remix will get one more though. Flashbang coming over. Found by Lash. Onto the AK he goes. There's a defuse kit on both. Just needs to stick the defuse, but will get the trade. Enough time for the defuse. And Elevate continue. It's another round here where Uno Mill, they've opted for the investment, obviously. They get the bomb down. It looks good initially, yet pushing towards CT, it's just gone so wrong for them.
Yeah, and it's Zeddy this time who's the man of the hour. 4 kills in total from him. Really important kill though from Lash. Just 1 kill that has found. Does a bit of damage to BNC as well. But Zeddy, what a moment for him. 4 massive kills. And yeah, it suddenly gets a bit awkward with the smoke down, the flash through it. One player closer than anticipated, but still handled effectively and efficiently. And the bomb plant allows, obviously, for Uno Mill to be able to bring another buyout, thanks to that full loss bonus. But they are at a point where it's already, the half is at minimum going to be drawn.
Yeah, look, the fact it's 6-1, 5 more to play, and if we go on the basis that Elevate only win 2 more, it's still 8-4. It's still an excellent CT half here. But I'm sure they're going to continue. I think they're going to win far more than just 2 out of these remaining 5. They've looked so strong here. Prepared for BNC as Diazera. We've got some speed here out towards ramp, but the flashbang should delay the T. Swinging, and they line up. Leo Monster can find it, though. 3Q falling as well, so man advantage now for the T's. Oh, a lot of damage onto Leo Monster there. There's still an HE in play. Yeah, Leo Monster. And we gone out of this round. 2 nades sent, in fact. Zeddy, if you can get this kill onto the player and triple, even more damage dealt. There's still so much utility remaining here for Elevate. This retake can work out so comfortably. Oh, smoke's dropped here. ZMB. He can play around it. Remix as well, tucked towards Sandwich. Molotov's going to be landing. Flashbang as well. This is brilliant. A perfectly played retake, and Zeddy doubles. Now it's all on Remix. Time is ticking, though. It's all about whether he can deny the defuse, and he will get both of them. Stick of the bomb coming through. The only way to win the round here for Lash. Enough time for the defuse. Can he escape with his life? Well, I don't think he's too bothered. It's another round going the way of Elevate. The sheer amount of utility that Elevate have on that retake is the only reason they win it. But I'm loving this combination of the molly and the flash. It's so nice to see.
I mean that's the thing. Elevate, this is a different level to sort of either of these teams that we've seen. Probably on, honestly, any of these maps. Don't get me wrong, Mirage certainly is a map that these guys would have been playing for years. Yeah. But it's just a fact that they are happy to play these retakes slowly, and that's the thing. You can really get exploited if you're a team who want to try to slow things down on the retake. You can sometimes lose track of time, overlook positions due to it when the time is running to them. Don't get me wrong, a bit lucky that they're able to get that defuse off through the ninja and the smoke, but it's all the build up to it that is really excellent. And Leo Monster again feels like in these last 2 rounds is trying to do everything he can to claw Uno Mill in somewhat of a decent position, but it's all on him, it feels again.
Yeah, exactly. They've got this 2-man advantage, though, and they have to find this one. If they somehow lose this round with the advantage that they've got, a monumental fumble. And right now, with Freak being the only defender here towards the A-bomb side, they've got a real chance. There's a flank coming through from short. I think if he flanks ramp, I think there's definitely a kind of a better possibility of round victory, but Freak still just tucked away here. We'll get one. Spots out the second. Survival. Oh, Freak can get two now. That's the bomb dropped. And we have got this flank from short. It's all about how long he can keep his teammate alive for, and Freak surely can't find another. How has he got three in that scenario? It should be 1 for 1 at best. How have Elevate won that round? Uno Mil. What is going on?
Is any glimpse of a team in Uno Mil just get ripped apart by some individuals on Elevate, and it's Freak on this occasion. Desperately needed support from his teammate as well, and helps out massively, taking down the player, jumping up, trying to take him down as he's getting spammed away, but Freak's triple should never be allowed in a game like this. 8-1, Elevate could just run over this Uno Mil side.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I really can't even put into words how insane that round is. Uno Mil are in a 4 versus 2. Yes, there's a player flanking and obviously gaining a lot of impact, finding the kind of the player jumping on top of Firebox, but it should never go that way. And right now, that's a kind of a real tilting round. That's a round that's going to affect the Uno Mil players' mentality massively. That's not one that you can kind of just brush off. It's a 4 versus 2. This is kind of for victory here in the series. Final map. Lash, though, nice find here with the AWP. Reposition here from BNC's looked pretty good, but Lash is prepared for it. Nade of the smoke. Nice find from Lash again. He's got utilities to send out now. He's going to drop the smoke in front of Ticket. ZMB has spotted one. Trade ready for, but eventually found from Zeddy. Could have been a little bit cleaner, but man advantage here, and they've still got so much utility. Again, I've got to say, Elevate. They've done really well just kind of retaining this util for the retakes. We're going to see a flank from Zeddy as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting call, actually, from Elevate to rotate so heavily away from the A-bomb side, but they're clearly confident that Zeddy's position alone could be enough just to win the round. Bomb's still yet to get planted. The site really yet to be under the full control of the T's, and finally the smoke comes down. The bomb will be planted, but Zeddy already is here now.
Yeah, brilliant positioning. Remix. Gonna get taken down. It's all on Reelsin. Elevated angle for Reelsin. Takes the fight. And now it's a question of where these final 2 players reside. Reelsin's got to take a bit of a gamble. He pushes into the smoke. Playing behind Triple here. You understand the reasoning. If he can isolate these fights, it'd be brilliant. Shots heard, though, and repositioned. Seen! The jumping attempt there from Lash. Round the corner is short, though. Doesn't have a defuse kit. I believe there is enough time anyway. Again, though, it's just the retake's looking so good here for Elevate.
Reelsin certainly makes that one interesting. A great initial fight that he's able to take under Zeddy there. You can see Zeddy, the goal is just to slow things down, wait for his team, and at least get the information of where this player is. The issue is they didn't actually rotate in, so Zeddy's death hasn't provided a lot to his team. Reelsin could have rotated anywhere in that time, but yeah, clearly just not ready for even the ability for him to be able to be peeked from there. Obviously, we could have said play a bit more deeper, and he does go on to live. The intention was never to take the fight, and at that point, Elevate just play the man advantages. He just played the trading game, gets a little bit awkward, but it's still around on the board, and it's still a 9-1 start.
Charlie, in the last 21 rounds of play, Elevate have won 20 of them. Obviously, that's spanning across both Inferno and Mirage. A ridiculous stat. One that should never be seen. Zeddy, though, he doubles down. BNC's on 1 HP. And we're going to see it continue. It's 10-1. Elevate, what a performance here. And quite rightly, body's being shot. I think we counted out Elevate. We questioned the pick of Inferno. We're worried about the Mirage, and after train, I think many anticipated that we wouldn't even get to see this map today, and to be honest, Uno Mill, they're not really going to see much of the CT side, because Elevate a 10-1 up. Even if it's a 10-2, this game is fully dictated by this pistol round. Uno Mill, though. A crazy game for them, one in which they're certainly going to want to forget. Nice find from ZMB, though. Naded the smoke. Timing could be excellent here. 3Q will get 2. Can he find the third? Switches to the sidearm, but Leon wants the doubles. Timing here is great for Realzin. He gets dinked in the process, in fact. And now, Realzin and BNC in a 1 versus 2. Bomb's been dropped. Oh, this could be problematic. Jump to short here. This information has been gathered from Realzin. Realzin's looking to push.
All about timing.
Oh, what a shot, Lash! He's kind of fully pre-aiming the window. Gets the flick off, and now BNC. He could drop his utility, but I think it's far better to save it. Smoke lands now. Lash. Can he get posted up on the angle? He can, in fact, but with this, he knows that BNC is maneuvered here. If BNC can get round towards jungle quick enough, I think this would be perfect. I wouldn't actually mind Lash just dropping a smoke on the bomb. Obviously, we know the kind of positioning of BNC. All it takes from Lash is dropping a smoke on the bomb, and this round becomes so difficult, and there we have it. Smoke dropped, and he finds him, and a clutch comes through for Lash. A 1 versus 3. And again, we've seen a 4 versus 2. We've seen a 3 versus 1. Elevate not bothered. The only round Uno Mill can post on their T side is the pistol.
Yeah, it's a really bleak picture right now for Uno Mill. Can't even convert a 3-on-1 advantage. This was a great find initially, but BNC's in such a tough position as soon as that smoke goes down, because they can very easily jump on the boxes, play around those, so if you start spamming that smoke, they can easily just kill you above it. So he tries to peek, gets the information beforehand, but Lash so ready for that play, and it's 11-1. I don't think it matters how good Uno Mill CT side is. This one surely is over.
Yeah, Elevate, a great performance from them, and deservedly taking the series as expected. What a comeback it could be, but I think we all know the chance of it's so slim. Molly landing in jungle, Uno Mill. They've read this round wrong as well. They gamble towards B. Space can be taken here. Spamming through the smoke is ZMB. Nice find onto Zeddy. Alleviates the threat factor. Diazera. Now going to look to find ZMB on the reload. Brilliant from Diazera. Now we see Remix and BNC finding. We've got 2 players towards Condo, and Diazera, great find. Can look to secure another. Smoke down on the bomb. Diffuser on low HP. We will see the pistol go the way of Uno Mill, though. Both pistols found from Uno Mill. Yet only 2 rounds secured in total.
I mean, chances are they're at least going to be able to find a third. I'll be very surprised if we actually do see Elevate go for a force bind around like this. I don't think they need to. I mean, they could do so if they wanted to sort of assert dominance, but honestly, there's like I said, there's no need. You've got so many rounds to play with. They're gonna opt for it though, Fred.
I'll be honest. Maybe it's their thought process is, well, we've got a lot of rounds to play with. Let's go for it. Let's give it a go.
Even if they get a few more, still only need 2.
Yeah, exactly. I think for Elevate, you know, toes are already on the finish line. It's just about walking this one home. I think it would be an incredible comeback from Uno Mill, but the only reason for it is I think it's going to be too difficult. You've got players like BNC, Z&B, far too quiet here. We might not even see Remix be allowed to bring out the AWP on this CT side. Obviously, that's all determined on how well this round goes for Elevate, but not the expectation many would have thought after the performance on map number 1 from Uno Mill.
Yeah, not on a map that, I mean, I even mentioned sort of the statistics in terms of what we've seen from this Elevate side of Mirage. They have been very weak on it. as of late. They played 3 maps of it last month. Don't get me wrong, against some difficult teams. Definitely against 3 difficult teams. Red Cannons, 9Z, sides like that. It was just the fact that they showed us nothing on this map at all. And yet, here we go. 3rd time they're playing it, or 4th time, sorry, they're playing it this year. What a showing it is.
Nice find from Lash. Diazera takes down Leo Monster, and Lash again. The Deagle's connecting. The A-bomb site defenders have been taken down. Molly coming through. Realzin will push through it, though he's taken so much damage. Taken down by Diazera, and it's all on BNC. Elevated angle, Diazera finds. Elevate, they do deny. Force buy goes their way. 12-2. Uno Mill. What has happened here?
I mean, Fred, I said I don't think we'll see Elevate go for the Force buy. There's no need to. You've got so many rounds. But also, you're looking at it from their perspective, they can do no wrong, it seems.
Yeah, and Lash is Deagle there.
I mean, it gets even more worrying when you do realise, oh yeah, Mirage, what's Elevate's pistol round success on today's map? 0%. Haven't won a single one of them. And yet, you look at it in terms of that's all Uno Mill have had to fight with. If we say a game that's close and we sort of touch on, oh yeah, well this team won both the pistols, you do look at it in a slightly different context and say, yeah, it gives you that big buffer. Yeah. I mean, look at Uno Mill's buffer.
I'll be honest, Charlie. When you look at the full buy versus full buy rounds, of the last 23, Uno Mill haven't won one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what? I guess maybe they just need to work on their full buys. I think maybe more to work on than just the full buys. I think Mirage is clearly not the map that they'd hoped for. I'll be honest, Charlie, I thought the vetos would be the most curious and interesting part of this game. Been overshadowed and overdone here by Elevate's brilliance. Jumping crosses a Galil. BNC gets traded out there. 3-on-4, but still, they've got the upgraded weapons and the 5-7 reels in. Zeddy 1v4 to end the day? I feel like that seems about right. That would probably make the most sense. There's a player at the back of the bottom side.
For a player at all, but he does switch his gun out. The Eagle not connecting. Remix wanted the 1v4 to happen, but Zeddy does get taken down, and Uno Mill. Finally, we see something other than a pistol on the board for them on Mirage.
It's the fact this double comes through from Reels, and if that gets traded, it's a 2 versus 3. It's a very possible round. AK in play for Zeddy. You can understand why that's been dropped over by Lash. Zeddy's 19-8. We saw what Lash's Deagle could provide earlier. Great crosshair placement. Absolutely insane there from Lash. He got more kills with a Deagle than he has with any other gun. It is going to be this playthrough under. Not quite prepared for Remix. There is an AK here on Zeddy, but just holding for BNC. The nade! Oh, 4 HP, but Zeddy will find the kill onto Remix. Zeddy looking to continue. What is going on here, Charlie? It's a 2 versus 4 with a 4 HP BNC. Uno Mill. Enjoy 1-on-1, because that's where you're headed. Or at least that's what it seems. Zeddy glued to the angle. Not being held. Zeddy finds another. And that is it. 13-3 for Elevate. Think back to how this series started. It was a 9-1 for Uno Mill on Train. Far from that type of performance here, though, on Mirage. But what a change here from Elevate. I guess there's a reason that is their name, because we saw a real elevation in that performance throughout Inferno and Mirage. But look, pats on the backs from the Elevate players. I think an incredible performance throughout the whole of that Mirage game. And look, deservedly go 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if their performance can be any more elevated from here, though. Those final 2 maps, absolutely monstrous. But, I mean, the thing I'm looking at is, who is it you choose as your MVP from Mirage, for example?
Yes,
Look at what we just witnessed there. I mean, you had 3 standout players who certainly all deserve props in their own right. Zeddy, I think he finished with 21, 22 kills. Diazir up there as well. Yep. Lash not far behind with a 1 versus 3 that he won as well. I mean, you had the sort of core of that team playing outrageously good CS, and rightfully won so on the side of Elevate. And the fact that this is a team, we came into this, obviously staying Lash on a couple of occasions, being in and out of the roster for whatever reason. Obviously, Freaks has been sort of standing in with this roster for the time being. Not entirely sure what's happening there, but you've got SKR who's sitting on the sidelines as well, who hasn't actually got to play as many games with this Elevate side as I think he and us would be hoping for as well. But even with some of these issues that Elevate have had, they come into this, have a disastrous train. Just nothing to be said on their CT side at all. It looked really shaky. The only rounds they won came extremely close at 1v1 levels. Inferno and Mirage, a completely different story though. Showed up to a level that, like I said, I don't think many teams in this Swiss stage is going to be able to take down. But Fred, that's them going 2-0 now. Yeah, and it puts them right to the tippy top. Obviously, their round difference is really good as well. So obviously, with the teams that are now 2-0, I think it's going to be difficult to kind of take that away from Elevate. I don't know whether that kind of has any standing in who they face. I'm not too sure. But look, they go 2-0. That is the first side to make it there. Obviously, for Uno Mill, they join teams like 2070, like Prasso Clan, Florida Stars, and Pain Academy in that 1-1 spot. But I think right now, I think we've already had kind of the craziness and excitement. And we're already starting our kind of day. We're already starting the games. We've still got 3 more to be seen. Obviously, the next one being Dusty Roots against Players. That's kicking off in about 25-30 minutes. So that's going to be an exciting one as well. And to be honest, Charlie, I think already we have seen a level of Counter-Strike that not many would expect out of Elevate. And I think for them, they've now got 3 chances to make it through to the playoffs. And I think the way in which they played was absolutely brilliant. And I think deserved so of the 2-0 and deservedly of getting their way to the playoffs. But as mentioned, we have got another game up and coming in about 25 minutes time. But beforehand, we will be jumping to a break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, welcome back to the round 2 matches of the Swiss stage here in Series 8 for South America. Obviously, these are the 1-0 games, so we get a bit of an idea of which teams have got a strong chance to progress to playoffs. But Charlie, before we head into this one, how are you feeling about this game?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be similar to the game we watched previously. I do think there's a 3-map potential in the cards, and I think it's going to be very different to the day yesterday where we saw a lot of 2-0s. I think today, honestly, could be in for a lot of 3 maps, which obviously going to be an exciting one between these teams. But obviously, this is going to be another winners match that we get to watch. Dusty Roots versus players. I think just watching or looking at it from the outside, yeah, I don't really have a huge leaning on this one, or a huge sort of team that I'm favouring particularly.
Yeah, look, I think both these teams, when you look at kind of their rough rankings, kind of the HLTV rankings, they're in a similar kind of spot. I think Dusty Roots, the last couple months haven't been great for them. Overall, kind of got a 30% win rate in comparison to players is 58. So I think when you take that into account, maybe just current form, you could favour players a little bit. But look, I think we know what this Dusty Roots side has to offer. I think we can understand that they are a better side than their recent form, but you've got to say they brought in Fraguti and Toto kind of on a permanent basis now, them being the 2 newer additions, and you look at the ratings, Toto 0.78 and Fraguti 0.9. There's only one player on this roster who's kind of consistently putting up, I guess, decent results, and it's obviously MaxCore, but the rest have really struggled. I think you have good moments from Tommy here and there, and I think 1962, he's got to be the player that we isolate here. 0.72 rating, a 2 firepower rating, Toto with a similar. It's really tough here because it seems like there are certainly good pieces to this Dusty Roots side, but it's the fact that the rest can go a little bit quiet, can be a little bit lacking. But thoughts on this side so far?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen sort of the core, I suppose, of this team for a decent while together now. MaxCore, Tommy, and obviously 1962, like you said, these guys have been together now for better part of a year, but it just hasn't been clicking as of late, and it really feels like, sure, look at players like Toto when he was on Velox as well, a much better player than what we're seeing currently, and it just feels maybe a little bit misleading in terms of what we are seeing. But at the end of the day, if the results aren't coming, we can easily say, oh, this team should be better, but right now they're not playing at that level. Obviously, we look over to sort of how they did get here, and it was that forfeit win. So we haven't even actually got to see them play a game just yet. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to show us today, and hopefully it is going to be some better signs, because obviously you look back to Series 7, and that was a 17th to 19th place in. They did get 2 wins. They were 2-0, Fred, but they failed to get a single win, so they couldn't advance to playoffs.
Yeah, and in that last game, it was MIBR Academy, and I'll be honest, I think I was on that game. I think I was, I'm not 100% sure, but I remember watching it at least, and it was, Dusty Roots started that game with a kind of a pretty much flawless game on Ancient. They won the CT half 11-1, then obviously they won the pistol and converted that full buy. Yeah, they just fell apart. They looked lifeless. They looked really poor on the remaining maps of Dust and Nuke. So I think when you look at this side, they clearly have had problems recently. I think current form and confidence may be at an all-time low. But enough about the Dusty Roots side. We can switch over to players. And I think this is a roster that is really on the up. Not only can you see it from the individual ability, but you just have to look at kind of that game against Floripa Stars here in Series 8. It was a 2-0, okay, yeah, maybe not as convincing as they'd hoped, both maps being 13-10, but the individuals looked pretty decent. And obviously a player that a lot of the time we take kind of quite a lot of the focal point towards being Myth Patini. There was a game quite recently where he was completely out of it, and even with games like that, even with Myth Patini going dark in moments, he still is a real consistent factor kind of overall. You know, he has, yes, maybe the odd game that he's not involved with, yet the rest of the time it seems like he's putting up a lot of numbers. And even in games where he's not performing, he's got players like Volterra, like Spinny, that can really step up when called upon. But look, I think it's a strong roster. I think it's a roster that could take it. But I think what you said right at the start about these games being 3 mappers and this having a similar sentiment, I think that's right on the money. I think there's a real difficulty when it comes to trying to put a number and kind of a figure on where this game's going to go.
Yeah, and with this players roster a little bit more, Volterra, we don't actually know what's happening, if he is going to be a sort of permanent member to this team. I've been playing with them now for almost a full month, and honestly the difference in terms of when he's been playing on this player's side to sort of the previous sort of team that he'd been playing on beforehand, it's night and day. He's been playing unbelievably well since sort of coming into players, sort of the peaks and the heights that we've seen have been great, sort of averaging that 1.13. And like you said, when you do have people like players like Myth Boutini and Spinny by his side as well, yeah, this team does have a decent amount of firepower behind them as well. But Fred, let's move on to the vetoes here and see the maps that we are going to be playing these two up in. Is there anything that sort of come to mind? Anything that you think's clear cut going to be played or going to be picked?
The only thing that's kind of convincing is that guaranteed of Anubis ban for Dusty Roots. For players, it seems like they've got a little bit of a freedom when it comes to their bans. You know, in their recent game against Florida Stars, they removed Nuke. Against Odic, they banned Train. It seems like Nuke and Train are the two maps that they're not too comfortable with. They're not too kind of 100% on. And they're wanting to steer clear away from them. So it's understanding in a game like this where Dusty Roots don't have the greatest of sample size on Train, they're looking to float it, they're looking to gamble it, and I quite like that decision making from players because you're seeing them pick Dust. Obviously Dusty Roots is their most played map, although the stats aren't great for them. It's clear that they're confident on it. Mirage selected by players, statistically actually their weakest map, but it's clear that these are the maps that these two teams are kind of gravitating towards recently. I'm quite interested as to why we didn't see Inferno be picked by players. In fact, it's a map they played a little bit more of. Dusty Roots is usually a ban for them, so I think maybe we could have seen a kind of a capitalization on that. Ending on Ancient, that's going to favor players massively. I think Dusty Roots, I think their best chance to take this is in 2. I think if it does get to Ancient, I think that's where players are going to be very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be an interesting one to look at. I actually do think players have a decent enough Ancient to be able to take it there as well. It does feel like most signs for me do point towards players being able to be the ones in the driver's seat. Yep. Have to say though, Dust 2 recently hasn't been great from players. They're on a 3-loss streak currently. We haven't seen the greatest of things from them in the South America series on this map in particular, but it's going to be interesting if they can turn things around here, as Dust Fred is going to be live here between Dusty Roots and players for that 1-0 spot. We've already mentioned how important getting to 2-0 is for your playoff chances, and let's see if Dusty Roots, who also had 2-0 last time, see if they can get there again.
They got Dust in the name. Is that one of the reasons you think they're picking
them?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, or maybe it kind of forces them to have to play it. Maybe that's within their kind of within their team, they just have to play Dust. That's their go-to.
Well, maybe that's where they got the name from, and it would be like rude not to pick the map anymore.
Yeah, potentially.
Who knows? With it might be a bit more deeper into it.
We are just waffling.
Well, pitch round is live now. Players on that CT side, and Dusty Roots, of course, on the T. A little bit of util has been invested. Tommy's the one with that. That score as well. Obviously smoking towards middle early. He's making their way up towards short. It's a big A-hold that could come through. 3 players on the site already. If you've got a Huggy who can rotate in.
Yeah, Myth Boutini's in a great position as well, because the T's are going to have to be out in the open when fighting him. Yes, there's a flash to come through, but I feel like the flash is going to come, you know, as they're emerging, not while they're kind of deeper in the corner there. So I think Myth Boutini, it's just all about whether he can play off the contact that Volterra will make. Volterra's got a flash as well. I think it's going to be a couple shots with the P2000, and then we'll see the flash come over. But obviously, it's not all from short. They're going to make their way to long as well, and that's where Spinny is holding. Into CT as Toto. I quite like the idea of this. Great find from Volterra, though. Spinny now under pressure, but a great first find. Searching for the second. Deep flashbang coming through, but the CTs are swinging one by one. Fraguti finds 2, Max Core as well, and it leaves XNS and Huggy in a tough 2 versus 3. The CTs, there's no value in them swinging there. They don't need to push that, and the fact they're swinging after the flashbang's gone, it's not as though the T's are fully blind. It's not as though they've got great utilization there. Attempting to isolate the fights here is Huggy. He can get one before falling, but Dusty Roots, it feels like they're given that round.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good start from them, and that's the issue. It's just look how easy this looks. There's a low HP player as well. I don't know why they look to fight it so heavily, that split. I'm fine for the fight toward DeLong, but just wait till everyone's there, that everyone can fight together.
Yeah.
And then we can very much so see a different round. But nice shots from Dusty Roots to be able to bring that one there, because obviously we can criticize players all we like, but if the bullets aren't connected for Dusty Roots, they will still go down.
Oh, nice scout shot there from Myth Boutini. We've got the double scout in play here from players. off the angle. You see the scout connecting from Max Core now. Might make things a little bit difficult here for Huggy and Myth Poutini. Both low players with the scout in hand. Nice find from Huggy that brings it back to this 4-on-4.
Yeah, scouts have been chipped away at, but obviously just being able to get one tag and backing away is what you really need to do with this weapon. Both scouts are actually advancing through long. I mean, Myth Poutini is going to go down. There's no doubt about that. It's what can he do beforehand? We'll get one tag. Still sticking around. He would love to back away, but will eventually go down, as will Huggy. Only the one tag came through from Myth Poutini.
I don't really know. When he's been allowed to back away there towards CT, I don't know why he doesn't just take that opportunity. You see him quite hesitant and backing, you know, fully towards CT initially, worried about a swing, but he gets posted on the angle. He can just fall back. Either way, though, the force hasn't really gone too well here for players. Nice kills, though, from Max Core here. Toto, low HP. The idea here is maybe to get some exits, maybe to make some money here with the MP9. Which I do quite like the idea of.
He does have the chance. Toto is low HP. He has just backed away now, though. Does look like he wants the search, but also I think in the same vein isn't too interested in giving up this MP9 and armor when obviously damage can be dealt in the next round as well. But Dusty Roots, successful endeavor there in terms of countering that force buy from players.
Yeah, there's moments where, you know, players seem as though they can have a chance in this, but obviously just goes a little wrong there at moments. It's the double kill that really just changes that whole round. Double towards long, I think it just rips any chances away, but players now, bit of a stack towards B. Plenty of players in tunnels, but they are going to make their way towards low, or at least going to be holding it, anticipating a bit of a crunch. Flash comes through to clear out this initial portion. Got the Mac 10 of Tommy as well. Nice nade sent there. Huggy chipped away at heavily, and a little bit of damage onto XNS. Aggression here coming through. We will see Myth Poutini get one hit. It was with the USP. Love to have been with that MP9, make even more money to bring out that big green as soon as possible. Obviously, we'll be able to invest in it in the next, just based on the finances saved across. But I'm going down now. Great positioning here from the T's. We've got Tommy in middle to make sure that any rotating players through tunnels are taken down. We've got one towards long. Very little chance here of this round going the way of players, but I don't think we ever expected it to. I think financial damage, obviously the main aim. Volterra finding another. 2 casualties here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Dusty Roots, they obviously want to take down Myth Poutini's AK, but in doing so, you've allowed the MP9 to get a kill. Myth Poutini's going to want to save this, obviously, anyway. And now you just give Volterra a bit more cash to play with. A double op's more than a possibility now. You've got a little bit of util being bought into the next round. The MP9 obviously can be used in the next as well. So I honestly probably would have just given it up if I was Dusty Roots, or maybe look to take it towards T-Spawn a bit more aggressively together. And yeah, Volterra's just going to be playing the MP9. Got a nice amount of cash in the reserve, so Myth Poutini can look to get an AWP out. Without him actually needing to save all too much money, or Volterra can just go for a bit of a hero M4 in the next if they lose. So a decent spot for players to be in despite being 0-3 down. They've just got to make sure they capitalise on one of these.
Yeah, exactly. Look, you can deal all the financial damage you'd like to kind of set yourself up, but if you don't win that first full buy, that's where it doesn't really have the desired effect. Nice find from Tommy, though. Takes down the AWP of Myth Poutini. Great opener. Utility sent here towards short. Huggy playing in front of this Molotov. Great HE grenade, but Tommy ready and waiting. Spinny doubling, though. Puts this round within possibility. Max Core can get himself one, but goes down to Spinny again. And the final players emerging out of the B-bomb site. A great round from Spinny so far. But the question is whether they can find it.
Yeah, XNS is still glancing towards B, but there's so many more angles to watch. It's all going to depend on timing for him a little bit. Great damage early into 1962, but goes down himself. All on Spinny. Already found 3 kills. He's required to get the ace to win this one now.
Yeah, last seen in short. I think Tunnels is going to be an understandable position for him, and the setup's brilliant to deal with this Tunnels player. If Raguti can just take contact, stay alive, 1962 will be in an excellent spot. Raguti not just taking contact, finding that kill.
And Dusty Roots again. Another round on the board from them, and they're Dust 2 so far. It's looking good enough. A couple of these rounds are getting a little bit closer, but it never feels like it's a point where Dusty Roots actually feel like they're going to go on to lose that round. They certainly did there in the 2-on-2 for a second, but as soon as we see XNS go down and actually get nothing, Spinny's in such a tough spot. But it is the full investment again from players. The money that they had built up, the loss bonus as well. They opted to fully invest this one, and you understand why. They want to get around on the board before Dusty Roots just cement this streak and make it a little bit too far gone. The only issue is, though, we do see players lose around like this. They're going to have to eco in the next, or at least half by the next, sorry.
Yeah, and that's where it's looking a 6-0 start, and that's where things can get really, really scary. I think Dusty Roots have a clear identity of what they want to achieve. It's kind of crunching on middle, looking to try and take some space up short, force players to expel so much utility early on and leave it to be a very difficult retake. But Spinny, alone here towards long, Miputini with an AWP posted up on short, and this is the type of position where you can see an AWP really flourish. Smoke's landing though, and that will cause a bit of a problem. Tommy sending the Molotov out. Miputini here towards ramp. Spinny's got to find this kill. He needs to help his teammate out. Raguti will fall. Great from Spinny there. Takes the prong away here from Dusty Roots. There's no crunch on the bomb site from long and short. With the smokes down and now fading. 1962 found by Miputini. 5-on-3 here, but Dusty Roots, the bomb ticking in their favour. Max has to find this kill. Huggy will take down Toto, but look at the positioning of Tommy. They line up and he finds all 3. Excellent there from Tommy. From what was a 3 versus 5 scenario for Dusty Roots, once again, they find another round. And players, they're going to feel so hard done by that. It's just the smoke on the bomb site that creates so much chaos.
I mean, look at this. What a triple from Tommy, just to continue this domination from Dusty Roots on Dust. Great boost up, spots the second player, spots them all pushing, and MaxScore actually able to back away. It's Raguti that goes down, and MaxScore now going to be feeling the heat.
Yeah, he's got a lot of utility. He's got Tommy close by as well. Scout on Miputini, same for Volterra. Ready a kill found, damage dealt. The fact this could be the first round that players find is crazy to me, but Tommy, it's just a very fortunate moment that they all line up, but in that moment, he takes the peak, timing's excellent, and there's got to be a hero play in store for a round like that to go their way, and obviously we do see it. But Dusty Roots, right now, they're looking very promising. Obviously, we've mentioned the difficulties that we've seen from a side like Dusty Roots in the past, but I think performing much better here now, and certainly the opportunity to continue this streak so far on Dust. Fight's gonna be everything.
Big fight. Oh, what a readjustment there onto XNS, who looked like get the one up on Toto. Obviously, weaponry advantage, obviously in favour of the T, but Great readjustment, and now the push out towards B. Spinny under pressure, unarmored Deagle playing towards Gar. Even 1 kill feels like it'd be a positive thing for him, but I mean, it still wouldn't be positive in terms of the round being successful, but does get taken down cleanly. And Dusty Roots find their 6th, surely.
Yeah, it's excellent finds, though, from Tommy. That Mythputini will get one with a scout, but Max Core now posted up on the angle. Just gets the tag there onto Mythputini. Ready, though, I'm very impressed with Dusty Roots. Not only when it comes to their decision-making and kind of strategy here, but obviously kind of the threat that they have regarding individuals so far has looked amazing. Max scores 7-1, Tommy 7-4. Volterra looking for an exit frag there, will be able to connect the shot. Toto. Ooh. How have we seen the tag come through? Toto's going to go down to the bomb now. Oh, no, he doesn't. He somehow survives. Never mind. Got that completely wrong.
Yeah, nice attempt, though. Certainly softens him up.
Yeah, in my defense, I thought the bomb was like, so close to blowing up. A lot more time than I thought. But, look, Dusty Roots, this is a 6-0 start, Charlie. This is a very, very good performance from them. Max Core. Very easy shot there. Although it's through the wooden wall, it seems so simple. He's kind of prepared for the jump across, but just running across his Mythputini. Max Core searching for a second here in middle now. Mid to B utility sent. Raguti now. It's kind of a test of when he's going to push. Max Core half a second away from finding that kill through the smoke. We have seen Huggy rotate in now, though. And already, look how much utility players have used in this round. Time and time again, it's the space that Dusty Roots take here on the T side that's forcing out all this early util. We've got a minute left of this round, and they've just got one flashbang. Max Core again. Surely
yeah, Spinny's going to be disappointed. He could have actually jumped up there and taken down Max Core, but Max Core finds Volterra. Like, on the B-bomb side, that's information gained. They know where both these final players are, and they're trying to regroup to help Max Core, but he's just been such a menace on short. Finds his 4th in the round, and Huggy, he'll be able to catch off 1962, but it is a 1 versus 2 from him.
Yeah, Max Core on for the ace currently. What a round it's been from Max Core. I think this is the brilliance that kind of a confident AWPer can show. You see in the space that he's taking, he was alone there towards A, and he finds so much. Huggy switched to the rifle now. Not confident in his AWPing abilities, especially in this 1 versus 2. It's all going to be about timing. Spotted. Toto finds no ace for Max Core, but the round MVP certainly goes his way. 11-2. And obviously scoreline 7-0 for Dusty Roots. And this shot here, obviously, it's a nice shot, but Mythputini doesn't make it difficult. There's no kind of difficulty there for Max Core whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Mythputini had an idea that he wanted to get posted up towards B early, just tried to get there as quick as possible, but Max Core, the headshot through the wall, denies anything like that. And I mean, what do we have to say about players so far? I mean, not a lot, sadly.
Yeah, not much whatsoever. You just have to look at the kills. And we got X and S 1 and 6, Volterra, Mythputini, both with just 3. It's not enough to feel confident whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Look, already on a map like Dust that kind of has maneuvered a little bit more towards CT side, and I think a lot of the time it's a little bit more team dependent because you can have the odd team here and there that do really struggle. But you look at the last 3 months with a map like Dust, it's, you know, it's a 51-49. In fact, on the T side, which is quite surprising. But even still, it's a map that shouldn't be this one-sided.
Never. I mean, look, there's still a chance the players can bring things back. We just haven't seen anything from them so far to believe that. But always time.
Yeah, certainly.
And around like this, you've still got Myth Boutini and Orp. Seen Spinny with a couple of moments with the Deagle. Volterra with the MP9, same as Huggy. So certainly is chances. They just need to be taken when they come.
Yeah, definitely. Spinny now repositioning. I think these steps would have been heard by Fraguti. I like the MP9 close by as well, and they're just going to drop the smoke towards ramp. The T's don't actually need to go into this. Got an alert from 1962. They spotted the player behind, and 1962 gets Myth Boutini in mid. From short, sorry, and Fraguti. Lovely opener. Kind of more of a closer there on the A-bomb side, but players, it's going to be an 8-0 down scoreline.
XNS, is he been allowed to retrieve this orb?
It's on the back of the A-bomb side, so I don't think so. The back. I think it's very much under the control.
I thought it was on short.
No, it was 1962 from short, finding Myth Boutini on the side.
Oh, because Myth Boutini was initially on short when that hit started to come through, so yeah, it must have.
Maybe he was short. How?
Yeah, there you go. See, I'm surprised that was allowed to be saved like that then. But it's an AWP that's going to be in this round again. Myth Boutini got money for an AWP, so honestly, this could be time for players to bring up the double AWP. They're not going to, though. They're going to stick with what's... I was going to say what's working, but what's not working, I suppose.
I don't think a double up would really change much, to be honest. I think it would still be a scenario where players are struggling.
Yeah, but they need to do something different. They need to change something in this game plan. Whatever they're doing right now, it's not working. XNS gets tagged down.
Yeah, great damage there, but we are seeing this change. It's the idea of trying to control lower tunnels, which can work so well. Huggy just playing anti-flash. Plenty of players in B tunnels. This could be an incredible crunch here from players, but they've got to time it right. XNS, he's the player that's been chipped away at. Util coming through. XNS needs to be so cautious here. Taken down freely, and that's the B-bomb site open. 1962, yeah, great information.
The tag of Volterra very nearby. Bomb's going to go down, and this honestly could be around. That players, despite being in a tough spot, are going to attempt. They've got a nice amount of util at least. That's one positive that they have, but it's still a disadvantage. You can slowly see players backing away, and they are going to save it. 9-0 for Dusty Roots.
I don't mind the save, actually. I think players understand that the B-bomb site, infamous for its difficulties regarding retakes, and with the amount of util that Dusty Roots kind of could have had remaining when it comes to kind of holding off the site there, I think players, it's actually the right call. I really like the idea of this, but with the finances for Dusty Roots looking so strong, you can understand why they are so heavily hunting. Max score on the AWP, be peeking into pit. Max score just tagged there. Volterra will get one onto Tommy. 3 players out in the open. Already so much damage dealt. There's an HE grenade for Fraguti. All on timing here. I don't know if that nade would have killed him, but it was very close. He was 47 health.
Certainly would have been interesting to see.
Yeah.
Might have been just off, but yeah, certainly would have been an exciting one. But there's 3 rounds remaining of this half.
How close is that to blow? I don't really know the name time.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been far off. Myth Boutini gets tagged down here this time. Max Claw's just having free range of this AWP. 2 deaths on him. He's getting tagged for fun through mid, it seems.
Well, it's the 12 kills. It's obviously a little bit more impressive. He's just looked so confident with the big green in hand. And as you pointed out, look, there's rounds where MaxCore has gone kind of fragless, but the amount of damage that he's dealt. Think back to how this kind of started. You know that round where there were the scouts in play and there was a couple, tags coming through. Players looked as though they were keeping things competitive. And now you jump to this. Not the expectation, I would have thought. Not in the slightest. And this is where players, they think, the next map, it is their selection, but it's Mirage. It's a map that's kind of played and known by all. And obviously with the way in which Max is playing on the big green, I think it's a map map that can really tailor quite well to an AWP.
Well, still 3 rounds left to this half to see the outcome.
Great util.
Advantage and opener for players, but just for a matter of seconds as a kill gets taken back. Huggy caught off by Tommy, and the silent mid-take. Myth Boutini at the back of the bomb site. The molly and the spam from 1962 is brilliant to double things up. Max scores Tech 9 and an opening kill thread for players, and within seconds it's a 1-on-4 for Spinny.
Yeah, look, my favourite thing about that is Toto goes down to the molly and nade combination, but the fact it's thrown in such quick succession, I think the call for him is, well, they've mollied and naded. There's at least 2 players on the A-bomb site. They've not got anyone covering long with throwing that util, so there's probably another towards long. We could look to just pounce here towards B. Let's take a timing. Let's see what we can find. And obviously with players pushing a player in B tunnels as well, if anything, it doubles down with that idea that B's probably undefended. We can look to crunch him. We can look to have kind of such a, you know, an easy route into this round. Obviously, it's Huggy falling in CT that really changes up that round, but 10-0 start. Players, what do you even do now?
Probably get ready for map number 2, because this one does not look positive. I mean, there's been 3 opening kills going the way of players throughout all 10 of these rounds, so I think that speaks volumes in itself.
But look at that one, they got the opening kill there.
Yeah, but just so quickly brought back. 1962 elsewhere, finding that one, and then very quickly we see that mid push.
I think the spatial dominance that Dusty Roots has shown has been incredible. Every single round, it seems like players are kind of constantly guessing as to where Dusty Roots are heading, and it's all because of these late mid takes. And there's a lot of utility here for both Toto and Tommy to send. They opt for the molly in mid opposed to the one towards short, and I think we all know the value that the molly in short would have seen. Triple short, Volterra in mid. Players, this could be your way in for your first round. All 5 kind of ready for that mid play there. Man advantage now for players. It's all about how long XNS can survive for. The molly's going to force him out. Oh, in fact, the molly fully landing, but there's 3 players ready and waiting. We've got a lurk in middle that surely Myth Boutini can find. And Max Core now 1 versus 4. Bomb dropped. He will get his first. Tech 9 in hand. Not reacting to Spinny's position. Players, they put that first round on the board, but at best, 2 can be seen on the CT side here.
I mean, it's something. It's a glimmer of hope in a sea of darkness, if we're being honest, for players. They finally got a round on the board, but you're already 10 rounds down on the first half. Don't get me wrong, it is Dusty Roots map pick, but that shouldn't matter.
It's Dust. It's a map that any team of this quality has had years of playing. You know, if it was a map like Train, maybe your Nukes of the world, you could give a kind of an easier game like this. You could say, well, look, it's a map they don't really play. It's Dust too, Charlie. I think a one-sided scoreline like this can have no excuses. Once again, Max Core might not be getting the kills, but inflicting a lot of damage. Smoke in middle is faded. Boutini sending out the flashbang to kind of reclaim the hold. Flash going back the way sent from Tommy and Fraguti. Tommy can creep out here. He's not worried at all. He's taking this space, and now it's all about timing here. Max Core will be able to elevate. Gamble here from players. It's the right call. It's an excellent decision.
Molotov was good to delay and get them a bit of extra time to set up for this defense, but the Molly's also forcing Dusty Roots back. A is not going to be the play, and it's going to be this mid to B. Volterra in middle. What can he do? He's already out. The trade does come through from Fraguti, and it's now on 1 man towards B.
And with Max Core looking to peak, XNS will fall. 3 versus 4 on a retake towards B. Just a flashbang to work with. Missed shot from Myth Boutini. Turns bad to worse. And Fraguti firing off pot shots. Trade from Max Core seed. He's ended the half 17-3. Well done, Max Score. That's your game of the Swiss stage.
I mean, yeah, it might be an individual performance of the Swiss stage so far. I mean, quite the show in it, and the fact that it all started off on the pistol round with things looking so good for players.
Yeah.
Look at that two-man advantage they got on that pistol, and then sort of since then, nothing to talk about. Barely any rounds that even got that close. It was just Dusty Roots sort of flexing their muscles, I think, on map number 1. And I mean, I'm sort of saying it as if things are already over. It certainly does look like it's going to be that way. We're going to have the pistol round up next, Fred, and the fact that that literally could decide the game says it all, doesn't it? I think players are probably going to be sitting, if they do lose this game 13-1, at least we got one. At least we didn't get 13-0'd.
Could be worse.
Not by much. Who's coming through? Oh, Tommy here towards Gandalf's going to be forced out. The boost does come through, and a great fight from XNS. The pistol round is looking brilliant on this occasion for players. Fraguti's Jawlies rotate in and find a couple of kills, but it's all on Fraguti. From range of the Jawlies, it isn't ideal. Does switch to the Glock and goes searching, but 3 players on his swing will eventually get found. But what a pistol round from XNS. The molly forcing the Gandalf player out, and then also just consistently being aware that the boost is a possibility. And just keeps on spamming, despite missing a few bullets, keeps on going because he's confident that there is a player there.
Players, look. If there's any chance of a comeback, they've won that pistol.
It should be a bit more of a convincing round here for players. It is just the USPs out for Dusty Roots. Util is barreling in, and as are the players behind it. Rotation starting to come through, so the USPs are nearby at least. Mifputini could get caught out in lower, but he finds a double. The USPs,
nice find here.
You find at least one, but it is just the one.
Yeah, we're not expecting too much here. Max 10 of
XNS.
XNS. Yeah, there was a chance. Certainly a chance.
Weapons are out now. And this could be the turning point. This could be the moment that Dust 2 does end, and we move on to Mirage. But players, I think the bare minimum that they need to do in a game like this is play.
And I think if the game ended 13-1, I think that's where, you know, no positives can be spoken about. But as you say, look, if they can get warmed up and if they can kind of find themselves a couple more rounds here, maybe get to 6, maybe get to 7, that's where they can say, okay, look, it's clear we need to work on our CT side, but otherwise, at least it gives them something to talk about.
Nice find there. Toto at the back of the bomb site under pressure. We'll find one in the flames, but probably needed at least 2 to be able to give the rest of his team sort of the idea that that round was possible. And it is just going to be a save. Players are going to find 4 in Dusty Roots with the loss bonus now. They should be able to, I believe, get a buyout on the next as well with these 3 players surviving.
Yeah, I think maybe it'd be better to just go for kind of a heavy half. Fraguti will still be on an MP9. I'm not too sure whether it's the best idea. Look, they've got plenty of rounds spare. I think Dusty Roots can do whatever they choose. But I think in moments like this, you can get out a couple 5-7s. You can have a great opportunity of winning the round anyway. And obviously you get a full buy in the next. I think it's kind of, you know, having... You know, it's a better overall 2 rounds than going for all of it here and then in the next having to eco. Because Fraguti can drop over an M4, so can Tommy, but the util's not going to be great. I don't know. I think it's a difficult decision for them. I reckon they probably will go for the investment just based on how many rounds that they do have to spare, but I'd be interested to see it.
Yeah, I mean, look, things certainly aren't getting concerning by any means. You just need 2 rounds, 1 mistake from players, and that could be Dust 2 done. But yeah, it is just this partial bite. And damage can certainly still be inflicted in a round like this. A double B set up early, instant smoke. I was wondering if we were going to potentially see some sort of aggression into B tunnels, but with the smoke dropped, seemingly just going to play things a bit more timidly on their defensive side. Max got with the opening kill here. And we were seeing a bit of aggression through the smoke from Dusty Roots, but not being punished for it and allowed to back away. Mythbutini, great find onto MaxCore. Or great tag, sorry, onto MaxCore. But it's not a kill just yet, as we're approaching the 1 minute mark. Dusty Roots have been whittled away at, but they found the opening kill. Fraguti might have fluffed his lines, but still finds Mythbutini at a bare minimum.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem with that kind of shadow advantage you think you have, is when you've got an MP9, you always feel like you've just got to pre-fire that. Yet it just goes against him. It's so tough. And I think the problem is that's one of the weapons. That's one of kind of the upgraded pieces here. Toto's just cleared out short, though. And this is where they can quickly get themselves onto the bomb site. There is enough utility, though, here for players. It's all about whether they're prepared for Toto, though. Toto's just tucked behind this. I really like this decision-making. Volterra elevates himself up. He can isolate these fights. MaxCore can get 1. Tommy now smoked off in a very plausible and possible 2 versus 2. I like the doubling up here from 1962 and Tommy. Especially with the fact that Tommy's shown presence towards short. Eyes are going to be there.
1962 has crept closer. Tommy could just hold the headshot angle if he wants and baits in that 5-7. Player spotted, but the inaccuracy of the weapon is on display. And it's all on Tommy, who fluffs his lines for the first. Ready for a player in Gandalf, and the bullets do connect. And 12 is on the board.
I think when you look at that round, we know that 1962, there's an M4 just behind him. If he picks that up, he probably gets them both. But he's just so kind of in need and wants to find those kills. Doesn't want to get timinged. But obviously, as you said, the inaccuracy goes against them. But still, Tommy steps up there. 3 HP, but sometimes that's all that matters. The fine margins, but that is the 12th. Absolutely excellent there from Dusty Roots. And look, even if they lose this round from this point on, if they lose the 1v1, they've done so much financial damage. And it was the kind of the half buy. They had money to buy in the next. This is it, though, for players. Backs against the wall. We do have Mythbutini on the yaw. Mythbutini strikes, takes down MaxCore. It's safe to say that MaxCore has been far better in the AWPing duel so far on Dust, but a great round to silence him. Toto with the retrieve big green can find Mythbutini. And now back to this 4-on-4. Smoke landing from Tommy. Huggy wants to go through it, but Tommy's so prepared. 4-on-3 now, man advantage for Dusty Roots. And players, they are forced to head here towards long, and Dusty Roots seems so well prepared for this.
Yeah, utility is coming down. There is still a utility at least for the T's to try to play with to get themselves closer. But the flashbang comes through for a bit of an info play for Fraguti. And he certainly gets that info that at least 2 players are here in long.
They have sent quite a lot of their defensive util already. That's another Molotov and flash combination. Fraguti systematically tapping through. Reposition from Fraguti's nice. Toto posted up on the orb, miss shot from Toto. And now, this is where Volterra is searching for more here. He gets a double, spinning with a trade onto Fraguti, and it's all on 1962. Maneuvers his way from short. Aid of the CT smoke was sent by the T's, and it's kind of confused them a little bit. They send the nade in that smoke, and all attention towards it. I love this reposition from 1962. Might get read into, though, by X&S. He's just got to full swing it with speed. He can't slow down. He can't start shifting, because then it becomes so obvious.
Yeah, the thing is, X&S is aware now that short is very unlikely as to where he is, but CT is still a possibility. So he opted to play an angle. He's sort of safe from both of them.
Yeah, I like the
And it
idea.
has to be his opponent to instigate, but the nade towards Gandalf is a great bit of awareness from 1962, and he's proven right. Does have a defuse kit, the spam's not connecting, and he's got to start the push. XNS comes out on top with just 11 points of health, able to retrieve an AWP, and players do win the round and keep themselves alive to fight another round.
I think there for Toto, the fact he's playing kind of towards Gandalf goes down for nothing. When we see this double come through from Volterra, it's brilliant. Changes the course of this round. He could have, in fact, found 3. I don't mind the play from 1962, but I think when you're in that position, he's looking to spam. It just gets a little bit awkward there. Obviously, shot's not connecting. Not the best moment, but still, they've still got 7 opportunities to take it. And that's the problem. Players have got to play this next kind of 7 rounds absolutely perfectly, or they lose map 1. And I think regardless of the scoreline, Dusty Roots know that it doesn't really matter how close this game gets. They've just got to make sure they win it. They don't mess things up. And Tommy with a great double. I go searching for this weapon. Volterra prepared, though. Man advantage for Dusty Roots, and it was just this hero rifle from Tommy. You can obviously see why. Players generally gravitate towards long later on in these rounds where they haven't got much control, and Dusty Roots have read into this perfectly.
Yeah. It's a big off angle from Fraguti, but it doesn't look like he's going to come into effect. As players, maybe they're considering what you just said. Maybe it is too predictable. They go towards long as they set their sights on middle now. Smoke drop towards doors is going to block off one route, and look in 1962 as well towards B. He's in a good position, but is aggressing here. All going to be on timing. It's going to be big information, but has been taken down. Rotations can come through. Toto can drop a nade towards the BE tunnels.
Yeah, timing on this nade is going to be excellent. Look at that dunking down. So much damage from Toto there. And now, a real chance. Max Core gets 1. Molotov landing, but a little too deep. Max Core again. Deagle in hand can find Volterra. And now it is all on XNS. Tap on the bomb. There's 9 seconds left. Make it 6, 5. We'll get the plant off. Fraguti with a Mac 10. 45 HP on XNS. He's been spotted. The flying Mac 10 falling, though. And XNS, an excellent clutch. How has that round gone the way of players after we see that double from Max Core?
I mean, it's XNS again for another clutch to keep players alive. I mean, look at this. A bit of luck, don't get me wrong, but it's this moment here. 3, 4 bullets missing on a player with a bomb out. And Fraguti sort of didn't seemingly believe that XNS was really there. Maybe thought he was jumping or something. Just did not pull the trigger with the jumping Mac 10.
Yeah.
Got taken down due to it.
Was just a half buy, though. It wasn't the full investment. And again, we're seeing so many moments where Dusty Roots, they're bringing these rounds close, whether it's a full buy, whether it's a half. That HE grenade was so effective there from Toto. Missed util from Max. Flash and nade of the smoke kit. The only person blinding is himself.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lucky that that nade didn't expose both him and Huggy. Otherwise, Huggy probably would have got the advantage there. As like you said, he's fully blinded by his own flash.
This could be it, though.
Middle from Huggy. 1962 spotting, but not really locking that there's someone there. But it's a 5-on-2. It has to be. It's all on XNS. He's won so many clutches for players before, but that one, a 1v5, far too much to ask. Dusty Roots do close out Dust, but it takes them a little longer than probably expected when they were sort of that 11-1 halftime scoreline, but it's still a dominant game from them nonetheless, and it's still an important map number 1 victory for them here in the CCT.
Yeah, and look, when we talk about the fact that players probably the favoured side, when we look at, obviously, Ancient, their map pick of Mirage, it's certainly one they're confident with, but with such a dominant first half performance from Dusty Roots, they head to Mirage with their heads held high. And I think this is where, for players, okay, yes, they've been on better form recently, but the most recent form that we've seen was obviously that showcase on Dust, and Dusty Roots far in control there. Look, I think it's going to be tough here for the side of players. What they can do on Mirage, it's got to be victory. They've got to push it to Ancient, but obviously that's something we'll find out very shortly. But beforehand, we're jumping to a break. Back into the action, obviously, second map going to be underway in a matter of moments. Obviously, it is Mirage, it's the selection of players, but Charlie, what do you think they need to do differently if they want the chance to take the map?
Ideally not lose the first half 7-1, I think is going to be a pretty good start for them. Look, we got to see a little bit of resurgence, I suppose. I say that very, very loosely. When you consider it's winning the pistol, they win against a pretty weak round, and then you see X and S with a couple of clutches as well. A 1v1 and a 1v2. So, yeah, it felt a lot more like individually they dug themselves a little bit out, but it was still a super dominant game. But Fred, map number 2 is going to be live now. I suppose we'll get to find out whether this is going to be a Dusty Roots domination or whether we'll be able to see players bring things back and bring it to a third.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I've got a lot of excitement for this one. I think, realistically, both teams, they know that Mirage is a map that either could kind of take, right? It's a game that it's pretty open, isn't it? I feel like the way in which Dusty Roots played on Dust was very good. I think they were consistently looking to get those openers. The control they were taking was excellent. And I think now, all they need to do is show that similar signs here on Mirage, and we're going to be saying, look, certainly in control, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely is at that spot. A pistol round and a fast push up towards short. Toto going to be feeling the pressure, but Huggy taking a 1v1 here. Neither player looking fully committed. Toto able to get out of dodge. But as this hit towards a Tommy under pressure, he swings out too wide. The player at Palace will take him down, but he finds the first. And there's still more coming his way, but he's able to find at least one more. And keeping this as a 3-on-3.
Yeah, look, excellent from Tommy there. Sets his team up for success. Still not going to be easy, and the bomb already 1 quarter ticked. Huggy's still here towards short. He's going to be such an unknown factor. Spinny, all he needs to do is get one here, but Maxcore can take him down. Huggy's been spotted in the range of the USP he's surpassing, and now it's all on Myth Poutini. He's towards ramp, tap of the bomb, he's been spotted, and he will be found by Maxcore. And Charlie, that pistol round perfectly amplifies the exact kind of result of Dust 2. You have moments where it looks good for players, but Tomajed and Maxcore denying in kind of major moments throughout the whole of Dust, and already on the pistol round, they're showing it there. Brilliant there from Max and Tommy.
Yeah, I mean, it's magic moments again, isn't it? And it does feel like, the thing is, I want to say it feels like that's what Dusty Roots have had, but they've had a lot more than just that. It hasn't just been they were individually good on Dust. They also did just put on a good team display, and I think that's one thing that players lacked slightly. You touched on sort of some of their tendencies that it felt like they ended up going towards. It did feel like they defaulted back to that when they had no solution for what was a Dusty Roots one-sided affair, and hopefully it's not going to be the same thing here on Mirage.
It's going to be a playthrough A here from players. It's the force buy coming through. And it seems like Dusty Roots might play the retake approach. So much damage onto Huggy here from Fraguti. And now the stray bullet connects. Even more damage dealt to Volterra. And they can play this as a retake if they choose to. Maxcore joining Fraguti here. The flash is excellent. 1962 is in a very good position. He goes 2 for 1. And it puts Toto and Tomajet in a very possible scenario. So much damage dealt to Toto, and Mipatini again here towards ramp. Been spotted. It's all about winning to size the swing. Minimal ammo now. Tap of the bomb. Wide swing, but he spotted him off it. No chance for Toto. Important round here, but it's the fact that the two in CT, the first two, obviously Fraguti gets a kill initially and he deals a little bit more damage, but it's the fact neither of them find anything. 1962, the saviour of that round, or at least gives them a chance. But even with this double, it's not enough.
No, that's a big issue there as well. For Toto, he just gets tagged so heavily. And I mean, the thing is, he pulls up the USP. Even if he hit the headshot, he wouldn't have killed Myth Poutini, who ended up buying head armor as well. So it felt like that was a near impossible round in that 1v1 there. Myth Poutini played it perfectly, but the force buy, most importantly, is success.
Yeah, look, I think for players, it's a step in the right direction. It's what we saw on Dust, where they opted for plenty of forces and kind of continual investments. It didn't work out for them. It allowed Dusty Roots to go on a crazy streak of rounds. Yet already they have silenced, which is a real positive note here for players. I really like the idea of this. A double push in apartments. Flashbang coming through towards under. It is going to be players looking to take this control in middle now.
Timing looks great. They push through under. Got all this free space, but they're not taking it though. They're just gambling the rotations off of the information they gained rather than actually looking to exploit any of that space themselves. I mean, pros and cons of both, obviously, but I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more. That's a great one and done there. It goes back for more, in fact, and Huggy will punish.
Yeah, great find from Huggy, not only getting the kill, but getting all of this space in jungle. Smoke down kind of hurts players, in fact. It allows Dusty Roots to get a strong setup on the bomb side, but with Myth Poutini fine in 1962, this round becomes very difficult. Steps herd of the player in market. Huggy's in such a good position here. We'll get one. Switches to the scout, the spam of the deagle. Fraguti isolated. Just got a good idea of what he wants to achieve. It just doesn't have the bullets and the connecting. Spots out Toto. Players, they will win that one. It looks awkward at times, but I think it's when we see Tommy there, when he looks to take that fight on the player and Con and Huggy, that's where the round becomes difficult. I really like the idea of kind of the scout deagle combination.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great start, and then you can just see the gaps that were forming. That space that was able to be taken from Huggy. Toto were clearly called to his team, and MaxCore in particular, oh, I'm holding Murder Hole, but he got it too late. He didn't even have a look towards CT. If he did, he would have been able to spot out Huggy he was flanking. And that's these minor things that can really turn around on its head, and that was one of them there.
Yeah, exactly. Expectations quite low here, as it is just the USPs. We will see a couple kills come through, though.
Yeah, Mag-10 has been picked up. Just any damage is always going to be nice. Going to be great as well, considering it's a force bite. That chance of an AWP on MaxCore is pretty slim, so if he's able to find a kill of a Mag-10, that will always help him out a bit. Myth Poutini does get timing, but able to turn back and punish Tommy. MaxCore are now on the flanks, so Myth Poutini certainly could go down. He's got an AK, he's holding the angle, but he's switching between.
Yeah, MaxCore not only the opportunity to make some money here, can save the AK. Final players to be saving in apartments as well. MaxCore just trying to get himself out of there as quick as possible. Too many angles for them to clear to even attempt to catch up to Max, and look, it's an AK brought across. He can invest in the AWP as well. Good round from MaxCore, finding 3. This is the true test now for Dusty Roots. Obviously, with a great opportunity to close out this game in a 2-0 fashion. Somewhat reminiscent to what we saw in series number 1, right? Where we saw Uno Mill, they took map 1. It looks pretty convincing, but it seemed like the back end of the series went, obviously, the way of Elevate. Yet, for players, if they win Mirage, we know that Ancient statistically is favoured to them. We could be seeing a kind of another comeback game.
I mean, that would be yeah, that'd be an interesting one. I mean, look, we came into the day, didn't we, saying that we believe a lot of these games are going to be 3-mappers. I don't exactly think they were 3-mappers in the way we've expected. At least, certainly not map number 1. And I don't think if this one goes to a 3rd, it'll be in the way we expected either. So, yeah, it just shows that you really can't ever take your foot off the gas if you're any of these South American teams. Tommy will find the first. The T-nade actually hindering Spinny there.
Yeah, just gets himself out so quick as well. Really like the idea. Max can get 1. Myth Poutini, though, with an excellent trade, and Fraguti falling in the Molotov. Back to a 3-on-3. Flash is excellent, and XNS doesn't even realise that he's killed Tommy. Now all on Toto. 1 versus 3. The bomb making its way towards ramp. Miputini tasked with finding. Gets 3 in that round. It's brilliant from Miputini.
Yeah,
and this is what we were hoping for.
Miputini taking down Max Score there, though.
It's a quick shot.
Posted up. I mean, yeah, I'm really impressed by that. Because that should have been the round that should have been the kill that does it. He posted up on that angle. I mean, don't get me wrong, a bit of luck there from XNS with the run-in spray, instantly hitting the headshot onto Tommy. A tactical pause now for Dusty Roots. This has obviously not been the start that they've wanted.
No, definitely not. I think players performing far better here. Obviously, Miputini individually doing a lot more as well, which can be so beneficial.
I mean, it does feel like players, on occasion, if Miputini isn't up there, they do feel on the server.
Yeah.
Feels like that's last time I watched players, that was the exact case. Luckily, Volterra went sort of crazy in that series though, so it didn't matter. But yeah, when you don't have other players who are stepping up to a sort of god tier level, and Miputini isn't there individually either, it does feel like players really lose a lot of their sort of that edge to them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think not only is it kind of a loss in firepower, but it's kind of where you just see a loss of control. I think when your AWPer is struggling, it can be so tough. Nice find from Tommy, though, and Toto getting 1 on the Deegs, vital. We're seeing Tommy go for these kind of hero M4s so frequently, and actually, a large majority of the time, it works quite nicely. He gets a lot of damage off, a lot of impact. Oh, missed shot from Max Corp. We'll get 1, though. Flashbang coming over. Baits out the AWP shot. Buggy. Be cautious here. Max just trying to spot out here. Surely just got to save the AK, right? But it seems like he wants to give this one a go. And Miputini will take him down. I don't really see the value there for Max. Just looking to get 1 more kill, potentially. I still don't think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, not majorly. But, I mean, look, we saw the tactical pause from Dusty Roots. Probably a little bit for last round, but probably more importantly for this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Matt scores AWP, finds the opening kill. Posted up again. If we saw the swing from Huggy, probably would have found a second in this round. But opening kill found from the CTs, and they've got to now look to convert into something more substantial.
Yeah, 1962's got to be cautious. There's no need for him to keep jiggling, no need to stay in the action, but he gives his life up to XNS. Maxwell has rotated in so many players that he's got information of. Toto now needs to get this kill. XNS taken down. 2 versus 4 now. Players not in the most comfortable of positions. Huggy now rotating in. It's Tommy. Quicker. Max Corp. Great angle to be held. And Dusty Roots. They will get the round on the board, and obviously with the amount of casualties that we've seen in recent rounds for players, whether it's against a full buy or kind of an eco or half buy, it's still moments where they've restricted their opponent's finances. So although it's a 5-2 scoreline now, Dusty Roots, they can get themselves back into this game with just this round victory. You're looking at the money. Miputini's on an AWP, but we've got 2 pistols in play, a Galil on XNS that he's maybe reconfiguring to a Tech 9. More pistols than rifles here for players.
Yeah, this is a good chance for Dusty Roots. Better turn things around. Get a few more rounds on the board after this one, but easier said than done. They have to beat the pistols first.
Can't mess this one up. The positioning of Tommy's brilliant, though. I think it's an overlooked angle in a round like this, especially with the Tech 9s emerging out of Palace. There we have it. You can get 1. Second found. It's the Deagle emerging. You know what? I really dislike this round because you're sending the Tech 9s out of Palace. The Deagle's a little late to emerge out of ramp, but realistically, it should be the rifle going in kind of in that 3rd position because that's where you can get the trades, you can have the impact, and obviously the Deagle gets 1 there, but I think it's a little bit of mismanaged regarding their kind of entry pathing. But as I said, look, Dusty Roots, they get the 3rd. They're probably going to find the 4th now as well. A great route back in.
Yeah, I mean, it literally was just Tommy sort of in that bomb site alone. A lot of players are sitting behind the smoke, but the fact he found two, you can see the player push through the smoke a lot more confidently, knowing that he's drawn a lot of attention away. I can take this, but it's the fact that the AK doesn't get that instant trade onto the player pushing through the smoke. It's the fact that Myth Poutini misses the shot as well.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
And there's a lot of individual sort of mistakes there in terms of if those kills went their way, potentially not necessarily around one for players, but give them a chance into it. Nice, easy cleanup in this one though for Dusty Roots. They deny the eco getting that bomb plant, so finances are going to stay reasonably slim for players. No AWP out for Myth Poutini, of course, but Dusty Roots very quickly from a scoreline just shows how quick things can change. From a 5-1, instantly 5-4.
Look, I've got to say, we've gone from players being very much in control. Dusty Roots now have got kind of a route back in. You look at that round, yes, it's the Glocks, yes, it's weaker weapons. Not a single bullet connects from players there. Like, sometimes you can find a couple kills on that round, and the fact they get nothing. Dusty Roots, again, it's the individuals that have looked really promising. Tommy, again, he's loving playing towards Sandwich, yeah. I like the idea of this. Smoke fades. So simple. They line up, though. Okay, very difficult there. Volterra, he's found two back. That is ridiculous.
I mean, it's
that
the
should
team
never
kill
be
that
happening.
does it.
Yeah.
It just makes it too easy. Yeah, it felt like that should have been. Spinny finds one. Sorry, Toto finds one onto Spinny. Volterra on 9 HP finds his second of the round.
Yeah, great kill back there. Volterra's continuing. Max Score rotating in can get one. A reposition from Max Score. Huggy's aware of Toto's position. Obviously, Toto's so worried about a late lurk. Vast majority of the time, that is generally Huggy's role. Speaking of the late lurk, look at the positioning.
I mean, you're not going to be expecting that, are you, Huggy? Brilliantly positioned. You got a low HP Myth Poutini. Smoke dropped towards the bomb. And tries to isolate this fight onto Myth Poutini at least. Flash does come out. Myth Poutini confirms. Oh, that is clear actually. So, tap of the bomb again, but Maxcore wants to take the fight and he does it. The 1 versus 2 from Maxcore, and there's more than enough time to defuse the bomb.
Again, it's just Max Core just digging this side out when someone's got to stand tall. It's ridiculous. How many times can this happen? It seems far too often and far too easy for players like Tommy, like Max Core. But once this kill comes through, to me, the round's over. But it's the smoke. I love the idea as well. Max just taps the bomb, gets off of it. And he just forces the T's to go for the assumption that, well, he's got to be sticky. It's the only way he can win the round. And obviously, it's an understandable kind of approach and point of view from players. But 5-1 to now, maybe in a scenario that they can lose the half 7-5.
I mean, that would be quite a turnaround for Dusty Roots here. I think they'll be content with just what they've done so far, and anything more just feels like a really great turnaround for them. Huggy, again, important frag. Tommy in this sandwich position again, only able to find this one this time round, but Volterra gets 2 of his own. And he's been having a good couple of moments coming out of ramp, and Max Score getting deleted. The bullet's so close to connecting onto Huggy, who doesn't have a gun still. It's the Glock against a 14 HP 1962. The reposition is great.
Huggy's given his game plan up as well. He's fired shots, and 1962 is now in an excellent position. I don't think either one of them are going to be prepared for each other. He's heard
the reload have been heard.
He's got the heard it. Yeah, he's got the information. 1962's reposition, though. He's gone to Palace. He's not heading to ramp. Huggy's going to waste so much time clearing all of this out. Eventually, he'll realise that 1962 is towards Palace, but does he have the time to do this? 1962's got a Molotov, he's got a smoke, he's got a nade. There's 20 seconds left. 1962 can't just jiggle the bomb, and when there's 10 seconds left, he can drop a Molotov in it, and that's the round over. He's had the steps now towards ramp. He's realised. Huggy's got to be aware, but there's so many unknowns for Huggy. Tap of the bomb, and Huggy will win it. Great clutch here for players denies the lead to be taken now by Dusty Roots.
All that tiny bit of information that Huggy gained from hearing the reload, from hearing a couple of steps. And you can see 1962 goes for the full reposition towards ramp because he wants to reload his really low ammoed M4.
Yeah, obviously.
Does do so, but gets hurt in the process.
Yeah, with the amount of util that a 1962 had, he could have sent a Molotov, but it's clear that the lack of health, he wasn't confident not having his weapon in hand at every moment.
But it's in his mind. He doesn't believe that Huggy knows where he is.
Yeah,
He
why
thinks
would
there's
you?
so many angles that I can just get this kill. Even if he taps the bomb, why would he specifically look at mine?
Yeah, exactly. Nice positioning for Tommy. He's been spotted, not the best of crosshair placements, but Tommy will get one. He's going to send the HE grenade out for Guti in an excellent angle. Deals with X&S. 3-on-3 though. We've seen kills come through from X&S and Myth Butini in the meantime. Look at Huggy. How has he been able to take this space again? He seems to have so much freedom here on the T side. 1962. Is he going to be ready for this? Surely not. Huggy. Clearing towards short.
He wants to see if there's anything more he can get. Honestly, he could have even waited for his teammates to get closer there if he wanted. Huggy has been hurt in this bench position. Bomb can't get denied just yet, but Tommy with a double. He can try to wait this one for his teammate, for Guti to get nearby. Volterra is still in apartments.
He's not spotted him. Volterra's got information. Surely these steps would have been heard. There's a Molotov on Fraguti and a flash. We spotted him now, surely. Some molly. A lot of damage dealt. The whole round made possible by Tommy once again. He's 15-9. Max scores 14-6. Look, we say it time and time again, Charlie. Dusty Roots, it seems like MaxCore and Tommy, the only two consistent players when it, regarding individual frag potential. And the problem is, if they go missing, the game becomes difficult. But not only on Dust, but here on Mirage as well, they've had some major moments. To be honest, though, I think the MVP of that half, I've got to say, Huggy's been exceptional on these lurks, taking the space.
Great.
Yeah. And it's the reposition as well in the kind of the post plants. We see that round where he kind of maneuvers himself to market to deal with the player kind of crossing from window to jungle. I've been really impressed with how Huggy's played this one.
Yeah, Huggy's had some really magical moments.
I think the biggest
won
problem,
a couple of rounds himself for players, for players as well. But it does just feel like Huggy isn't necessarily up there in terms of kills to the same level or degree that MaxCore and Tommy are. But yeah, it's the information he's gaining for his team, but he's probably hoping that in certain situations, his teammates could do slightly more to support what he's doing as well.
Yeah, and to touch upon his teammates, a player that we've come to kind of see so much consistency in the past in Spinny, 3-12. It's so tough because I think in a game like this where it is so important to win, obviously a loss, it's 1-1, it's not the end of the world, but you go 2-0, and I think when you're in that 2-0 spot, you're kind of destined for playoffs. And I think here, this is where you're 5-1 up. Players, you're in a perfect position to close out Mirage, potentially head to Ancient. Yet now, they play this second half completely even. It's very tough, but it's their own doing. Patini, great find, and Volterra. We touched upon how an incredible time he's had on the T side emerging out of ramp. He gets a triple there. Watch that one again. I don't know whether you saw that. You might have blinked. Just the triple kill so quick.
It is madness what some of these pistol rounds can provide in terms of sort of highlight-worthy moments. And Volterra, the player in the spotlight for that one. But it's a pistol round, so players are not allowing Dusty Roots to actually go on to take the lead. Going to be keeping this one competitive. I am very curious to see what Dusty Roots T side is going to be like on this map, because you see a lot of teams just sort of falter on Mirage when they do move over to that side. So yeah, I'd be interested if this is a game that they can continue, or maybe they did just prolong the inevitable. Players are going to be able to sort of just dominate them on this CET. But yeah, regardless, it's been a great game to watch so far.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think Dusty Roots, you can kind of see from the statistics, they're a side that obviously prefer the CT side, but haven't looked bad on the T side in the past. Nice find from Huggy here. Timing on the HE is perfect. So much damage onto both Max and Toto. Thought we'd see another round where Max Core can find, 3-4 kills on an eco, but denied by the sidearm there of Huggy. Vital round for Dusty Roots, though. They've got to win this one. Otherwise, players can extend 10-6, and that's where things get a little bit out of control.
Oh, interesting there. So Spinny wanted a drop, but the rest of the team not in a position where they particularly could do an incredible one. So Mifbutini, who was running the MP9, sold all his util to drop that over to Spinny and bring out an AWP himself. So we weren't actually going to seemingly have an AWP in this round if Spinny wasn't desperate to have a gun of his own.
Yeah. Yeah, MP9, FAMAS in play. It's not the end of the world. Look, I think it's certainly a formidable buy.
Yeah, when obviously Matt Score isn't on his specialist weapon as well, it feels like it just gives that CTs the one-up in that department as well. Flashbang. Oh, not a flashbang, just a smoke. I thought it was a flashbang with it. Peek. But no flashbang with it, just going to be peeking in dry. This top middle has been taken from Dusty Roots. Mifbutini's AWP. Easy time finding 1962 in apartments. He tries to make some presence over there.
Yeah, I think what we do have to say is Dusty Roots, they're still operating with the kind of same kind of T-side approach as what we saw on Dust. It's, a late approach into middle, claiming this control, forcing their opponents to use as much util as possible. I like the game plan. I think it works out really nicely. It's a great way to kind of opt for your defaults. Looks as though they are going to be making their way towards B. Look at the space. Look at the control that Toto's taken here. This fight between Huggy and...
Oh, it's not going that well. Toto will actually find one and gets out of dodge before the CT play can get the trade. Huggy in short with one. You've still got Mifbutini on the bomb site as well. Who does connect. Huggy will go down, but it's all on Friguti.
Nice find.
I've got a pretty crazy stat for you here, Fred. So far from what we've seen from players, they've had 7 opening kills won. The Dusty Roots 8. 6 of them have come from Tommy.
Yeah, look, I think Tommy's had a very good game so far.
But it does feel like you'll have to come to a point where if Tommy isn't finding those opening kills, there's a severe lack of them on the side.
Yeah,
of
lack of threats. And I think when you kind of have moments like that where Tommy's taking a bit of a risk, kind of grey screening through a smoke, and I think moments like that where it goes against you, that's where you can see a real lack of success. Speedy approach here towards the B-bomb site. 1962 hoping to find. They can take down this rifle. There's certainly a chance. Weapons now been retrieved. Needed the smoke there. Goes against them. Spinny will get one. Needs to be found here. Tommy doing so much work in this round. He's found 2 kills so far. And this is where the CTs have got to save.
Brilliant from Tommy again. You see he finds one with the retrieved M4. The nade through the smoke. Not helping Volterra, I think it was. And then you've got the player towards short, playing on the pillow. Rather than Tommy just taking a couple of seconds to reload that M4, he knows he's got to press the issue now before he's able to find a kill, before he's able to do any damage and allow the CTs a chance in this round. So he just switches to the tech and gets aggressive. It's an important round and something that we've seen a lot today, these half buys be pretty unsuccessful. Particularly in that first series where it felt like barely any of them were coming through or even being that competitive. But Dusty Roots, they needed that one to deny players getting double digits and keep this one on the cards.
Yeah, look, I think for Dusty Roots, it's a round like that where when you have the weaker weapons, you have kind of obviously, a much lower chance of finding success. But it's where rounds like that go your way, you can see a real turning point. Because you look at the money, you look at the finances for players. A loss here, we could be seeing a leveled up game, and then it kind of comes to a point where one loss of a round, one mistake, could be all done.
I mean, any idea whether this one's going to be ending? We've seen a decent amount of rounds, seen 16 rounds of play so far. Do you feel that you're any closer to an outcome?
I actually think the result of this round will be the entire game. I think if Dusty Roots win this, they take it, they've got a chance. I think if players convert, then it's theirs to find. I think actually round number 17 will be the most important round for both of these sides in this map, in this whole series, potentially.
Well, does come true. Myth AWP, nice and easy find onto Tommy as the B hit starts to transpire, but Myth too much freedom until Fraguti finally shuts him down. He's coming alive in these last couple of rounds as well. Yeah, through the molly is Huggy though. I like the idea. Going to get found by Max though. Smoke to land towards door. Toto.
Yeah, excellent positioning as well. Toto, it seems as though he's got the same kind of game plan as Huggy. Okay, Toto nearly falling there. Players are low, but the positioning of Fraguti is excellent. As you touched upon, certainly is coming alive towards the latter portion. But with Dusty Roots winning that one, finances are reset here, and we've seen moments from Myth Butini, but he's going to be without the big green unless if we see some craziness in this next round off the eco. And I think this is where Dusty Roots, they can have a real chance.
Yeah, it's awkward for Toto though. I think he's paranoid that by the time he properly shifts on through, they're either going to look back to him or already be taking the bomb site. So he just tries to pull the trigger then and there, almost gets turned on, but I think one and done, just making sure he doesn't get traded is a good enough spot for him to find himself in. You see that final CT, they tried to rush things there knowing that it's only a 1v2 on the bomb site, but straight into the waiting arms of Fraguti. A lot of players here in window for the CTs, just trying to fade this smoke. I'm sure Maxwell's going to get this info and then probably just back away from there. Ooh. 3 players swinging, all of them out of window right now. The molly does finish off one. Tommy as well. Tommy's pretty low here, so he might just be calling for help from his teammates. And 1962 has arrived in underpass. I see Max called to go down instead. Well, the AWP's been retrieved, so it is just the one kill that's been found, but you touched on it. Unless we see some pretty crazy things, which actually Huggy had enough money, and yeah, I think he just realised.
Yeah, we'll drop the AWP over to Myth Butini. I didn't realise that Huggy's finances were so good. And I think the AWP for Myth Butini now is going to be so vital. I think if it was with a rifle, we'd be seeing a difficult one, but Dusty Roots, they've leveled things up now. They certainly have the chance to take it. And when you take into account that this game was so one-sided, that's where you do have to massively praise Dusty Roots for this kind of comeback. Obviously, they're not there yet, but if they do find it, I think we all know what we'll be saying. Needed the smoke for Guti. Attempting to emerge and Huggy falling. Volterra from CT. Spamming away. We'll be able to find Fraguti. Toto. Out of the sandwich smoke emerging. A lot of damage dealt to Tommy. Down to 1 HP.
The C's are a bit reluctant to actually hit here, and this is an issue because this is all the util they have.
It's going to be so obvious as well. They're looking to take space towards middle. There's no defender on the B bomb site currently. And now with the smokes fading, surely the CTs are going to get inquisitive. Dusty Roots have to just full W their way towards B. But the fact they're playing slowly, we could see Myth Butini rotate in. I don't really know what the idea is here for Dusty Roots.
See, they do have Tommy here with the AWP, which would be a real good sort of selling point. Now, there are still players towards A, but the issue is no one's peeking on players at all to give him this chance. Dusty Roots need to make the decision now. I think Tommy's trying to get some info, but they just need to go and finally slowly creeping their way out towards B, which is still an unmanned site.
Yeah, it's all about what... If Tommy can get 1 kill here, I think that's all that's needed. 1 kill. And we're looking at a possible round. Look at Tommy. Oh, Myth Butini barely spots him, but we'll take him down. Enough time for the plant. There's a smoke. There's no defuse kit, though. This could be problematic. Bomb's gone down now. 3 to be retaking here through market. We've got a great position from 1962. He's got to win this gunfight, though, in short. X and S. He's been climbing down the ladder. Great positioning. 1962 will find. Timing on the swing's excellent from MaxCore. And now all on Miputini, realizing doesn't have the chance of the round, so he's going for the save. Dusty Roots, they will take the lead here with only 3 more rounds needed.
It looked really chaotic. It looked dicey at times. But somehow the call hope that Tommy can find something. Probably should have found Miputini. Just overlooked the angle. And got taken down at his advantage. But you can see, you touched on it, the lack of util. They had a smoke and that's it. They had no defuse kit. So players just had to try to swarm their way onto the bomb site. And one overlooked angle, one overlooked swing, 2 players line up.
Look, he barely sees him. This shot from Miputini is everything. The lineup, though. MaxCore fortunate there. Miputini does have the AWP here. He saved quite a lot of money, so he can bring out the AWP in the next. Finances for Dusty Roots are just so good. Even if they lose this one, they're going to get a perfect buyout in the next. We should be seeing an 11-9 scoreline, though, in favour of Dusty Roots. Miputini, certainly the one to watch here in this round.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one to watch in so many of these rounds. He's having a good game.
Yeah,
but
obviously.
he's going to need to be a difference maker to a level that we haven't seen yet. If there's any chance of players denying, there's 11th for Dusty Roots.
It's going to be the split attack. The problem is, Volterra's in a good position. If there was a player creeping out of Palace, Miputini would go down, but there'd be a trade. Oh, information gathered. Missed shot there. 1962 now creeping in middle. He's got to find this frag, really struggling. Taken down by Miputini, a 4-on-4. Utility being sent now. All to deal with Miputini out in the open. Smoking Palace, Volterra spotted. So much damage dealt to Toto. We see Miputini fall, just a 1 kill found. Aware of Spinny's position. X&S throwing that util as well. The nade from Fraguti finding. Miputini does have enough to bring out the AWP in the next, but Dusty Roots, they do deal with that round quite nicely. 3 survivors as well. They've got enough money to buy pretty much until the end of the game. All it takes now for players, 1 mistake, and Dusty Roots will go 2-0 in the Swiss stage. The finances are too weak. It's going to be FAMAS's, maybe an M4 at best on a player who gets a kill, but that's going to be the conditioning factor. Players have got to find this round now. Great opener though, MaxCore taking down Miputini. This was a 5-1 scoreline here for players. It's on the T side as well. They looked unstoppable here on Mirage.
And just 4 rounds since that point. Really struggled with certain individuals of Dusty Roots. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've certainly dug them out of a few issues here. Although, what a turn from Tommy!
Should never be happening.
And this is where emphasizes Spinny's game, though.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
6 kills.
Not only does it emphasize Spinny's performance, but also Tommy's. If he doesn't hit that instant headshot, he goes down there. Great idea from Huggy, but 1962 finds. MaxCore can double. And that is 12 now for Dusty Roots. They've got 3 opportunities to close out the series and head to that 2-0 spot in the Swiss stage.
I mean, we've got to watch this Dusty Roots side multiple occasions. Don't get me wrong, not necessarily this roster, this full 5, but MaxCore, 1962 and Tommy. We've seen them plenty of times. I have never seen these guys step up to this degree at the same time. MaxCore playing out of his mind. Tommy as well is looking unstoppable. I'd bet on him to win a 1v5 right now. He's playing that well. The individual looks so sharp.
The 2-man team in full effect here for Dusty Roots.
Fraguti as well, second half. What a showing he's had.
Yeah,
Very quiet so far, but second half really stepped up.
And look, Toto's 12-12. Like, you know, he's neutral. He's not really done kind of masses of success, but also not been a negative outlet. I think in comparison to Spinny, it's really tough. It's really hard. Volterra playing close here towards ramp. Toto disciplined here. A play through Palace, maybe not the best idea. Mid Poutini gonna get caught out in the open, will go down. The player towards ramp in Volterra can get one, but quick trade from Fraguti. A 3-on-3 now. Huggy here towards Connector. We've got a flank from XNS. It is all about the CTs making sure they survive for as long as possible. Jiggle out, Connor 1962, the one tap. Should save and secure here, but Dusty Roots, Spinny, he's had a quiet game, but what a moment there. HU grenade landing. Spinny's got one of his own. Max Core's reposition is excellent. Onto the Tech 9 though. For a player who's done so much on the AWP, he feels confident with the sidearm and Spinny takes him down. I think if Max Core uses the AWP there, I think he wins that one, but players still surviving.
Yeah, just about. I mean, it must have been relayed that Spinny was low. It had to have been called.
Yeah, a bit of
There's
misinformation.
2 players in CTs, both shooting at him. Info for Max Core must have been he's low HP. Not the case, but it's still a chance, and it should have been around for Dusty Roots. Look at this double from Spinny. How has he got this?
Yeah.
I mean, there I would be expecting him to be low as well.
Yeah, obviously. But it's brilliant from Spinny there. I think when you are in those kind of unwinnable scenarios, you're going to get pushed by 2, take the fight to them and see what you can do with it.
But the player that we criticised the most as well on plays, 6 kills, he got 3k in that one. Half his kills in 1 round, and it's the most important round for players. A lot more needed where that came from though. Still 2 chances for Dusty Roots.
The problem is, look at the buy from players. They've got a FAMAS, they've got an MP9 in play. Utility not perfect. And as I mentioned, Dusty Roots, they're going to be getting investments until the end.
At least a few skits in this one for players though, so these retakes aren't going to come as down to the wire.
This altercation between Fraguti and Myth Poutini, I think, dictates the whole game. If Fraguti finds his kill, the rotations towards A are going to be pretty slow. Huggy has just backed away, but he's got an MP9 playing from jungle. Never to be favoured in that fight.
Yeah, Dusty was just slowing things down. They're getting ready for this A split.
Yeah, I like it. Myth Poutini, though, we've seen what he can do in big moments. AWP in hand. Toto and Tommy to be pushing out, and not the greatest shots from Huggy initially, but he gets the double. A big moment from Huggy. It's now 1962 for Fraguti and Max Core to win this one in 1962. A player who rarely has these huge moments. A great double. He's playing closer here towards Con. XNS confined. Can double as well, and Fraguti taken down by Spinny. All to come down to round 24.
Yeah, got a little bit frantic at the end, it felt, for Dusty Roots. There's a smoke landing towards Connector. You can see 1962 thinks there's a player there, but he's low HP and just takes this fight. And because he goes down, it allows for his teammate to get swung onto as well. Just needed to play that one a little bit more patiently. Wait for the utility. 1962 can play a close angle holding that Connector rotation. And it won't really matter if he's low HP, if he's overlooked, but just takes the fight instead, and that one sort of unravels the round.
Yeah, look, a great double from XNS, a great double from Huggy. The one playing close here, they're going to go for a simple execute. I don't mind this from Dusty Roots. I think they've slowed things down quite a lot of these rounds, so they are opting for a bit more speed, but it's still going to be this split through middle. Or maybe it's an A fake into a B play. Players might be in the position where they've got to take a gamble, they've got to over-rotate. So I think we're going to see utility sent from Dusty Roots, reclaim the bomb, and obviously space taken from the 2 in apartments. That's got to be the game plan here. But no, they go towards under. Utility coming down now at the 1 minute mark. Double molly sent from Fraguti from both the top and bottom of Balk. Max Core sending the flash towards the close angle of ramp. With the smokes down, though, the CTs, they are going to be fixating here in middle. Spinny spots out one. Quick trade from Tommy, though. Volterra in connector. Miputini pushing through this smoke. Miputini with work to do here. He will get his first. The need of the smoke, though, Fraguti can find him. A 2-on-3 here. Man advantage for players. Volterra a little bit isolated. 2 HE grenades in play here now. The smoke's going to fade. Fraguti has spotted him towards stairs. Maybe not realizing it, though, fully. HE grenade landing. Great find. 1962 traded, though. And we will see it go to overtime. Players can progress. They keep themselves alive here on Mirage. Dusty Roots. We've seen so much threat from them, but in the last 3 rounds, Charlie, MaxCore and Tommy only got 1 kill each. And that's where you can clearly identify what happens when these two players aren't the dominant factors for Dusty Roots.
I mean, the rounds got so close. Every single one of them. It really could have been. You play those 3 rounds out again 100 times. And I think it'd be an even 50-50 split in terms of where they go. But it's just unfortunate on this occasion, Dusty Roots don't get a single one of them. Because they had all the chances they needed, but that first one, that first opportunity, they're going to be kicking themselves at. Man advantage and Spinny gets a double while being pushed by 2 players.
Exactly, yeah. Look, and I think now for players, they brought themselves to overtime. They probably feel as though they should have won Mirage after those first 5 rounds. But at least they've got themselves that kind of safety net with overtime. They can take that breath of fresh air. Again, we're seeing this take towards middle from Dusty Roots. And players have already used quite a lot of utility. I'd like to see some space taken here, though. A vast majority of the time, players, they use all this util, yet they don't have control, and they're opting for it here, but Toto gets a freebie onto Huggy. Opening kill going the way of Dusty Roots. And now, a 2-2 split on the bomb site. A tough decision here. Players, are they going to look to make a gamble? Well, they have. They boosted Spinny up here towards B. Not a bad idea, to be fair. An overlooked angle, surely not to be thought about in a moment like this.
It depends on the short plays. Depends how quickly we see Tommy push up. Because that's where he can be the one to spot first.
Ooh.
What a find from MaxCore, and there's Tommy striking onto Spinny's boost. What on earth is that orb shot from MaxCore?
And look, the first round where Tommy and Max get kills, we see them find success. Players, although they took it to overtime, it's still an uphill battle. It's still a tough game for them. They might have kind of had that sigh of relief, yet up against it once again.
Yeah, a hunt here is actually pretty important. It's not going to come through. The players are very likely going to be able to save, but just due to sort of the money that it is, if everyone buys again, you might be in a spot where Miputini might not be able to get an AWP in the round after. But basically, all it needs is 1 player to save if you're going to lose all 3 rounds. It's not going to be an issue. They're going to have finances. That's going to be fine for the rest of OT now. But Dusty Roots, with a really important round there.
Yeah, and I think for them, they're just going to be saying, why couldn't we have done that in regulation? But look, I think they've got to forget about the last 24. Focus on the next 5, obviously, and winning this first one now. Huggy, though, I think that kill that he just gives up towards Under is quite unnecessary. And it forces a bit of a gamble. It forces a risk to be taken from players.
But a player like Huggy, who every single one of his kills feel insanely impactful, for him to be one of probably the most impactful players on this CT side right now, it does feel, yeah, it's a bit of a cheap way just to give that kill up.
And it seems as well, nearly every single one of Huggy's kills comes from a place of him being in the right position, him kind of outbraining his opponent. I don't think it's always about kind of his individual ability, not to take away from that ability, but a vast majority of the time he's had an excellent read, he's been in a great position, whether it was the T side lurks, whether it's kind of the CT side repositions, yet there, that comes from a place of, not strength, it comes from a place of weakness going for a play like that in the last. No bloodshed yet. 50 seconds have been played. Molly here towards short. And I think it'll be a crunching connector. Huggy. Again. Great positioning. Going through the smoke. A bit of a risk there. But Toto will get said trade. X and S now. Repositioning towards short. It is going to be this A play though.
Yeah, spinning the sandwich. Volterra towards CT. No Myth Poutini to contend with this time round.
Yeah, he's defending the B-bomb site. Utility going to be sent over now. Flashbang to deal with the players on the site. Max Court double scoped, hoping for a swing. The molly there. Oh, the molly indicates everything, Spinny. And nades coming your way, mate. There's two, in fact. 1962. A great find here. Volterra, though, with a big kill. Keeps this in this 3 versus 3. The lurk from Toto's excellent. Myth Poutini still here towards shore. He can deny the plant, though. He will find the kill. He's got full utility as well. And Volterra now could look to deny the plant. Fraguti, has he spotted him? Certainly not. It's the low HP of Toto now. 1 versus 2. Reposition now into window. Jumps towards short. Myth Poutini, he's not heard this. I love the idea. Myth Poutini does have a smoke. It's a stick of the bomb, though. Oh, okay. Volterra. I love the idea behind that. Full stick of the bomb.
Yeah,
very cheeky.
That's the thing. He could have just swung out wide, taken down the bomb diffuser, but from that range, just not being able to hear it.
Yeah, obviously.
Should have maybe had a little bit of a quick glance towards, but yeah, things definitely get dicey there with the denial of the bomb. I really thought we were having Toto play on the bench initially to hold for that, but the fact that it is just playing deeper, not actually getting the instant trade onto Myth Poutini, which would have changed the round.
Yeah, most definitely, yeah. I think Volterra quite fortunate there to find Fraguti, but even still, utility coming out here towards the A-bomb site. It's just a simple A execute. There's no lurk in middle. This is something Dusty Roots, time and time again, have had, in this one. All 5 players just to make their way through, and the nades of the smoke are excellent. Volterra finds 2 in this one. 2-man advantage here for players. Bomb to go down. Toto under pressure. Spots out both. Needs to find this second here onto Huggy. The reposition from Toto's brilliant. He's been able to maneuver to sandwich here. 1962 playing in ramp. Max core towards default. Positioning's pretty decent.
Yeah, and time is ticking. Bomb about halfway ticked. CTs need to start to move. Max core spotted. And things are starting to get unraveled now. It's all on 1962. Tries to make the jump across. Gets fouled out from that, and players win the first half of overtime.
I've got to say, it's a bit of an unnecessary risk there from 1962. I think a moment like that, look, you're in a 2 versus 3. It's not easy, but
yeah, it's awkward. I mean, this round here, this one going the way of players, made things awkward. I mean, look, we got to see a bit of a resurgence on the CT side from Dusty Roots. Still a chance they can bring things to double overtime, but players certainly finding themselves in a very good spot now, because they were the ones initially with a big lead on this half.
Yeah, now look, Dusty Roots up against it. They need to find all 3 here to win it in first overtime. Obviously 2 on that CT side to push to a second. Toto systematically spamming through in an attempt to find a cheeky opener. Spinny. He's already here in window. It's all about how much pressure they can apply towards connector. Because if they can, they'll completely disregard any player in window. Myth Poutini finding Tommy. Great find there. The double AWP in play as well. Not worked out. Great from Huggy there. Huggy finds another. It's a 2 versus 5 already. Players should be able to find themselves that all-important 15th, but in fact, Max caught a nice AWP shot there. 1962 as well. Just staying tucked. The fight for Volterra, he's completely alone. If 1962 wins this one, the molly's going to land. Trapped in the Molotov, Max got finding. It's a long way round for XNS. Smoke landing in Palace. We need to see a tap of the bomb soon. We need to see some form of movement. Flashbang coming through. It is just the tap, though. Full stick coming through now. XNS. It's all about timing in XNS. It's Huggy, in fact, that can deny the plant. Or the defuse, even. Huggy finding 4 in that one. Absolutely brilliant. But it's the fact that the 2 players on the A bomb site find nothing.
Yeah, sort of the trade in the buddy system there in that round for players that gives them that initial start, that initial lead that they needed. I mean, obviously, Dusty Roots, they're not going to be aware of it, but a stick at the bomb earlier probably win the round.
Yeah.
Matt's call posted up, and that probably would have sealed it. But, yeah, they needed to sort of force the T's into a position, an uncomfortable one, far earlier, which they just didn't do. But, obviously, it was a round that was massively favoured for players. Dusty Roots fought it really close, but at the end of the day, if they lose this game, that's going to be the story, isn't it? You bought it close in so many rounds in this game in general, but you can't get it over the line. It says it all.
I've got to say, Charlie, there's no information of where those final 2 players are, apart from that they're not in Con and they're not in CT. There could be a player deep in Jungle, there could be one in Palace, there could be a player in Ramp, there could be a player towards Firebox. If MaxCore throws that smoke on the bomb instead of towards Palace, they could have gotten it instantly, and that's the round 1.
Well, it's all on Dusty Roots now. They had the map points, they had the series points.
Yeah, they had
Now
3 opportunities.
Now it's players' turn to have that map point on Mirage and bring us to that 3rd and final map of Ancient.
You've got to imagine players, now that they've been given this opportunity, they cannot falter. Mid-Patini, he's had big moments with the AWP. Bit of a spam from 1962. XNS has heard this. It's going to be a play through the B-bomb site. XNS peeking, but Mid-Patini finding, and Spinny spots out Toto. This could be all over, Charlie. Tommy will get one, though. The swing here, excellent, but the Molotov forcing him out. Huggy's in a great position again. And it's MaxCore, a 1 versus 4. And Mirage surely to go the way of players. A long drawn out map, but players, it goes as expected after we saw those first 5. Although, Dusty Roots, it was 12-9. They should have won that one. You think of that FAMAS round from Spinny and CT. Single-handedly saves his team. And it wasn't for nothing. They do find success, and now we push to Ancient. And obviously, we know the difficulties this might pose for Dusty Roots. But the fact that...
Yeah, I mean, Dusty Roots have to be kicking themselves for it. That was a perfect chance for it. And you touched on that round versus Spinny. You don't get a better chance than that to close out a map. The fact that somehow the impossible was able to be made by the lowest performing player in the whole server sure says it all. And even 1962 towards the end of that game started to come alive and step up as well. He was super negative. Brought things back a lot more, but it wasn't enough. You gave players an inch, and they certainly did take that mile.
Yeah, and I think when you look at those final 3 rounds, both Tommy and MaxCore only got kind of 1 kill each in those final 3 rounds of regulation, and obviously that was what costed them winning Mirage. But obviously we head to Ancient. We understand this is a map that players have looked far favoured on in comparison. Dusty Roots, as you said, they're going to be so disappointed with that, especially because it is that 2-0 spot that's up for grabs. Obviously, Ancient going to be underway in about 10-15 minutes time, but beforehand, we jump to a break. An impressive comeback from Dusty Roots on map 2, but it wasn't enough. They had 3 opportunities to take it in regulation and sadly fumbled. But look, Spinny, he had a really tough start to the game, but what a moment from him in CT, that double kill with the FAMAS. He had big moments in overtime as well. And obviously with players finding victory, we push to Ancient. And obviously we've seen statistics, we've seen recent results, and I think we are going to be favouring players going into this last one. But obviously we've spoken about how stats can sometimes be a little skewed. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings as we head into this next one?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, statistically, things aren't great for Dusty Roots on Ancient. They certainly had the chance to be able to take this one in a 2-0 fashion. Well, I say a chance. They probably should have closed it out in a 2-0 fashion, if we're being honest. Yeah, Ancient has not been great for them recently. I suppose when you do look at sort of players that look on Ancient as well, it hasn't been unbelievable.
Yeah.
It has been solid enough. A little bit up and down in results, which you see from a lot of teams, similar rankings right now. They certainly can lose this map. That's what we're trying to say. But yeah, it's just for Dusty Roots, it's more so the fact that they did get a victory on it recently, Fred. Yeah. It was a very dominant victory, but apart from that, they've only sort of been dominated themselves on this map.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, the worst part about that one is they had that dominant victory and then went on and lost the series. So I think for Dusty Roots, obviously if they can show dominance here, then excellent. But I think we all know they probably should have won here on Mirage. And the fact that now players have got the opportunity to have Ancient, and I think many people would have thought when in the vetoes, okay, well, why have they picked Mirage? Surely they should have picked Ancient. But it is this kind of third and final. But obviously such a big game for both sides. Treat it like a best of one as we head into the action here on Ancient, because the winner of this, may we remind everyone at home, will be going 2-0 in the Swiss stage. So a big game, a really important final match. And the question is, in about 40 minutes time, who will be the victor?
Yeah, and rightfully so. Dusty Roots, they've had the chances, but players, if they can make this reverse sweep happen, if they can go on to take this one after being down and out on Dust, even more so on Mirage, I think it'll be a huge accomplishment for them.
Yeah, look, it would be ridiculous.
Piss round, nothing all too quick just yet. Dusty Roots taking their time. Here's X&S with these jewelies on top of the box in Cave, but B not necessarily going to be the play.
Altera. See what he can do with this P2000 on top balcony and Mirage, and a nice find there onto Max Court. X&S as well with these jewelies. He's in a great position. All contact, all kind of pressure been taken away. Huggy finds one towards ramp. Finds one in middle, sorry. Altera finds the last in ramp. Good start for players. Definitely how they want to begin. An interesting stat here, Charlie. MaxCore and Tommy Jed across the series have 90 kills combined. Their remaining teammates have 85. Which truly just goes to show how much these two players are doing for that side.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. And you do worry a little bit if one or both of them aren't playing to the same level in this one. But I mean, last time out that I got to witness Volterra on this map, he had an absolute performance, unbelievable showing. So he's someone I'm certainly going to be keeping my eyes on for this one. Mifuni wants to farm some cash to bring out the orb. Does find a couple of kills, so close to finding the third as well. So much damage in that round from him. Can bring out the orb if he wants, but one more kill would have made it a much easier decision.
Yeah, definitely. Look, we see it there. The real kind of problem with the CT molly. Miputini drops it. The molly is fully formed by the time players start pushing through. It's only doing about 20 damage. Pretty ridiculous there. Obviously, you know, it hasn't changed the whole round or anything like that, but it truly shows how poor these CT mollies are at the moment.
Well, the initial portions of mid has been taken from the T's, and now with Tommy nearby, they're going to fully clear out the rest of it. With Myth, Boutini, and Donut with this orb.
Yeah, I think it's the right play. Get the big green out as soon as possible. I like this double cave setup from Tommy and Huggy. Altera playing in the corner, swinging forward. Only one found there from the double cave setup. And now with Spinny with so much work to do, he's the lone B defender. Bit of an awkward fight for both players there. But Dusty Roots, they're in this 4 versus 2. And surely just a save out of Miputini and X&S. We can see an investment in the next from players.
Yeah, keep these guns alive. I mean, Dusty Roots, they're going to be cautious about taking this bomb site. But no caution needed, as the bomb can get planted and the timer starting to go down. I'd be surprised if Dusty Roots go for that much of a hunt, if we're being honest. They don't have a lot of money themselves. There's no need to throw away your weapons and sort of kill your own economy just to find a couple of these saving players.
Yeah, now look. Dusty Roots realising, well, they are just going for the save. Sadly, I think, because it's so early on, Dusty Roots realise, well, there's no real value in looking for this hunt, is there? Obviously, searching for Myth Poutini is important, but with the lack of information and obviously the kind of lack of their own finances, they're not so hungry for this hunt. I think it's the right decision.
Well, round number 4 now. Obviously, the reinvestment from the CT side, and Dusty Roots successful as soon as their weapons are in play. Obviously, though, coming off the back of that 13-1 victory against MIBR Academy. You're going to be hoping Dusty Roots have a bit of confidence on their ancient, despite only having that 17% win rate in the last 20 months. Toto, great kill in middle. Keeps his teammate alive, more importantly. And now Dusty Roots, there's no need to go searching anymore. You found the kill towards middle in Huggy. Well, they are starting to take this space towards house.
Yeah, I like the idea of this.
3 players as well.
Yeah, definitely something that's going to be unaccounted for. Mipitini's got to find this pick, though. He's got to take down Tommy, and he will be able to do so. And now the idea of heading towards B becomes quite difficult. No smoke to deal with this either. X and S just holding here in CT. Dusty Roots, they're kind of waiting for players to overextend, but because of the deep positioning of Spinny, there's no need for players to be kind of too hungry to push back into red. No one going to be creeping in Donut. Donut is the right play for Dusty Roots, though. Because of all of this time, they probably will be realizing that A main can be a point of contention, but they've only got the one Molotov, and surely that's going to be used for Brokey. There we have it. Spinny can deny the plant. Opting to maneuver to safety here was the low HP of 1962 holding towards A main.
Yeah, just playing this a bit more cautiously.
I'll be honest, I really don't like it. I've got to say. Spinny's kind of lost his timing, and players are going to eventually realise there's definitely the chance for there to be one towards A main. Spinny was the player in A main, and he's the last player to find contact between these two. I think it's a real poor decision there.
Yeah,
I get it.
He just about keeps himself alive even. I mean, it felt like as soon as we saw MaxScore find 1 kill in middle, that was the game plan, right? Take down MaxScore. But even if they did do so, which they did eventually after he sort of killed the retake in himself, you wouldn't have had much time. You still have no space taken. You don't have any info towards Donut. You barely have any info towards CT or Temple. Yeah, it feels like Spinny... Honestly, it should have been as soon as Spinny says, okay, they're towards A, let's speed this up a bit. Let's not let them get set up into a post plant. You make noise quickly, throw presence, and then I'll strike from A main, and then you sort of come off of that.
Yeah, I think the problem with all of that is it's all contingent on the round not kind of slipping apart and Dusty Roots not looking to refight in middle. And I think if Spinny just plays close towards A main, he's got the chance to deny the bomb with, 15 seconds left. He can find that low HP 1962. I think for the positioning that he's taken and the excellent positioning it is, somewhat wasted, I've got to say. Dusty Roots now, they can look to find themselves their third. Obviously with the save weaponry, Mipitini searching for something in A main, but MaxScore finds, and to me, that's the round over now. The fact that the orb's fallen for nothing, no one to retrieve the weapon, so much unknown to kind of where these final players are. Spinny going down as well. Nothing that players can really do in this scenario. Unarmoured, P250 and 5.7. Is that P250 or P2K on X and S? Oh, there's the answer.
I was gonna guess P250, but now it feels wrong. Feels like I don't get my guess.
No. Well, of course you say that now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, big turnaround from Dusty Roots here, though. Obviously, losing the first 2 rounds. They're now not only on the board, but they're going to be taking the leads here. 1962 can clean up these final 2 players. Will do so after taking a bit of chip damage from Volterra, but that's round number 3 on the board. Weapons can obviously be invested, but you can see they're just sort of teetering over that 4K mark. So I see a few missing pieces of util here or there. Perhaps seeing no defuse kits. Volterra sold his utility to bring out a FAMAS and full util instead. So yeah, a couple of FAMASes. There is a defuse kit on Volterra as well.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision. Look, I think utility here is going to be so important for players. And obviously that kit for the retake. What do we think, Jolly? We've seen 5 rounds of play. Any leaning, kind of any idea?
I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Dusty Roots. As soon as their weapons are out, yeah, they've looked good. Look sharp. We're seeing multiple players stepping up. And MaxScore will find one. There's still a second here.
Yeah, and he's going to be aware that it's probably a second. Not quick enough to find that kill, but X and S This is all going to be out of timing. Look at Tommy. He's towards ramp. He just needs to look left. Is he disconnected? Tommy can't make his way towards CT, and he's going to have to hurry things along because there can be casualties here on the A-bomb site. And Miputini's been posted here towards Big Box, what feels like forever. Miputini will get one. We do have this late flank, though, from Tommy. Oh, Miputini! Great awareness! Can find now. 1962 in an excellent position, though. Miputini, he's found 3 kills so far, but sadly won't be enough. There's no time.
I mean, this is what I mean. This is why it said on Dusty Roots, players are stepping up, not just MaxCore, not just Tommy. 1962's had a great start to this game as well, and he's, I mean, if he's able to continue this would be very scary because he's performing similar to the likes of MaxCore or Tommy on the other 2 maps.
Yeah, and obviously Tommy's gone a little bit silent, 1 and 5. Seemingly where Tommy's kind of left off, we've seen 1962 lift off. It's been brilliant. There's been moments where his kind of one-taps have been insane, and then you see him spray, and you're like, okay, well, this has gone a little bit wrong now. A lot of utility down towards ramp. Raguti, though, isolating quite nicely. It's the CZ, in fact, of XNS that can find. And as a CZ enjoyer yourself, I'm sure you're happy to see it find a frag.
Oh, we're not done there, are we? Well, it looks like we are, as he's got the AK in hand. Hoping someone else could pick this up, but Spinny's the Eagle almost denying the bomb planter.
Yeah, that would have been monumental, that. Not only just for the kill, but kind of forcing Dusty Roots into a frantic scenario. Bettini is tucked away playing for exits. I like this. Great position. Tommy's just cleared this out. I think it might be an idea to save towards A main. Oh, they go towards CT instead. A great decision from Dusty Roots. They won't realise it, but whoever's made the call.
That something feels a bit off towards A main.
Yeah,
Not interested in that one.
(5-2) though now, and obviously players, with this being a map that we have seen a lot of success from them in the past, I think Dusty Roots, so far so good. They've looked promising so far on their T side, and it's usually their T side that they fall flat on.
Yeah, and a good start. I mean, looking like a different team in comparison to what we've seen from them previously. Maybe this is something that they have worked on sort of since things were going very poorly from them. Obviously, we saw a big difference to them against their MIBR Academy, and maybe this is just a continuation of that. But great opening kill on the Miputini, caught out in middle. And Huggy in house as well on the right side. Toto going to be clearing this. Oh, does get dinged. Ball down to 1 HP, but the kill is found, and MaxCore rotating in to find Spinny, but the flank of Volterra is only able to find the initial kill.
XNS now looking to progress. In every moment, it seems like Dusty Roots, they have a contingency plan. Every kill that comes through from players, there's someone ready to get that trade. There's someone holding on to the angle. I don't know whether you registered this, Charlie, but the second that Miputini got taken down in middle, they was typing in the chat, and I assume that's for the tac pause.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Miputini. Maybe just being a bit annoyed that, why is no one covering this? Or what are we doing? How are they allowed to cross? What's the communication like? Things like this.
It's just a lack of presence in deep cave and a lack of control towards, outside B, and obviously no one holding shelf. But Dusty Roots, they've secured themselves 6, so worst case scenario, they tie the half. And that would be best case for players. And obviously, this game started off with players looking very convincing. We saw that pistol round success. It was an easy kind of round against the eco. Ever since the weaponry's been in play for Dusty Roots, though, it has been so effective. But as you mentioned, Charlie, 1962 has continued from that kind of initial round.
I mean, this is a player who, regardless of what series you're in, you're not expecting him to be anywhere near the top.
No, definitely
he
not.
Primarily is going to be on the bottom of the leaderboard. And that's just sort of who he is as a player, slightly in terms of the sort of the role he takes. But here we have it. What a game he's having. Great HE grenade to whittle away at Toto as they look to push onto this A-bomb site. XNS will find one. Still so many more players here, and Volterra's just having free range of it. Not that free though. M4 has been retrieved from Mifputini. There's no armor on these final two players. Oh, and the Molly in itself has done so much, but Maxcore, with a missed shot, he's relying a lot on Friguti.
Yeah, Friguti's in a great position. Right now, Maxcore doesn't actually need to peek at all. If he can just hold this right-hand side onto Spinny, that's all that needs to happen. Maxcore's done enough now. He just doesn't need to fight. Friguti gets the freebie. And now it's all on Spinny. Out in the open is Spinny. Swung on by both and found by Friguti. Nice luck from Friguti. We'll give the round, obviously, for Dusty Roots. That's now 7 found. Just to kind of touch upon what we've said about 1962, and look, I think a lot of the time you see a player and you see their kind of the last 3 months and you go, okay, you know, 0.9, it's not great, and kind of at the top level, you know, you look at the tier 1 scene, a lot of in-game leaders will have kind of less than a 1.0 rating or kind of a 0.9, 0.8. He's got a 0.73 rating going into this game, and that's taking into account this series where he's played okay. Just goes to show single-handedly how much impact he's had.
Yeah, hugely. Mifputini does get a kill back, but Dusty Roots with a big advantage still, and that's Mifputini going down.
Toto finds 3 here. Spinning. Silent dropping out. Volterra gets one as well. 4v2 down to a 2-on-2 in a matter of seconds. 1962 using this time, using this information to gain some ground. This fight onto Spinny will be everything but 1962 can find. And now Volterra. A little bit of damage dealt to him. I love this. Volterra's spotted towards B. Toto heads there. Volterra's never going to expect this. The problem is he's not in earshot of either bomb plant. So he's going to maybe shift towards A for a little bit and then realise.
Yeah, and that's what happened. It hasn't delayed a huge amount of time, but it all adds up.
That could be the difference. There's no defuse kit.
Toto's very out of this right now. But there's so much to clear. And not a huge amount of time. The molly could be given away. This time, there's the Molotov thrown. There's the tap of the bomb. And Toto, biding his time, will swing out. Kill is found, but no time.
And look, this is a round where it doesn't matter. Who cares if all players fall? It's not the end of the world. Money for Dusty Roots is pretty decent. It's just round by round. That's all that matters for them. But it's a nice clutch from Toto. 8-2 now, and Dusty Roots. Look, let's be honest. They probably should have taken Mirage. They looked very effective on Dust. The way they're playing here on Ancient is brilliant. I think they have been the better team throughout this whole game. And a lot of the weight, you look at players like Maxcore, like Tommy, and it's 1962 that's stepping up so massively here, which is quite nice to see from kind of a team basis. A lot of the time when you see Dusty Roots win a game, you're thinking, well, oh, well played Maxcore, well played Tommy. 8 of the smoke here, perfectly timed, 1962, the shot's so crisp as well. 1 versus 5 for Spinny. Not a single point of damage seen. This was a full buy, Charlie. Yeah. Not a single bullet, not a single nade. Even if they threw a smoke and it hit them, that would have been 1. Not a single bit of damage inflicted to the Dusty Roots side.
Yeah, this has been an interesting day in terms of some of the games that we've ended up seeing. Scoreline wise in particular. and just sort of the context of how the games have gone. But yeah, Dusty Roots, 1962 in particular, just spearheading Ancient in their favour, and players, there's not a lot of positives to take away from what we've witnessed so far. Feels a lot more reminiscent to Dust. Smith Houdini able to find two. Flashbang's good enough, but already the damage is being dealt. Missed shot from Max Score, but the tech instantly bought out. Oh!
Good question. Why are we seeing two players push through that smoke before the flash comes through?
You see a lot of teams like to have a player shift through that smoke to try and see if they can catch a timing if no one's directly watching that position. But, yeah, I mean, even then, I still hate it. A lot of teams do it, though. These are simple. You'd hope they would have been able to realise that maybe just waiting for the flash is slightly better. But it's a round for players. It's their third round. Still a pretty dire-looking CT side from this player's roster, and Dusty Roots are going to be feeling more than confident for that first half.
Only one full buy versus full buy going the way of players. And to be honest, it was less of their win and more of Dusty Roots' loss. Them just two players jumping and going out towards top round. No flash, no kind of support. No molly towards default or anything. Players have got a lot of work to do here in this second half. And it all starts here with the pistol. Spinny's having a really tough series, though. You know, before going into this game, 26 and 37. 2 and 9 right now. And Spinny's a player that usually is relied upon quite a lot. Nice find there from Toto. Tommy finds as well. This is where the CTs need to be cautious because although it's a pistol round, they had a two-man advantage, so they don't want to mess it up. Look at Toto's positioning, though. He's taking control of Bucket. This is the bomb alone. 1 versus 4. Volterra, what do you have to show? What do you have for offer? He has had so many kind of clutch moments in pistol rounds. So many big rounds, but surely not this one.
Yeah, this would be one that stands above the rest. I mean, I still remember not believing in the sort of pistol round magic, and then watching Ultimate win a 1 versus 5 in a game that I was lucky enough to get to cast. And yeah, since then I feel like I tried to never count anyone out of a pistol. But this one does seem tricky. 37 points of health. You sure you got a bit of a chance there before the smoke landed to take down Fraguti, but just the body shot, he somehow still remains. You got 3 players to try to clear and find. Make that 4 as Tommy's rotated in here as well.
Yeah, the problem is okay, yeah, he's trying to maybe cause some rotations, but they're all still sitting here outside B. Dusty Roots, they will take said pistol. 1962 finding 2 of those kills. He's 15 and 6. What a performance here. Absolutely brilliant.
Are you forcing of your players?
I don't really know what else you can do. Eco give up 11. Nah, I think you've got to force. You've got to just accept this is the position you put yourself in. You won 1 full buy on your CT side, your favoured side. You're really leaving it all up to just allowing 1 mistake to be had? I don't think so. I think it's a tough decision, but
it's a difficult one if you're confident on your T side. If you believe in your T side, which I think you have to if you're playing at this level, you will look at it and say, we've at least got a good chance. They had a lot of players survive in the last round. They've probably got a lot of cheap upgrades. They can have a lot of rifles, perhaps, which isn't actually the case. And I think you maybe just need to say, this round's always going to be difficult if we force. At least if we go for an eco, we know we can play our game plan.
Charlie, I think you know what's coming. You mentioned the rifles and the fact there's 3 SMGs in play. You know my thoughts on this. Because the CT side, we know the economy can be a little bit difficult. Realistically, they're going to be opting for full investment regarding utility. They're on the 1.4 loss bonus. This is not a bonus round. It's not a bonus round. If they lose this, Fraguti's on 3.7, Tommy's on 4.5, Max Score's on 4.6, The rest of the team are going to struggle to invest. They've still got 3 MP9s facing off against 5 rifles and utility. I always am so hesitant and so kind of argumentative to the fact of why are we seeing 3 SMGs in play. But 1962, he's been sent in on a mission. And a man on a mission is 1962 as he gets a great bit of damage off onto the second. A 2 versus 4 now. Great HE onto Myth Patini as well.
See, I was going to say, as a bit of a counter to the all the SMGs in around like this, is you are going to have better utility than the Ts. You can easily fall flat if you don't make use of that, though. And luckily in this one, yeah, it felt like the utility usage was good. Ts weren't exactly given a lot of room. I think it's a really good idea to sort of send 1962 in that advanced position when he is one of your stronger weapons. See if he can find something, get some work done. That's exactly what he did. See the MP9s pushing down ramp as well. Off of that control, off of that presence made. Yeah, it's a great round here from Dusty Roots and a real sort of final nail in the coffin, it feels, for players here.
I'll be honest, it's a 2 versus 4. I don't know why players don't just instinctively go, well, we're going to have to save. Maybe... I guess maybe they're just so used to being in a position where their backs aren't up against the wall in such a quick flip to the second half. But it's going to be an investment in the next from players anyway. And I think saving both those weapons would have been so vital. A lot of this damage is unconfirmed. So I think even just the risk of the one player peeking there in middle, not worth it. Surely we see a hunt here from the SMG of Fraguti. There's no downside. 12-3. Look, Dusty Roots, you had 3 map points on Mirage. You've now got 9.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah. It feels like they might have fumbled a little bit on Mirage. Not being able to close that one out. But to be fair, we wouldn't have got to see their Ancient. We wouldn't have got to see this domination. And I think... honestly, I think this is a good game for us to watch, but also a good game for Dusty Roots to be able to just sort of show us that, okay, this is a map that they can play on. Maybe just sort of discourage a couple of other teams from looking to pick it against them as, yeah, they've clearly done some work on it. Got a decent basis to build off of, and players, yeah, they've been humiliated a little bit here.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's definitely a tough one, and I think especially when they go into this game being the favourites on Ancient, kind of battling so heavily to win Mirage, but missed shot there from Max Core could be costly. 1962 just getting the 1. That can be an AWP retrieve now. Miputini's gonna be screaming for that one. Huggy's holding, Miputini's playing so close. Raguti now, this is such an important fight. Not ready for the AWP though. Great find from Huggy. Molotov, the indication that there's still a player here, and Huggy again. Nice second there.
Not going to be done the first time with our skip. But we've already touched on there's so many map points. Even if the game gets closer, I still think it has to be going the way of Dusty Roots at some point. Terrorists win. Weapons still in play.
Yeah, it's the fact that Max is still on an AWP here. There's still, 4 rifles in play, full utility on everyone but 1962. Oh, I like this in middle. Nice trades from Huggy as well. Tommy, though, pushing down ramp. Brings it to this 3 versus 3, and Tommy's taking so much space. I love this initiative. Absolutely brilliant. Max Core to defend in Donut. Players are crossing, but the bomb is yet to make its move. And there it is. The bomb drops. Yeah, and look at the positioning. This one should be over. Fraguti's got to realise there's a chance for a flank. He's still jiggling towards A main, though, and Fraguti. Oh, a slight look there. will go down, but great information. Positioning of Tommy's excellent as well.
I mean, his flank isn't going to be really a part of this round anymore, but what he's doing is just supporting his teammate and holding this bomb.
Yeah, there's another Molotov as well on Max Court. Huggy's going the long way around.
Yeah, it's a big gamble there.
I'll be honest, looking at Tommy's positioning, Huggy's not going to have much impact here at all. Ooh, Max Court, he sent the molly early. Won't have that impact. X&S going very loud here. There's 30 seconds left. Tommy's aware of it. He's had a slight look. Oh, the jumping shot there. Flashbang coming through towards main. Tommy gets one. Max Court posted up, and there it is. Tommy and Max Court to end the game here on Ancient. Somewhat symbolic throughout the whole of Dust, the whole of Mirage, and here on Ancient. Maybe not as prolific as we've seen on map 1 and 2, but it is those two players to win it here for them. We said recently, Dusty Roots, it was a 13-1 victory on Ancient, but expecting it to be a bit of a blip and maybe an asterisk on the resume, but excellent again from them, and from a side that have looked really good on Ancient in previous times. But Dusty Roots, they will progress to that 2-0 spot now. They've got 3 opportunities to get themselves to the playoffs, but what a game that.
Yeah, just a sort of miserable map number 1 and 3 there from players. Even on map number 2, we look at it into the real context of what the game felt like. That probably should have been a Dusty Roots map as well. So the fact that Dusty Roots came into this one with obviously not actually getting a win as of yet. I believe it was a forfeit win against Nitro. I want to say it was that they got one of their victories. You look at it in terms of that, we haven't actually seen them get a win. We look back to Series 7 as well. They were 2-0. They started things off 2-0, then lost the next 3 games in a row, not able to make it to playoffs. But this feels like this is the Dusty Roots that we've been wanting to see for a while.
Yeah.
Dusty Roots has been plummeting down the rankings since these roster changes, as rightfully so, things have not been going well. This could be that turning point, Fred.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, and I think it's an impressive performance from them. I think they needed a bit of life from the rest of the team. Obviously, we saw it from 1962 in that Ancient game, and for a player that has been pretty poor as of late, I think a game like that, I think he'll be thinking back to it. Any Ancient game that he plays in the next week, he's going to be thinking, well, last game on Ancient, I tore everyone apart. The AKs was just instant headshots. He looks so good on the T side. But I think a great performance from, obviously, from Dusty Roots. It's a little bit unfortunate for players. I think the fact that they had Mirage so positively, it goes against them. They bring it to overtime, and then they take it, and then they fall on Ancient. It's a tough one, but look, I think for players, they're still a side that, they're 1-1 now. It's not the end of the world. It's certainly the possibilities to make their way through. But obviously, Charlie, we said the last couple of days have been, quick 2-0s. We've had the 3-map thrillers so far, but the question is, will the remaining games be like that, as we've got Swingers against Shinden, and then Flamengo against Yawara coming up later. Obviously, though, it isn't going to be us two on the broadcast. You guys are going to be joined by the wonderful duo of DIO and Tune. So if you guys are staying tuned and are staying kind of within the stream, make sure to show them some love. But that's been it from us, and we'll see you for that next series in about 10-15 minutes time.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to more action here in the Champion of Champions store. We're in the South American region in its 8th series, and this is Group Stage Round 2, meaning deal that nobody is quite yet invited into the playoffs, but you may have already tasted the sweet honey of victory, or you may have already been defeated once. In this case, though, we're going to see some of the upper echelon matches, meaning that these teams have won their first round, and now they're trying to get that 2-0 record. I'm Toon. Welcome, everybody. I'm here with Dio the boy. How you doing, man?
Hello, man. I'm very, very excited to be here. Within all things considered, one of the scenes that has been on a bit of an outburst as of late is definitely the South American one. And today we are going to dispute the 8th iteration of this series, not only with very, very good teams, like you mentioned it, that have already tasted the victory in their grasp. Let's see who is going to have a double scoop of that, or if they're going to have 1-1 of bitter defeat. Because today, for the remaining 2 matches for the day, we're going to have Swingers against Shinden and Tropa do VE. It's Flamengo. It's the previously known Flamengo now against Yawara. So, of course, this is going to be quite an interesting match, to say the least. Here within this group stage, we've already seen 2 teams take victories. Both Dusty Roots and Elevate were able to get very good wins on 2 very good teams, right? I mean, getting a win on Uno Mille and players are definitely things that you can brag about here within this series.
For sure, and also we might see well, we are usually talking about people who have a pretty big history with the CCT itself. You might remember Swingers, Shinden, Dusty Roots, and everybody, even the players, competing in previous series, right? And even Yawara, of course. Like, these guys have a history with the CCT. It's definitely become one of the favorite tournament series. And here they are testing their luck once again. Shout out to both Dusty Roots and Elevate, who have now made it 2-0. And they're looking like they're getting their qualification real soon. But, of course, their opponents will come out of these 2 matches, actually, as Swingers, Tropa do VSCM. Oh, there you go. Swingers and Shinden are going to be the first ones to show off. And we have already seen these guys play. I said last time I saw the Swingers that I wanted their logo to be a pineapple, and I don't see a pineapple logo yet, so I'm hoping that they're working on that. But there you've got Shinden, of course, who have a mostly Argentinian roster. So how about we take a look-see at just that? Let's take a look at the rosters, and we've got Shinden first with Nacho Roy, Abiz, IVZ, and BK1. Our boy Roy actually playing today instead of being on the caster seat. Shout out to him. And of course, Shinden, well, last time in the last series, I believe that I saw them take a loss when I commentated their match. They actually did not make it through into the playoffs. They lost to Uno Mille, Team Solid, and Yawara, who is currently waiting on their chance to get playing, right? But you've got players who have a pretty solid career, ex-players from Boca Juniors, for instance, so you've got that core of Boca Juniors right here.
Yep, and we have actually seen, players like IVZ or IVZ, however you want to say it, pop off, right, with the AWP at times. So everybody's really had their moment to shine here within Shinden. So vamos a ver qué tal les va a estos jugadores argentinos. Shout outs to all the people who speak Spanish right now in the chat, obviously supporting their favorite teams. Let's go ahead and head over towards the next roster, which is, of course, going to be Swingers, who are composed of Ninjas, Venabeast, Ponter, Desh, and Malby. Venabeast being one of those names that, of course, you cannot forget. I think it's him along with Leo Monster that really live an impact because of how well they tend to play when they're on the battlefield. As of this moment, though, of course, you're also going to have Ninjas, you have Ponter, you got Desh, you got Malby. Malby previously playing for Hype Esports, so that's a very, very cool pickup, not going to lie. So, and I mean, the fact that they previously had, teammates like Leo Dark and BSD, that have gone on to really demonstrate and place themselves into this higher tier of play that we've seen constantly from these teams, of course, speaks well of what Swingers can do right here. So I'm very excited to see how this is going to be playing out, specifically within the vetos, because if you knew that, if you don't know it right now, I mean, you're gonna see one hell of a match here within the areas that we're going to be playing. So that's exactly what we're gonna be seeing here.
No, you will for sure, and you're going to get a taste of that with the map vetoes. Now, what's interesting, Dio, is that it's been like a few months now since the last time that I got to commentate Inferno, and now Train is the second map to be banned. Train, still testing the waters a little bit, but I have seen it become a bit of a more popular pick in recent times. Now, Ancient has been selected by the Swingers, meaning that Shinden will start out on CT, they would rather close it on T side, and then Nuke selected by Shinden, and of course that means that Swingers are going to get their initial CT push. Mirage and Anubis will not be played today. We're going back to the classic decider pick of Dust 2. Let the computer do its thing, and that's where we will be playing if we go to a third map.
Yes, and we've said it time and time and time again, right? I don't think it's anything that we need to even mess around or talk to about anymore. It's the fact that whenever you go into these very CT-sided maps, right, like Nuke and Dust 2, you obviously need to have your A game on the defense, obviously, but I think that within these CT-sided maps, it's even more important for us to have offense ready. Because if anybody can defend on these teams, on these maps, of course, I mean, if it's CT-sided, it'll be easier for you. But the hard part is actually getting that attack, and we've seen here historically, Toon. So no, I don't want anybody to think that I'm bashing on anything or anything like that. South America is notorious for being very good on the offense, while as their defense can be kind of lackluster at times. Ancient, obviously, being one of the only maps here within this pool of play today that does not follow that same rule exactly. However, Nuke and Dust 2, especially Dust 2, that you can't really pull anything new on this map, definitely going to be a contender to see what's going to happen today. So you got to have your offense great on both of these maps, because Ancient really favored on the T side, but then Nuke, CT is going to be a blessing.
That is the name of the game. You better make CT count, which is interesting to me how Swingers decided to go there first on CT, that is. They want to go out with a bang, or rather go in with a bang and make sure that they can ride the explosion till the very end. Whereas Shinden, well, you might look at their stats and say, yeah, they didn't do too well in the last series. Actually, a few of the big losses that they took were on Dust 2, for starters, of course, and then when they played against Game Hunters, they took a big loss. Sorry, no, they actually took a victory against Game Hunters. I'm looking at the wrong record. Give me just a second. When they played Uno Melee, they lost a Nuke on overtime, is what I'm trying to say. So an overtime loss is definitely something that you want to come back from, claim revenge, and hopefully this will be their chance to do just that. But back then, they did have a much better CT side. Now let's take a look at the map itself, Dio, because it's time for us to go into it. Production confirms it, the players are in, and the action is about to begin. So we are headed to Ancient once more, and Ancient is going to be a very interesting one. We already saw the distribution, and look at that, we're already well into the round itself.
Yes, we already see a lot of smoke distribution. We already have the first fight. It's actually going to be Crossfire right here. Where's the headshot? There it is. Nacho claiming the first blood here within this match. We actually see somebody else trying to cover up for him. It's actually going to be Ponter, the one who's already made his way through. Venabeast very ready. We see the dualies within the hands of Abyss. Not going to be very effective, especially right now since IVC gets a kill on ninjas. But now Ponter, I mean, he knows where he is. Is it the 2v1 that he was looking for? Ponter with the double kill. And Venabeast able to claim one more. So, ooh, this is a 1v1 very early on. No, actually, sorry. I thought for a moment that Ponter was gone. But no, it's going to be a 2v1 that is definitely doable. But, I mean, it is going to be Nacho, the one who is already trying to scurry his way through towards the site. See if maybe he can catch this player within the site off guard at this point, just slowly but surely making his way through House Tune. If he's able to get Ponter, I think if he's able to get Venabeast, I think that this is game over for Swingers, at least for this round.
But will there be an actual swing? This is the bait and switch, and there you go, the swing will be punished. Meaning now that Nacho has to commit to the fuse, and there's no more time. He will come across Venabeast, but I'm not sure. Yeah, he will get the kill, but even then, the bomb will explode. So it's a victory with a big asterisk here for the Swingers. And even then, unfortunate for Shinden, they're not able to survive fully. So it's a bomb explosion where everybody bit the dust. Good on Venabeast for holding back a little bit. He sent his more hurt teammate to go and practice the bait and switch. But still, shoutouts to Nacho, put up a very solid effort at the end of it. He got those kills. He got a total of 4 actually, the best performance for his team. The only kill he did not take was gotten by IVZ. And that's just interesting, Dio. It's already tactical. You know, it is a bit of a heavy loss to take if you were so close on pistols and everything, but already a tactical from Shinden.
I think it's one of those tacticals that has more of a tech vibe, right? It's like, oh, maybe something wasn't configured correctly, or maybe, you know, something's going on with TeamSpeak. Sometimes those type of things happen, and it's only natural for these players to, of course, take their time. And I do want to bring attention to the fact that we have an AK-47 already within the hands of Ponter coming in from Swinger. So we do have BK1 with the M4A4 as well. So I think that he has to be the one to lead the charge early on, or rather more so hold his ground a little bit better here within this side. We see the double smoke just to make sure nobody comes through. But the thing is with that offense, oh, HE, that hits very, very hard. The thing is they've already made their way through here to mid. So those smokes, I wouldn't say like they're essentially rendered useless or anything like that, but don't cause as much trouble as one would like it to, because now they're given for a fact that mid isn't contended at this point when it definitely is. And of course the player right there within mid, Nacho, isn't going to be able to see much, and he's going to maybe make a call right here towards his teammate like, hey, I don't see anybody here or anything like that. And with those jumps right there within mid, of course they heard him. We're going to see the bomb plant very, very soon, or are we? That is the question, because I mean Abyss right here definitely going to be caught off guard.
That is a pretty big load to take if you are Shin, and the bomb will be swiftly planted, and of course they're not going to risk anything. They're going back into their trench. Unfortunately though, I'm not sure if they're going to survive ninjas. He does not hear them move just yet, but he does have a bit of a read, knowing that they probably went through that very area. Does he see the legs? I think he might have seen them now, and soon enough he will approach to get at least an attempted kill. Now he will be sandwiched together between two and a third player from afar. But there you go, there's the util flying in. Uh-oh! That does signal their presence. BK1 is forced to use his smoke to save themselves a little bit longer. So Shinden's 3 remaining players will survive. And we are going into round number 3 with the Swingers feeling good about their money. And ooh, look at Malby, he was actually quite close to biting the dust. That explosion definitely hurting a bit. 2 bomb explosions at that, so the Swingers are definitely taking advantage of the T side they've been given for now. But I think that Shinden are going to play it very smart. You already saw them more than willing to go for the save. Sometimes that's all you need. Just play patient. Eventually the money will come back to you.
Yeah, but I mean, with money being so much of a decisive factor at times, trying to force buy your way through the second round can mean a very, very big swing within momentum, right? When instead of waiting for the 2 rounds, instead of that, trying to force it into just a 1 round difference, of course, is going to bring at least some trouble upon them right here. We see that HE is huge. Oh, but Abyss, I mean, he fell down for a moment. Will they see the two players? I mean, of course they expect them to be caught within the crossfire right there. Somebody from behind? Yes, there is. But the thing is, Ninja is also able to get that kill on Nacho. Does he see the headshot? Yes, he does. Roy with the double kill. Right there, double headshot. Popping heads like he's popping caps. Ninja is able to claim one more, so he's also up 2. But the thing is, man, this is a rough bout right here for Swingers in order for them to be able to make their way inside, especially since BK1 has a very, very good perspective on where these players want to strike from.
The players are swinging for sure. They're making some honor to their name. And now the swing is actually coming through from Shinden. They saw somebody catching the elbow peeking, and of course they know about the location! Not quite enough to find the headshot on Ponter. And that's the 4th kill that Ponter has delivered, the best player on Swinger's side so far. Not just on that killing department, but also on the intel gathering. How many times have you said, Dio, that how key Ponter has been on these rounds? Of course, this is only the beginning. There's still a bunch of time for Shinden to stop him on his tracks, but for what it's worth, Ponter is definitely making a name for himself so far. Nacho actually got those 4 kills in the first round and then can't seem to follow them up with anything. Shinden, in general, seems to be having a lot of issues finding the bullets to land, and at least this last round was a little bit more bloody, but unfortunately, it will be the same situation at first for BK1, as he is the first one to bite the dust, and in comes the cavalry, as Swingers starting to approach from all fronts, but IVZ's got the AWP! They don't count on that! You've got the scoped weaponry going in!
Yep, and not only that, but what a very, very aggressive round that we had right here. Not much time had passed before they've already caught them in a very bad situation right here. Oh, that's going to be Desh with the kill. And then the second one coming in from Vinabeast right here. Once again, Lamp Room being the prime point of contention. And while Roy and IVC are still within the back part of the site, if you're smart, you retreat right here. There's no point in risking any more of your weapons. And oh, just for a moment, will we be seeing it? No, at least not for one. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, Roy, I see you right there. Able to get that kill on Desh. But that also revealed the area where they wanted to be. Yep, and that is now IVC out of the play. And if they get the kill on Roy, I mean, that's definitely going to help them out a lot. Or is he going to get the... Finally, he goes down. And they also claim... Oh, I thought for a second they were going to claim the AWP. But it doesn't seem like they have any plans on using it anytime soon, man. IVZ, I mean, he has been repping properly. Already getting very, very cheeky little kills at start. But, and once again... Definitely not what you want to see whenever you're starting off on the CT side on Shinden's pick. No, I'm sorry, on Swinger's pick.
For what it's worth, when it comes to Ancient, I don't usually see the AWP come into play until way later, and T-sides are usually the ones to hold back on using it as well. It's CTs that really benefit from it, and yeah, at least... You know, they didn't walk out of that round with an AWP. That's the one silver lining for Swingers, even if they didn't get it. Of course, an AWP is always nice to have, but they would rather run and gun. They would rather have their rifles with them. So, in comes the possible final kill. IVZ staying there in con. Eventually, Ninjas Z's and emerge, and that's the 5th in a row for Swingers, meaning that swinging has been a pretty solid strategy so far. Of course, Shinden will now be able to play with their full loadout. So, in comes the AWP, in come the M4s as well. Shoutouts to Nacho, the single player with an M4E4, the rest of them M4E1Ss, and Abyss, unfortunately, staying at 0. Still the beginning of the map. I'm not going to say that this is the end of the world, but it will definitely help Shinden if they can start playing as a unit. And so far, there's a clear couple of, links being a bit more weak than the rest of them. But here comes the Swingers cavalry, and there you go. Just checking jungle real quick, finding nobody, and they're like, okay, let's switch routes. Now it's going to be an approach from the halls and the ramp too, as a double duty effort is coming in to try and claim the site. And there you go, BK1 is already taken down, and oh my god, no, IVZ, you cannot miss those!
And look at just the very, very good display of skill that we've seen. Oh my god, he actually opts to change for the AWP. Oh, yeah, maybe he bit off a little bit more than what he could chew. But right there, Ninja's already picking up the pace right here. And from... all the way from spawn, he's able to get the kill. The thing is, look at where they're stuck. They're stuck within a rock and a hard place. And even though Roy took a hefty amount of damage, that doesn't quite count him out, as he's able to claim a kill. before retreating ever so slowly into Temple. And I think that rotation right there coming in from Ninjas is definitely smart. I mean, of course, you can hear the information. Just, you know, looking like a Scooby-Doo plot point, like overall right here. We're gonna see Ninjas finally get the bomb plant. Does Abyss go down? No, he does not. Oh, I'll be almost getting hit right there by Roy, but I mean, he was very, very lit up, and Poncer finally puts Abyss down after, you know, calling out that duel for a long time. Swingers is going to claim that 6th round in a row, and these have been very, very fast rounds. So like, we haven't even taken like more than you can't really take more than 3 minutes per round, but you know, within like maps and everything, this has been a very, very fast-paced game overall for Swingers. Like, they are feeling very comfortable.
It has for sure. Already the first half of the first half is over. So Swingers can find a lead here, a very early lead, if they're able to claim this round here. But guess what? Nacho actually going in with his MP9, finds a kill, and man, Melvi, what a long spray that he went for. Still, this is looking actually pretty good for Shinden. Perhaps they finally are able to wake up. Unfortunately, the IVZ has already been located. Only a single kill to his name, and that was, I believe, well, that's not even a USP, that's a P shooter he's got in his hand. So, yeah, that's going to be a complicated defensive effort from IVZ. Even then, Roy, however, picks up an AK. Oh my goodness, the MP9s are really coming in clutch tonight for Shinden, as they're actually going to get their first round victory on the weakest loadout that you could hope. Well, not the weakest one of them all, it wasn't all pistols, but still, MP9s galore, and they did the trick, of course, after picking up a couple of AKs here and there. But really a very good snowball effect coming in from Shinden as they're able to claim this one. And we were talking about how fast Swingers were playing it, right? So they insisted upon that. They tried to go for a very fast round once more, but this time Shinden was ready, and they stopped them on the tracks.
Yeah, and it's a very good semi-eco loadout, the one that they had, right? Because not only are they able to reclaim that AWP, but also save up a little bit more, which is definitely needed on such an expensive side as the CT side. So that's going to really start to plant them properly within what they can have right here in store. The auto flash is definitely going to be good. Abyss with the double kill finally gets put down, but Malibu also claims 2 and says, you know what, I can do 2 as well. So he's going to place things evenly. Not only that, but also claim mid for the T side at this point. Do we see the confrontation between Roy and Malaby? Is it going to be the case? Yes, it is. Malaby comes out on top, already good for 3. And now the 2 remaining players, you got 1 on each side. These anchors really stopping everything in their tracks right here for Shinden. Malaby claims the 4th, and IVZ is now out of play. What a shot from this player. No, cero miedo. Cálmate, Penta.
Well, this is where we might be headed, a possible ace. And look at Malby, he actually kinda has a good spot to take him out on. No, BK1 actually just moved ahead. Now, I do think that Vinabeast has the lookout on him. Oh no, this is going to be a hard one. No, man, the ace has been denied. But the bomb was planted either way, and this round is, you know, it's pretty much got Swingers' name on it. And so does that AK-47 if they so want it. Sorry, so does that AWP, but no. This is going to be once more a situation where the AWP is within their reach and they would rather not have it. So that's just for T-side, of course. When we switch to CT, I'm assuming that the Swingers will enjoy having that AWP to their name. In the meantime, though, they see it, they let it go. Still, what an interesting round here. Swingers are definitely starting to play with their food, and I'm not sure how much good that disrespect is going to do for them. Swingers can definitely end up biting their tongue later on. But hey, they were looking for the ace for their teammate, right? So shout out to Malby, fantastic round from him, even if it didn't end up in an ace.
Not at all. I mean, still, the fact that you're able to claim that 7th round in your name and secure already an advantage within the halftime switch is definitely something that you love to see early on. Because, yes, it was a one-man effort, the one to take everybody down within that almost everybody down within that last round, but I mean, in the end, Swingers overall has been playing absolutely phenomenally. The only one that I could say is, you know, struggling a little bit to get the tempo down is definitely Dash right here. I mean, since he is the upper, of course, those plays are going to be super important later on within it, because you said it yourself, like, this is technically it is relatively early on, right? Oh, and Nacho actually getting the kill on Ponce right there. Oh, and he goes down. Malaby by his own molly is taken out. Then IVZ and Abyss everybody's taking one for themselves. And the thing is, the Opera right here is definitely going to be the more contentious player to be able to take down, as Ninjas is going.
Uh-oh, it appears we lost Dio for a second there.
I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Want to finish your idea? We kind of cut it short.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the IVC was going to be rough to deal with, and apparently he was rough to deal with because he died. That's it.
Man, so much death happening around here. Dio's Mike, and now Shinden, the IVZ. Well, thankfully though, we've still got a few more rounds to go. So Shinden are able to put themselves on the board once more. Swingers, though, are still feeling super confident about themselves. They don't, however, enjoy the money that they had before. So if they were to lose this round here, it will result in a pretty bad meeker wallet going forward. So you need to take this victory if you don't want things to really start swinging in Shinden's favor. Of course, there's still a potential 7-5 scoreboard at the tail end of this round, of this first half. And you need that lead, you need that advantage. You're going into CT, which might be a fine spot to be in, but it's definitely not your comfort pick. You would rather be on T-side for what it seems. This is your map selection after all, though, so you know how to play it. So BK1 here, ready to emerge. Does he find Venabeast? I think he is the one in the highest danger right now, but there you go. The enemy P swing it and dash with a double swing. Catches them both. Of course, they have now located the final player within the temple. That's IVZ trying to run away, and he does catch Malvi on his way out. Gets a second kill on Venabeast, but he will not survive for much longer. Only Punter remains alive, staying so far away from that bomb explosion. But man, what a bloody end to the round.
Yeah, that was really, really rough. Well, and thank you to production, because they actually let me see the final kill on IVZ, right? that IVZ got towards the end of the previous round. But yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, the fact that he was able to get two, we're definitely destined to die regardless, is more than enough for IVZ to be able to get at least a little bit more of that economy. But now, I mean, it's going to be a full-blown offensive strike coming in from Swingers, definitely claiming mid control almost immediately, making their way through from Lamp Room. Construction, however you want to call it. Simply taking their time right here, because they know that one singular mistake could really lead a snowball effect for Shinden, as they've already been able to do. Like, one of the two rounds that they've been able to win was the fact that they ecoed Swingers, right? So that eco round has a lot of weight, and this is actually what we could consider, you know, like traditional conditioning, right? Because it's like, yeah, last time we tried to go full aggro and we actually got hit quite harshly. So now we're not going to do the same thing, because we don't want the same outcome to happen right here. And this is why they're actually taking their approach a little bit slower right here through ramp. Woohoo! Cálmate, güey! No, incredible. Mal be able to get one, get two, and then Desh gets a second one as well. 4 players down in the blink of an eye, Tune.
Just keep clicking, and that's all you need, man. Such fantastic spray control. Now, of course, you need to worry about one less player. Well, you need it to worry about one less player. There's the bomb plant, there's the kill on Abyss, and this will give the Swingers not just a victory, but also a nice sweet little bonus for the last round of this first half. And Shinden, unfortunately, have not been able to put up that big of a defensive effort. Will they do any different on T-side when they're going to start playing offense? We will soon find out, but in the meantime, Swingers are doing fine on the money. Look at that. They are going to play full util, with the exception of Venabeast with only 3 pieces, but I think he would rather let that go. He just wants to get into position. And of course, Shinden, even though they were able to buy their weapons galore, they do not have the greatest util to speak of, so they will be at a disadvantage in that front. Give it a little bit of time. I think that Swingers could actually play it a bit more patient before going in, before swinging per se, and that should give them an advantage, at least in terms of the util. But look at that, it's a trade in the player count so far, and now that's a lead for Shinden. The exact opposite of what I said, Dio. No patience here coming in from Swingers. They already lost 3 players.
Yep, and maybe, just maybe, they could claim one more of the players right here from Shinden if BK1 opts to bite off a little bit more than what he can chew. We're going to see the flash right there. No, I'm actually going to swing behind. BK1 gets the kill on Dash. Oh, and that's a rough one. Only one play remaining, and from the other side, you know, just a little bit of a crossfire situation right here. Shinden able to get that final round within their name. 9-3. We've seen so many times that this scoreboard is generally an omen of bad luck for the team within the advantage. And of course, a good one for the team within the disadvantage. But Toon, this was an overall a domination right there coming in from Swingers. Their offense at times was stopped quite harshly by Shinden, but more times than not, it worked out so much within their favor, giving them these 9 rounds in their name. I think that overall, the fact that Shinden struggled so much to play defense here within this map will lead them to try to play a little bit more, not necessarily naturally aggressive right there when they're on the T side, because I mean, of course, you're the one that are attacking, you have to be aggressive, but rather than that, Swingers is actually going to try to claim a lot more turf with bold plays like the one that we're about to see right here.
Well, you better get bold at this point. It's kind of what you really need. It won't be an easy path going forward. You've got a very big disadvantage, but you know what? This is also a very questionable score, like we said before. It's like winning 2-0 on the halftime of a football match. Oh, but look at that. Thankfully for Shinden, that helps them not just wake up in the scoreboard front, but also in the aim department. Look at that. The util is going to do its thing. Already 3 players down from the Swinger side, and it seems like CT will not be an easy spot for them to play. Malby is the last player standing, and he will eat some lead between the eyebrows, and that is another victory for Shinden. Their only time that they have won more than one in a row. So shoutouts to Shinden. It definitely feels like they have woken up, and they are looking like a much different team now that they're going in like this. So the Swingers will definitely see their lead slowly dwindle by, Dio. This scoreboard, like I tell you, man, it's always such a big question mark when the side switch happens.
Yeah, I mean, I said it once, I'll say it again. South America, notorious for not really having the best display of defense right now. Naturally, I do not mean this within a bad way. I mean so because of how questionable defense can get at times right there. This is what I'm talking about. Why are you rushing out of underground? They're the ones that have to approach you, and not. Well, as I do understand that you don't want to deal with the utility. A 5-sec right here within construction isn't really what you want to see. HG's good. Yeah, that's definitely going to take down Beast right there. And at that point, he was just stuck, just looking like, oh man, this is gonna hurt. But I mean, Desh at least able to get one before Nacho takes him down. But I mean, hey, at least they got one. Before the tide is about to change, we're going to go into that 9-5 scenario that I was talking about. Shinden looking mighty fine with the possible momentum that they accumulated within these next 2 rounds. Swingers has to stop them right now. And it doesn't seem that they're actually going to go in with the full buy of it either. They're just going to go with MP9s? That's interesting to say the least.
A deal for Dash. And yeah, it's a very odd situation to be in, but I guess they are counting on the fact that they've still got a couple of rounds that they can burn if they so wanted to. Of course, the momentum swing is just going to be bigger for Shinden, but hey, they've got some resources. The scoreboard is also a resource, if you want to look at it that way. So, let's see how this pays out for them. Already some mutual being thrown. Malby reacts to the to the flashes thrown out, and oh no, he already announced himself being there, and he does not find a single kill! Eventually, Venom-Beast is able to take care of BK1, but man, it's still a very complicated spot to be in. Malby needed to claim at least 1 kill, and that's going to be a nightmare of a result for the Swingers. As in comes the cavalry from Shinden, with their rapid fire galore as well. They're only going to have to worry about Ponder's MP9 in terms of rapid fire at first, and now Venom-Beast is still kind of hiding there. He does have an M4A4, but he cannot show his arm cannon just yet. Oh, he does find the biz eventually! And that's a 2v2 deal. The closest they've been so far in the side switch. Roy goes in for the bomb plant. Oh, and he is interrupted! Goodness gracious, Venom-Beast with the MP9 at that, and eventually Ninja takes care of 5EZ. But man, what a bloody exchange of a round, Dio. Ninja's eventually is able to walk out of that one with an AK. And that's the double digits for Swingers.
That kill right there from Poncer is definitely the crucial kill within the round, right? Because not only did it habilitate a crossfire situation for his teammates, but it made up for the mistake that get a concrete kill, right? And instead of it being a 2v1 situation, it was a 2v2. Fortunately for them, both Ninjas and Venabeast with the perfect coordination in order for them to be able to get that round within their name. And finally putting a stop to what was a 3-round streak that Shinden has. Now Swingers with the double digits right here. Okay, simply gonna step back a little bit. Don't really want any of that smoke, or rather that lead. We do have Dash with the AWP at this point, Toon. 0 money in the bank, but still has his firepower galore. Oh, Nacho from the other side. Unfortunately for Venabeast, unable to get it head on. Takes a good amount of damage, not because he actually got shot or anything like that, but rather because of his all the molly that was there. And Venabeast able to get the assist for 2. However, Abyss and BK1 already claiming the life of 2 members. Last player left alive only has the AK-47. Yep, he changed that Galil, but now Dash finally puts him down. Those 2 AWP shots, they were exactly what was needed. Very clear, concise shots that are leading Swingers into victory, and not only that, into an eco round that Shinden really has to play patiently, because if not, things are definitely going to go south now.
What sucks is that Abyss could have still played it a bit more secretively, and unfortunately he fired before he needed to. So that hurts extra for Shinden, as now they're forced to play with this loadout. The very basics, bare bones, with the exception of the Tech 9 that Abyss is holding, but still not too much to write home about. And of course the Swingers with extra util, extra firepower, with the exception of Venabeast actually, who's playing with an MP9 once more, but still, he's going to be playing a more supportive role. And here comes the util, and now it's time for the massacre to begin, if possible actually. There you go, that's 3 players down. BK1 is able to take care of Ponter, but it's a very fast swing back. And the Swingers are now 1 round away from taking this first map. And by the way, Dio, that's the first defusal of the match so far. There have not really been too many success tales on CT side ancient in recent history, and that's an omen to that. The single defusal that we have seen just happened.
Yeah, and it was a really good one as well. And I think that all of this goes back to the point in which Roy decided to go for a very suboptimal bomb plant, right? I guess that's the word that we're looking for. The suboptimal bomb plant that happened here that actually led to Swingers able to get that opportunity right there. Look at BK1 with the shot on Ponter. Able to put him down. AG, gonna hurt? No, it's not gonna hurt at all. It's actually gonna give an alert right there for Nacho to say, you know what? You gotta be cautious right here. Malby, does he expect somebody coming in from behind? Doesn't seem like he does. Oh, this is such a good double kill. Oh, I'm only able to get 1. Unfortunately, right there for Malaby. I mean, still, 2 kills are 2 kills. Nacho able to get the kill on Ninjas, and now he's going to step back a little bit. Unfortunate display of skill right here coming in from Swingers, taking their name a little bit too much to heart, if I do say so myself. And that is causing so many instances of them unfortunately not able to get the positioning and plantings that they want, like placing themselves within the round as firmly and as sturdily as they would like it to, leading to another victory within this round for Shinden.
Shinden will enjoy a bit of a better position in the money after this victory, so good on them for getting that bomb explosion to happen. Swingers, though, still have enough in the bank to still keep on playing, with the exception of Ponter maybe, but nothing that the rest of the players' wallets can't fix. Still, though, 12-6. 6 is always a reasonable distance to come back from. The problem is that Shinden cannot give up anymore, because they're on the brink of losing the map. They can only hope for that overtime push. But here come the Swingers. They're going to buy the M4A1S for Ponter. And now, Dio, comes the real question. Will Swingers hold back? But because, man, they are doing a little too much honor to their own name. Sometimes you don't have to swing. Sometimes you just have to take your time, you know? And playing patient has proven successful for them before. Now, in the past, of course, they were playing against the much different loadout from Shinden's side, so perhaps this one won't be as easy of a push, but they have tagged a couple of players from Shinden for a ton of damage, namely Roy. He's super lit with only 18 HP remaining, but I don't think they have too much intel. They can only react to the util being thrown in. And BK1 is about to merge into the donut, it appears. Nah, he steps back a little bit. He actually goes into con. So it's going to be a bit of a slower middle section of the round here, Dio. But they will come across Venabeast real soon, and Ninjas is ready to protect Excavation as well. So, a very interesting approach here. Shinden still has some user to play with. Will the flashes fly by? Nacho has one, and that could be what gives him an opening.
I mean, right here, Venabeast, this is one of the players that I was talking about. Very important to keep an eye on, and what a good smoke right there as well. Do we see the shot being fired off? Does he see the barrel? Yes, he does. Roy taken out right there by Ninjas. Oh, and actually, what a perfect crossfire right there, and everything goes down. Everybody just goes down in a blaze of glory. Unfortunately for Shinden, Swingers felt very comfortable here with an Ancient, and it seems like this victory is going to give them a bit of a leadway into the next map, which is going to be Nuke. Albeit, it is Shinden's pick, so I do expect defense to be a lot better for them. Regardless, I mean, at times, you know, it can be difficult to really set the tempo straight right here. Oh my goodness.
And they have been forced to play overtime on Nuke a few times now. So there's always that question mark. The last two times in the CCT, at least, that they played Nuke, they went to overtime. Mixed results, 1 loss and 1 victory. Will they claim this one outside of overtime? Will they lose it? Who even knows if we're going to see OT or not? And really, if the Swingers keep on playing with this kind of rhythm, I think they've got a pretty good game plan on their mind. I like how they executed here, but Nuke is a very different map. We're just going to have to wait and see. Before that happens, everybody, we will take a short break. Be right back with the second map of this match real soon.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to the second map in which Swingers, already at an advantage, is gonna try to claim that 2-0 not only in maps but in score against Shinden. However, we will be heading into Shinden territory, which is definitely going to be interesting considering that we're going into one of the most heartfelt CT-sided maps ever experienced here within Counter-Strike, Nuke.
Nuke has been an interesting map, to say the least, for the team of Shinden in previous times. Like I said, a few overtimes, meaning that even though it's an okay map for them and they know how to play it and it's their map selection, it has given them some pretty mixed results, and it's never resulted, or never recently resulted, in a very decisive victory. So to win so many on overtime, what does that tell you? That you're not quite as conclusive, right? Whereas Swingers, at least in Ancient, they came out of the gates swinging, quite literally, and that got them a 13-6 scoreboard. And reminder, in the first half, they only lost 3 in the tail end of that first half, like it was in the second part. And the second half was not that much harder for them. They did lose the first 2 in a row, but then they only dropped a single more. So yeah, they definitely set themselves up for victory real soon, and I'm hoping, or at least I'm expecting, to see something similar from them in this next map. Probably the fact that they will start on CT will give them that advantage. T-side will be a big question mark, but Shinden is going to end things on CT, so you know, that's where the real question mark is. How good is Shinden going to do on their own T side?
Yeah, that is definitely going to be the question, because this is what we were talking about previously, right? The fact that they're within Nuke specifically, I mean, CT side is definitely a given, right? Because of how it's worked out during the entire transcourse of not only Counter-Strike 2, but Counter-Strike Global Offensive, right? So you know that CT side is something that you're already very good, well off on, I think is a word that I'm looking for. So you know you're well off on the CT side, so it's definitely going to be the offense, the ones that you have to go for. And speaking of going for, let's head straight into the match, because these teams are ready in order for us to be able to give you guys a little bit more of what's in store here on Nuke.
Let's head into the action, everybody. Well, Nuke, being such a wide map with so many avenues for movement, I think I would expect the Swingers to, you know, really take their time now. At least when it comes to CT, we will usually see somebody guarding, guarding ramp, guarding Squeaky, maybe somebody in the roof of hut. Mini will be a bit of a complicated defensive effort, but still you can do double duty there. So yeah, I'm expecting the Swingers to really step back a little bit. I'm not hoping to see them, you know, go out, run and gun, kind of like they were on Ancient, at least at first with T-side. But here, CT will be their true test of patience and how good they can control their impulses. Now, it seems, though, that already it starts out with a bang, as Abyss is the first one to fall, eats lead between the eyebrows. Oh no, and unfortunately for Venabeast, his hiding spot has been shown. Oh no, no! Well, Nacho eventually gets that kill on Malby, but not after whiffing a few bullets. And here comes the final defensive effort from the Swingers. Unfortunately, they do not look too well put for a retake of A side, especially because they're not checking their backsides. Like, they need to look back a little bit more. Even with Dual Berettas here, I'm not sure how good it's going to be. Wait a minute, ninjas! Are you gonna shut me up? Are you gonna shut me up? He probably will. Goodness gracious, picks up the USP. Needs to catch Roy. Is going to go in. That's not a bait and switch. That's not a bait and switch. He actually committed to it, and Roy is going to stop him on the attempt. But man, that one was close.
Yeah, for a first round, man, that was definitely an action-packed one. And now it's Roy, the one who says, you know what, maybe I got caught last time on a bit of a risky plan, to say the least, but now you're the one that's got caught on a risky defusal. And definitely we saw Ninjas just going completely ballistic with those dual Berettas. And the fact that he was actually running out of bullets towards the end was what gave Roy the opportunity to be able to make this happen. I saw for a moment that Desh had a scout, but it seems like not gonna quite be using it at this point. We do see Poncer and Venabeast both with MP9s. We do see two Deagles within Desh and Ninjas. Everybody else from Shinden side, though, is definitely packing. In this part, we see Abyss get the kill on Ponter and already losing an MP9 tune. That is definitely very, very important for Swingers. And of course, I mean, they're going to tell them like, hey, yeah, we got people here within secret, right? If they are to make any sort of sound cues, but they didn't. So it's once again a little bit of a game of where are these players and who's going to be able to get the shots here. Beast able to take him down. We see the smoke off right there. Yes, we do. But Ninja's actually able to get a little bit of a sneak on Abyss. Abyss, I mean, he's been playing well, especially since he was already able to get those 2 kills right here. But still not quite what you want to see if you're on Swinger's side.
Man, a very calculated little peek on the stairs. Not quite peeking, actually. Dash takes care of BK1 here in the garage. Will not be able to pull off any more kills after that, but still a very solid effort here from the Swingers so far. They're about to merge from the vent, and unfortunately that means that they have left the way completely open towards B-side. But of course they took the bait. It was a very good bait and switch from Shinden, which has now put them in control of the lower area of Nuke. And there you go. Now they hear the glass breaking. That's like the shattering realization of what's about to happen now. The bomb will be planted, and Swingers will for sure take a step back. Probably go back to CT spawn, actually, or maybe T spawn, and keep their weapons. They do carry an MP9 alongside Ninja's own M4A4. They would still be able to maybe fetch a dropped weapon from one of the courses, but I'm not sure if they're close to those. Oh no, actually they decided to insist upon swinging, and unfortunately for them, they lose Ninjas as Nacho takes care of him and Malby has been located. This could be a double duty effort. Malby takes care of one. That's Roy down. IBZ! So close to the action. Does he actually get it? He does, and Malby is taken down on the word go. As Shinden wins 2 in a row with 2 massacres as well. And again, I was telling you, Dio, it's all about the patience here for Swingers if they don't want to be cut short on their attempts to win at 2-0. But man, patience they have not been.
Yeah, not at all. I definitely think that within these first 2 rounds, we've seen very similar mistakes coming in from both of these teams, right? And we saw Shinden try to force it within Ancient in the second round, to be exact. They tried to force it, and things just did not go their way. And what happened? They actually went down and lost it. Ooh, Ponter got hit so heavily right there with that HE that he's essentially on his deathbed, which is why he's going to take towards the vents. But everybody else right here from Shinden is going to try to make their way through to ramp towards the B site right here. Look at the impressive, I think that's a visual glitch right there because for the molly and the smoke right there. They know that they have at least one player there right there within the back part of the site. Squeaky is now open up right here. I mean, they do have ninjas. Will they find anybody here within the window? Shots being fired off. The only thing that they find. Oh my goodness gracious! He actually got the kill on Roy. Fortunately for him, the bomb had already been planted, but still, a kill is a kill right here, and that can give them at least a little bit of leeway right here if they're able to catch them off guard. Abyss goes down. Not only has he unfortunately relinquished his AK-47, but it's also given up a lot of HP right here. Nacho does get the kill on Ponter, so no heavy firepower right here for Swingers. Do they see the kill right here on Nacho? Yes, they do. Not going to be able to get the round, but I mean, at least an AK-47 for your troubles. I mean, for the next round, I definitely can see that working out for them.
Given the money situation from previous round, it's definitely nice to have that little extra bonus to your name. So the Swingers are going to enjoy Beast having an AK. Even if this round is once again a loss, at least they walked out of it with 2 players still alive. And a few kills here and there, which definitely adds up to the wallets. And here you go, Dio. It's an AWP coming in for Dash. Now, AWPs, all things considered, have not been that stellar so far in this match. But of course, we're now talking about a map in which both sides benefit from having it. Not that T sides don't benefit at all from having an AWP, but you saw it when the Swingers were playing T side. They did not care for it. So now they're finally going in to play with it. And Dash is going to stand back in garage, waiting for somebody to push from the outside, but it just so happens that everybody is within the facility, and will soon start emerging towards Ponter, trying to claim the ramp. In come the pieces of Util. The fire will not take anybody down, but darn it, that was a ton of damage on both BK1 and Roy. And of course, the intel has been relayed. This should soon ignite a new movement from Swinger's side, but Shinden are going to take their time trying to bait and switch them once again. That patience that I was talking about from the Swingers, it seems like Shinden is the one actually practicing it, as they're taking their sweet time, waiting for Swingers to show their own guns before they move.
Let's see if it works out, because now it seems like it's actually Shinden the one taking a bit of a more defensive position here with the nuke, right? I mean, they're the ones that have to make sure nobody approaches them while they're very ready. And the fact that right now Swingers hasn't really bet too much on the fact that these players could be heading towards the B site, of course, is going to give them at least a little bit of information. Do they hear that HE? Yep. Doors are now broken right here, so can't really play along too much with that. But with all the information, all these sound cues, you expect them to really just understand where and how they have to approach from. At this point, it doesn't seem like they actually want to go for too much, and they're just going to retreat. Well, once again, I understand where and why you're supposed to be doing this. I mean, you don't really want to lose on helmet, Kevlar, AK-47, MP9s, everything. But still, I mean, no fighting effort whatsoever, based on the fact that Ponter just went ahead and died early on within the round, right? Like, you know that there's two players that are very heavily lit up, and you still opted to back down. I mean, a smart play, but very, very passive play to say the least.
Well, at least one more bites the dust. That's IVZ, ending with an even 4-4 count, but still, the passive play at the end of it definitely comes from a play of, being a bit more conservative with your weaponry, when you can still, stretch it a little bit. I mean, Swingers will have the loss bonus, the full loss bonus to their name. They were able to get something for Ponter and everything. But yeah, there were two players super lit up from Shinden's side, and Swingers did not take advantage of that. So it will be a bit of a confusing effort now going forward. Now, Dash here, he's him going deep into it. Do they see him? Nacho does not see him. Dude, I saw him. Yeah, there you go. Finally. Dude, he was actually within his sight for the longest time. And unfortunately took a while for him to catch him. But man, that's the Opera gone immediately in a very weird position too. Now, Punter is able to win this battle against VK1 in a very complicated fight, as he did not have the high ground control. But still, a kill is a kill. And now Swingers. Oh man, no, Nacho kind of flashing himself there as he goes down. Venevis gets a trade, and Malby catches Abyss, giving Swingers a lead. A true one, finally, after a while. But Shinden, they still have the AWP and the AK-47 to themselves. Still, this is a very weird round, Dio. Like, from the way it started, it's been so curious.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree right there. I mean, you know that these players, they have their offense really pointed out to them. But oh my goodness gracious, IVC unable to get that shot. Will he re-peek? No, he will not. And that's what you're not supposed to, that's exactly what you're supposed to do whenever you know that there's an opera right there. You simply head back and wait. Do you get the shot? Do you get the kill? Yes, you do. IVC does have the bomb, though. So, I mean, if anything, he could maybe make his way towards B if he finds somebody right there. Oh, the utility saw the barrel of the gun. Gonna head back right there and knows that he has to try to go in and get the bomb plant. But, I mean, to what avail, right? All he had to do, I mean, yeah, he got 300 credits more, but he gave up his AWP. So, in the end, I think it's a net loss.
It is indeed. But hey, the Swingers are now on the board. Yeah, a weird round, I must insist. IVZ whiffed a couple of bullets too. So you've got one AWPer kind of going in kamikaze, showing himself way early in the round. The player who killed him took like 30 seconds to realize, or no, not 30, but like 10 seconds to realize that the guy was down there in his eyesight. Then the Opper on the T side whiffs a couple of bullets. Then CTs decide to make a roundabout. Yeah, well, just a very odd round. Now, Venevis here definitely saw somebody moving. Oh, man. And unfortunately, he does not have the proper aim to take care of either one of them. Only tagging BK1 for a little bit of damage. And Ninjas here took a ton there. I believe that must have been a thing. Oh man!
That's bomb.
But there you go. That's the bomb being located as Malby sees it. And also takes care of IVZ. Once again, the upper has failed to do anything in this round. That's not quite yet from both sides, as Dash is still alive. And this is a 4v2 situation where they have already located at least one more player on the outside. They know that Nacho is approaching Secret, and he is going to bite the dust. Not before tagging Dash, however. And Abyss, last player standing, he will have to go in for the plant. And of course you can hear the approach. And man, Hunter might have gotten his ankles broken, but that's still a victory for Swingers.
Okay. So right now, the fact that Swingers has been able to put their defense just a little bit further into what is expected from them is definitely going to be the leadway, right? In order for them to be able to get a little bit more of momentum. But I definitely have to bring attention to the fact that this is expected from you within this side, within this map specifically. This is what you should have been doing earlier on within this map. The fact that Shinden was able to ride the momentum until they have 4 rounds now within their name definitely doesn't speak well of how Shinden is. Well, not necessarily, right? Obviously, I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. The fact that, oh no, Shinden isn't good on their offense, because they are. Because if they weren't, they wouldn't have gotten 4. But more so the fact that Swingers is definitely on the struggling side here within their defense. Now you have everything that you need in order for you to be able to posture yourself properly, position your teammate in you and yourself and your teammate into these really, really good positions that favor you here within Nuke, right? And make sure you're using your utility, stopping anybody maybe trying to coming in from outside, but more so right here within the leadway towards a B site, as well as your upper. I mean, everybody has to be well positioned. Everybody. There cannot be a singular player that is not positioned properly, because if they are, they will take the unfortunate loss right here. Now let's see if Dash can probably put a dent within the offense right here, as Shinden is making their way, trying to approach towards B. What? Let's see what happens. Yep, that's Dash getting the kill. One more. Oh, he almost got a kill right there on Roy, but the flash is going to rotate him at least one. Oh no, look, everybody went down right there. That's an AWP and an AK-47 right there for IVZ and Nacho respectively. So, bit of a rough start right here for Swingers. Shinden, they played that very, very well, sacrificing 2 teammates for 2 kills on their own, all on an economy round. I mean, don't mind if I do.
Heartbreaker for Dash especially, as he was the one who could have still found an extra kill. And also, Punter, I thought he was going to swing back, like he was going to swing, he swung first, yeah. I thought he was going to go into hiding a little bit and then swing back, but unfortunately it took a little too long for that to happen. Now Ninjas is able to find a kill here, already has showcased where he is, so IBZ is going to take care of him. But there you have it, Venabeast steps in to take care of IBZ, and now Nacho is the last one standing. Venabeast still in a bit of a dangerous position. Nacho will soon be sandwiched together between the two. He does hear somebody moving, oh no! Well, he has announced where he is for sure. And now in comes the Defusal with a Molly in between, and that will be a round for the Swingers. There's no way Nacho was going to interrupt that. It was either going to be a bullet from Malby or just the fire itself, and the Swingers win it on a very smart end of the round, and that's the 3rd Defusal in a row too, Dio. 3 times now that Shinden has been able to plant, but they have not let the bomb explode.
I guess, yes, it was kind of smart towards the end, because they were
also spaghetti.
Yeah, because of the spaghetti they had, but they shouldn't have been in that situation to start with, right? Like, you have to make sure your upper is hitting your shot, because he went down because he missed a shot on Roy, and then the player that was supposed to cover for him got outmanned because he lost that shot. So once again, you are struggling within a situation that you place the stick within your own wheel and you're blaming the other team, right? So it's a lot of things to take into consideration, but mostly the prime factor here is that you're making sloppy decisions if you're Swingers, right? That shouldn't be the case whenever you're on the CT side here. Now, you already have Dash on death's door because he has 10 HP. But not only that, but you're making these swings that really aren't helping you out much, and they're basically giving free leadways to the team to make their way towards the sites, right? Shinden has not struggled to make their approach to either of the sites, either of the main leadways, so both of them, due to a lack of utility coming in from swingers as well. So all things considered, right? Yes, I mean, you're naturally with an advantage on the CT side as long as you're playing it properly. That is not happening from swingers.
Yeah, that's the issue. The scoreboard speaks for itself. They're still at disadvantage. They could get the tied-up score in this round. But you know what I do like? They are forcing Shinden to go through all of their util. Oh no, but that's a heartbreaker. Ninjas was definitely holding on to an interesting position there. And he bites the dust. And now look at Venebeast, so far away from the action, but still going to eat some lead. Punter's still alive, and so is Malby, and they're trying to force this one to a 2v2, and now it's a 2v1! That's a lead for the Swingers! Nacho is the last player standing, and unfortunately for him, he does not have the bomb with him. Needs to go in, needs to rush. He sees him! Goodness gracious, Punter, you cannot whiff those! You definitely had the read on where Nacho was approaching from! And yet it's a 2v1 still, as Nacho is able to take care of both of them, and puts Shinden back on the path to victory. Granted, they never lost the advantage.
Yeah, no closing the doors right there, and, you know, peeking when you're not supposed to be. It's going in for the shots right there. I mean, he hadn't seen you. If he had seen you, he would have fired at you. And I understand that, you know, Peeker's advantage and everything, but I think it was more so just a result of a very, very big anxiety spike whenever he saw his opponent, right? The mobility right now that Shinden has isn't the best one, but if you got juked by the fact that he stepped one step back, I mean, you definitely got to take into consideration everything here. And it was, if I recall correctly, that was Ponter, the one who was on the final push within that round. So a lot of things considered right now. Shinden is looking to claim an advantage rather here within this side specifically. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Ponter actually let his anxiety get the best of him, that's very uncharacteristic of him, to say the least.
Now, Dio, if you're Swingers, you've still got a little bit of money. You could still make back a good sum from the loss bonus alone.
Yeah.
But the first half is coming to an end real soon, so if you don't want it here, I could see Shinden just running with it for the remainder of it. I mean, you definitely need to stop Shinden's own money front. That's what I'm trying to say. If Swingers were to win this round, they could possibly tie up the score. At least on the money front alone, there would be a possibility for it. But still, you need to learn your kills, and I think that's where they have really flaked a little bit more. Malby and Punter are doing fine, but the rest of them are definitely below the average. Granted, Shinden does not have anybody too stellar besides Nacho. They have won this on tactical efforts alone, for the most part. It's been a very just a couple of bloody rounds, and that's it. The rest of them have been very pacific for the most part. So Shinden can still step it up a little bit more in the killing department than methinks, and that would turn out a very different result. But here we go. It's time for Shinden's approach into A sites. You've got Venebeast ready to help out Ninjas on the defense of Huts. Ninjas walks out. Here comes the util, signaling their arrival, and I'm not sure about that swing, Venebeast. I am not so sure about that one. You could have definitely held your ground a little bit longer, but there you go. The rest of the teammates are there to pick up the pace, and that's going to be only Nacho remaining. He already clutched a 2v1, but I don't think he's going to do so with a 3v1, and that's the round for Swingers.
Yeah, I don't know about that jumping pick, Nacho, not gonna lie. Especially when you still had the no, never mind, because I think the bomb was down there, right? Well, so what happened is that Venebeast was forced back, right, because of his maul, the fact that he was mollied off, and then he was like, oh, do I want to die by a crisp, or do I want to die, riddled with holes? So that was definitely a choice that he had to make in a moment's notice. But Swingers, the fact that they won that round is going to place Shinden into a bit of, like you said it yourself, into a bit of situation where a tie is definitely feasible. So we're looking at, if they are to win this round, just two further possibilities. It's either a 7-5 or a tied game. But the fact that Shinden played this super well on their T side, man. Of course, it's going to lead them at least a little bit more. Dash finally able to get an opening kill right here. That AWP once again causing a lot of problems for Shinden, as the team has already made their way through Secret. The coverage from BK1 and his AK-47, lovely to say the least, from anybody that maybe tries to come in from the outside. But now they have one more gargantuan task, and that is getting out of Malibu's sights right here with the M4A1S. Are we going to go in with a jumping peak? It seems like that is going to be the case right now. Yep. Definitely going to try to go for it right there. But Malibu very ready to be able to put him down. And while they still have the AK-47 within their hands, oh my goodness, you have to make sure you have everything properly executed right here. You got firepower from all fronts, and that's actually going to help out a lot. Poncher, Dash both get one, and then the final player, that's IVZ, is going to be taken out right there. AK-47 for them to be able to claim, and Swingers ties things up 5-5.
It's a very interesting turn of events, but man, the fact that Malvi was able to survive not once, but twice, and then the third was his demise, of course. But man, he survived a few too many exchanges for good. I mean, Shinden definitely had the chances to take care of one player, and his movement was super solid, sure, but the aim was not quite there for them either. If you cannot take care of that one player, I think that signals a few too many issues on your offensive approach. And now, of course, they did give up a big sum of money. If they were to lose this round here, I don't think they're going to have too much to fight in the last round of this first half. Granted, they already got a lot of their money's worth on T side. To have 5 rounds to your name, that's not bad at all, actually. Swingers only winning 5 on CT could represent a bit of a problem. They need to claim that lead before the side switch. Now, Shinden, though, they just don't have some util. I think that they already called their approach. There might have been a couple of signals taken there. But look at that. Malby jumps down, takes care of 2. It's only a trade, but I think the intel has been relayed, and this should be a very good end of the round for the Swingers if they're able to catch one more kill. Make that 2. Would that be a third? Goodness gracious, Punter! The saving angel from the heavens! Quite literally. And that puts Swingers at 6-5. They are now in the lead, Dio.
And man, I mean, Ponte really making up for that round that he squandered, right? Unfortunately for him, but I mean, his teammates really understanding that he made a mistake and now he's making up for it. You said it yourself. I mean, this Angel is really saving what hope Swingers had and multiplying it definitely, but he's atoning for his sins within the previous parts of the round. But look at this utility flying by. Everything is being executed properly. The aggression of a storm right here. Nacho already blazing his way inside towards the site. We're gonna see smokes. We're gonna see AGs. Another smoke right there. Does he get a shot? Is he able to fire off from there? The smoke actually fell down the stairs. Oh no. Unfortunately for him, not gonna work out too much within their favor. And then the jumping pick right there from Binabi is able to get the kill in Abyss. However, it seems like that's gonna be the end of the onslaught right here, at least for now. Bomb is ticking. Vinabis could get a very good opportunity right here. Sees gets one. But then towards the other side, this is a 6-6 soon. A 6-6.
Dude, Broski didn't stop clicking. Venabeast just kept holding on to that trigger. And, you know, he didn't really take a look at his surroundings. He did find a couple of kills, though, so at least the numbers did stack up. But that's the end of the first half. And man, it's been a half just full of spaghetti, dude. Like, there have been so many rounds that go to one weak decision. Like, one wrong decision can definitely turn things around. But especially so in this first half of Nuke, I will say. Now, shoutouts to the fact that Shinden were able to get an even score on T side. This should be a good omen for CT. But we're about to find out. Swingers are now going to be on their comfortable side. Not because of the map itself, but more so because they just love to swing like their name entails. And here we go. They're going to start running and gunning already. And look at Malby. Look at Malby, my man. Gets the first kill. Granted, Vinabeast did go down as well, so it's an even game.
That's nice. That's nice. Ooh, Ponchar already going in and getting the kill. obviously retaliating on what Roy did to Ninjas. But from this side right here, you know, trying to go in a little bit of a jumping peak. Once again, it's the offense, the one that is placing things, a little bit of the tempo right here. Dash getting the kill on IVZ. You know, a little bit of a change within everything. Malaby once more, and then says, you know what, knock, knock, you know, the railing's right here. And the fact that he didn't even see him. Malaby with the triple kill early on, Toon, is definitely going to set the tempo right here as Swingers actually claiming an advantage for what was it? I think it's the second time within the entirety of this map.
It is indeed. They were in the lead a few rounds prior, but you know, that was a very short-lived one. And now that we have the side switch, the Swingers are going to enjoy a little bit of a lead. And of course, a huge one in the firepower department. Now, shout out to the fact that they were able to run and gun, like I told you. Like, if they are able to, they're going to run and gun. They're going to come out swinging, like their name entails. And so far, they are definitely looking comfortable, already getting a lead as well as BK1 bites the dust. And look at Venabeast, he takes care of Nacho as well, and Nacho, the biggest killer on the side of Shinden. Whenever he is down, you can definitely feel Shinden's possibilities going down the drain, as unfortunately the rest of his teammates have not put up quite the same amount of kills, not even double digits at that. You've got 4 players still in single digit, IVZ being the closest one, but without an AWP, you could see his offensive efforts being a bit more dwindled.
And let's see if those offensive efforts are going to be, you know, properly given up right here. Yep, that's Ninjas with the kill on Roy. Somebody looking to find their way through. Abyssus seems to have made his way inside, you know. Unfortunate shots overall. That is going to put him down. But then Ponter is going to be taken down by IVZ. Oh my goodness gracious. Malaby gets taken down. IVZ with a valiant effort, but unfortunately for him, to no avail. Ninjas did make his way through with the kill with that MAC-10, so I mean, money is a little bit on the side right here of Swingers, but Shinden definitely has to take at least a little bit of time, Toon, because the fact that they were able to tie this up 6-6, and now Swingers on the offensive, on the T side, are the ones with an advantage, is definitely a wake-up call that needs to be tended to right now. It's like that alarm that you keep postponing 5 minutes more. You can't really postpone that anymore, or else you're going to be late for work.
Now, that tactical here could also be a momentum swing. Shinden is really hoping for anything they can do to stop Swingers on their consistent onslaught. And of course, the money is in for IVZ to claim an AWP. So I was saying how there was only one player in the double digits, now it's 2. So Shinden have been waking up ever so slightly more as time goes on. But really, you cannot hold a candle to the Swingers' amounts of kills. The fact that they got so many on CT versus Shinden's own amount on T side really does go to show who is the better one, at least in the aim department. And yeah, I think that's the really big bastion of hope for the Swingers here. The fact that they were able to get so many kills on CT and yet go into it with a tied score. Like, dude, there's a big discrepancy in the killing department, and it's definitely on the favor of the Swingers. But unfortunately, it's the tactical efforts where they might fall to the wayside as Shinden gets the first kill here in this round. And maybe Abyss might be able to get a second one here real soon. He's still crouching, but of course they're already expecting somebody to be there within the boxes, but IVZ! Nobody expected him to be there. Nobody expects the AWP, do they? Oh, goodness gracious, it's still going to be a massacre as only Venabeast remains, and he's in a 3v1 situation. He does not even have the bomb with him.
Doable for sure, though. That's definitely doable because, I mean, even though he doesn't have the bomb with him, he knows where they want to pressure him from. And that is, of course, going to give them at least a little bit more of a leadway right here. We're going to see the flash. Is it going to work out? Yes, it works out. The thing is, it doesn't work out as well as he would like it to, as BK1 is able to dodge it and get the retaliation. I thought for a second, man, I was hopeful that maybe we were going to see that mythical 3v1 comeback, but in the end, Venabeast unable to even get towards a third kill. Now Shinden with a very good position to tie things up because the economy wasn't really on a Swinger's side within that round, and now even less.
Well, I will point out, Venabeast has been very hit or miss, you know, in the throughout this map in particular. Like, Ancient was okay for him, but this one has been very hit or miss. Either he clicks for too long, he does find a kill or two or anything, and look at that, there's also that. He takes a little too long to aim towards that head, and eventually that leads to him being taken down. So again, that hit or miss is still true. Now you've got only one player remaining here for the Swingers, unfortunately. It's Dash. He was enjoying a 2v2 situation for a bit, but his teammate goes down. He does not have the bomb, and now he's going to have to make a long rotation to try and approach through Mini. But I think they already heard him coming soon, so there you have it. That's going to be an even score once more. And yeah, just heartbreaking loss after heartbreaking loss for the Swingers, who seem to start something big, and then eventually the tactical efforts from Shinden are enough to stop them on their tracks. Again, a big discrepancy in the kills, but it's slowly building up for Shinden. You've got a couple of players there with 9 kills to their name, and 2 with 14. So shoutouts to IVZ, who was able to climb that mountain as well. And on the Swinger side, well, hopefully Venabeast can start being an actual consistent hitter, because he is still falling to the wayside a little too often for his own good. Dash did great in this round, but it took him a while to get to that point as well.
Definitely, and oh my goodness gracious, BK1 and Roy. Oh, they made everything. They made miracles happen right there. And even though you had everybody, you know, essentially unarmed, it was still definitely a good run, the one that they had able to, you know, boost themselves a little bit more right there. 5 kills distributed between the 2 of them. Definitely going to help out. You said it yourself, Toon. Like, kills don't necessarily speak of the results for now, but I mean, Swingers, they now have the obligation to play this as if they were playing an essentially a last round, right? Because the economy, if things end up working within their favor, is going to help them out a lot. But if it doesn't, if they are to go down, it's definitely going to be a bit of a yikes moment for what we have in store right here. Ninja's able to make his way through, actually claiming the life of IVZ, the Opera Venabeast, able to get Abyss 2, sees the barrel of the gun, Dash puts BK1 down, and they're now making their way towards the B site, covering for anybody that could try to make an interception within their approach, but still, Nacho from the outside, and Roy within the A site. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, and they know that their economy could be hindered if they even try to approach it at this point, so simply going to step back and wait for the bomb to detonate. They're not even going to make an attempt at this point.
Would rather keep the AWP to your name. Roy could also find a kill from far away, maybe, given his position, but it seems like it's going to be a very peaceful end of it. Oh, unless they find Nacho. Nope. Ninjas is going to stay here within secret. And, yeah, Nacho might have heard some steps happening, but now it appears that he's going to stand back as well. So that's a 9-9. Dio, I kept telling you that Shinden has played a couple of overtimes the last time that they played here in the CCT, on Nuke, that is. And it seems like this one will be no exception once more, as they are slowly but surely building towards a 12-12 scoreboard. Now, of course, the Swingers can definitely pop off and claim a much larger victory, but it seems like Shinden is all but cursed to keep on playing overtimes. I mean, even when they played against Pain Academy on this very series, on Anubis, they went to 3 overtimes and they lost the map. So, yeah, these guys are used to it, man. They're in it for the long run.
Let's see if that long run favors who of these teams, because I mean, both of them here within that 9-9 scoreboard, and both of them have made their mistakes, but they've also had really good strides right there. Malby able to get the kill on Abyss, essentially unscathed, only 1 bullet that grazed him. Gonna see the bomb being planted off right here. Do we see the player coming in on the other side? Just try. Nope, not anything at this point. Oh my goodness gracious, those bullets flying could have taken Roy's head. Venabeast able to get the kill on BK1. The player that was lit up, though, is now out of contention. Dash gets a kill on Nacho. And oh my goodness, is Poncer going to be able to... Yes, he intercepts IVZ and knows that at that point, somebody's going to try to escape from the crossfire. But no survivors are allowed, Toon. Roy, definitely struggle right here to remain alive with his M4A4. Damn. What a rough round.
Bro's gonna go into witness protection real soon as the sole survivor of the whole onslaught. And we are going into round 20 now, Tio. Swingers have finally reached the double digits, so after all this time, they are still able to claim one more lead. It's not a big one, but it's a lead nonetheless, as Shinden have now been forced to make a big investment. If IVZ were to lose the AWP on this round, I think that's going to be a great omen for Swingers, but we'll see, we'll see. There's BK1 there, just a pistol to his name. Not even an MP9. He decided to play with just the basics. And you've got Roy with a FAMAS. Now, of course, FAMAS is more so the weapon that you have to play. Not the one that you're super eager to play, but there you go. IVZ gets the first kill, and that's on Dash. It's the Upper v Upper showdown, and it's won by the CT's very own. And Pointer, here's the util flying by. Squeaky seems to be checked. He is going to try to force people out of hut. In the meantime, they're going to line themselves up for a push towards the ramp from control room. And they will soon come across Abyss and IVZ, who has made his way all the way from the vents.
Better for you, but that 3v4 dream actually became a nightmare, as not only was Abyss able to claim 2 more, but it also enabled IVZ to get the second kill within his hands. So it's definitely a rough bout right here for Venabeast. He knows where one player is, sees him off right there. Is he gonna try to get the shot? Yes, he does. No, singular tap. Gonna wait it out. Is there any other player that tries to go in for the approach? Roy doesn't really want to risk it at this point. 5 seconds left on the clock. Think it's safe to say. Things tied up. Shinden playing this well. The defensive efforts were more than the offensive efforts, because the offensive efforts were unfortunately not the best, to say the least. But I mean, at least within the economy side, Swingers doesn't really look as if they're going to struggle a little bit more. Apart from Dash, which is opting to go for the AWP once more. While we have been seeing that the AWP efforts have been very well rewarded, right, within these situations, I think they've been rewarded a lot more within the CT side rather than the T side. And this is coming from both teams.
What's interesting, Dio, is that either way, there was a 6-6 score on the side switch, right? So
Yeah.
it's such a swing every single round. Is so unpredictable. Like, regardless of the loadout, you saw Shinden playing with Abyssal and a FAMAS last time, and they still got the result they got. Now, Swingers are now banking on the mobility that they've got to their own name. So they're moving down, but unfortunately, I don't think they're counting on IVZ being there, man. I mean, you've got the Opera about to emerge. They see him, but unfortunately for IVZ, he does not land a single bullet. However, they do know that there's somebody there, and Abyss is the first one to bite the dust. Here comes Dash. He's going to protect them. BK1 is gone, but IVZ is still standing. He is the most dangerous right now with the AWP in hand. The bomb, however, starts ticking, and they know now that IVZ will be approaching from that very same ramp. I'm hoping that Venabeast takes his time. There's no use in going out on a prowl to try and catch him. And look at that, Venabeast actually emerges and he ends up dying. And they definitely saw IVZ climbing those stairs towards heaven. So they know now that this site should belong to Swingers no matter what. Oh, but careful, IVZ takes care of Malby either way. And they insist upon fighting. They take care of IVZ. Only Nacho remaining, and he is not gonna fight. He is going to keep his AK to his name. What a bloody round for both teams, even though Swingers left. Oh my god, but now only 2 alive. Goodness gracious, Ponter is going to bite the dust as well. And Swingers, 1 ran away from securing overtime, but man, Dio, I insist. This is, I don't know if I want to call it a curse or what, but Shinden, they just cannot seem to escape overtime. They either win it on overtime or they lose it on overtime, but they can never win it with a big difference to their name.
Yeah, and like you said it yourself, I think that's a consistency issue, right? Because if you're constantly able to go into overtime, it means that you're not consistent within the rounds that lead up towards your offense, or rather your defense, right? So I mean, while you are obviously banking on the fact that you're going to go into overtime, you still don't really want to make that happen. Nacho with the shots, but Ninja immediately retaliates, says, you can spray through it, I can too. And of course, that's going to give them at least a little bit more of information. Nacho was the one that had the rifle within that round, Tune. So that's something that they're not going to be able to have anymore. Just the rifles. Unless IVZ can try to make his way through. He could also claim a kit. But of course, it is going to be heavily guarded, to say the least. Shinden has to execute in a coordinated manner. If anything, we do have 2 players here coming in from heaven. 3, actually. Do we see the head? Yes, we do. Just a head, 1 there, 1, 2. Oh my goodness, 1, 2, buckle my shoe. And I'm not going to finish that phrase because I don't want to get canceled anymore. But that's Swingers with the round once more within their names. And of course, Shinden knows that this round was one that they had to save on, because if they didn't, economy was not going to be on their side. They're going to play this one as if it were their last.
Quite literally, as if they lose it here, they won't be eliminated from competition or anything, but they will have a very complicated end of the group stage, that Shinden, that is. So yeah, Swingers here, they are in the cusp of getting a huge result in their advantage. And that would also send us to a very long break between matches, as the next one would start in quite some time still. But we'll see. Will the speedrun come to a conclusion now? Oh no, oh no, you need to hold on, man, you need to wait! You cannot just run through it like that! The wall of smokes was not set up just yet. And it's not just Venabeast, and it's also Ninjas. Goodness gracious, man. So much hit and miss, particularly from Venabeast. Broski cannot stop running.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the W on his keyboard is very stuck down, how much he's pressed on it, but yeah, I mean, it was you just had to wait 2 seconds, bro. 2 seconds was all you needed to wait in order for that smoke to come up. And it's very basic mistakes as well, the ones that are costing Swingers their opportunity to be able to make their way forward. And wow, do you want to risk it, though? Do you really want to risk it if you're Swingers? Try to go in for the offense right here. Because, I mean, this could be a very, very bad case of you not getting the opportunity. Okay, gonna see the shots right here. Do they? Oh, Malaby goes down. Desh has the opportunity in order to be able to put a bullet right through him. Maybe make this a 3-2. He does not make it happen. So it's all up to Ponter, who was trying to make his way through, but he's simply gonna step back, say, you know what? Let's go to the next round. I mean, and it's not even something that he can contend, right? With 20 seconds left, it's just you against the world. Bomb is way out of your league right here. Unless you make a Herculean effort, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. So, Tune? Yeah. Very, very rough spot for Swingers.
What can I even say, man? Like, it's split-second decisions once again, but dude, at this point, it's almost muscle memory. Because the same problem keeps happening time and time again. Take your time. Quite literally, Shinden taking their time this time, as they have won 2 rounds on the timeout. Like, that has been their win condition for the last 2 that they've won. And also, they have not gotten a single defuse. That's the thing. Swingers they either go all the way and plant the bomb and explode it, or they get a massacre, but they have never lost control of the site. So if they're able to go in and plant, that results in success for them. So the thing is, will they be able to plant here? That's the one condition that they need to strive for. Just get the plant going. And it's going to be near impossible for Shinden to retake. They have not been able to do that just yet. You've got your win condition. You just need to execute. And of course, make darn sure that you're not holding W. You need to step back. You need to know when to back down. But here we go, Dio. Final round of regulation. Regardless of what happens here, it's going to be a very interesting one. And whoever wins it, I mean, the victory is going to win it from smart play. And we have talked about that already. In terms of the numbers alone, there's definitely a smarter team in between these two, even if the smarter team is losing.
Man, I'm conflicted, right, at the fact that you say, like, the smarter team, but at times, sometimes playing smart isn't necessarily the way to go, right? Because suboptimal decisions can lead to interesting results, to say the least. Or so not a bit of a logical approach to say much, but speaking of a logical approach, seems like Ninja's not really finding anybody up until this moment. Nacho is going to be smoked off. Not being able to see anybody at this point. They have to take their time because they know that overtime really isn't going to favor them much. with Abyss with the coverage on ramp, just holding that angle once again. Does not want to move too much, and Nacho just making sure that nobody wants to go in for any little bit of cheeky business, and he was ready. Oh, they were so ready. Nacho and BK1 both able to claim a kill, but not before Vinabeast goes down as well within the hands of Roy. Poncher gets a kill, gets a double, and it's all left up to him. Can he make this happen? It's the Opper as well. That's alive. Oh my goodness gracious. IVZ with the immediate retaliation as well. He knew that he could have gone from there, and that is Shinden with the tie. 12-12, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it seems like Shinden is cursed here on Nuke to go into overtime time and time again.
And this is the first overtime that they're going to play. We will see how many this will extend for. But man, what an accidental round. Shoutouts to Ponter. He did fight till the very end, but unfortunately, they caught him on the backside, trying to leave that hut area into the facility and try to go plant on B. There was definitely still a solid chance for him to claim that victory, but it is what it is, and now we are going into at least four more rounds to go. Now, Swingers, though, for what it's worth, their CT was ever so slightly more solid, I would say. It was a 6-6 score at the end of it. Like, these guys traded rounds on both halves. But I do think that CT was slightly more solid because they took their time. This time, though, on the offensive, it was when they kept holding W that they really fell to the wayside. So, if they can finally learn from that mistake, they could find success here on T, and of course, switch to your more comfortable side real soon.
Yeah, to say the least, saying that this is their comfortable side is definitely something that you have to call for right here, because the fact that we went into this, what was it, a 6-6, right? It speaks how well both of these teams are at attacking and how good their defense is because of the way that Swingers played their defense. I mean, they were lacking a little bit behind, but then they were able to get to the 6 first, and after that, Shinden were the ones to be able to tie things up on their defense as well. So it seems like the team who's able to get their leadway towards their offense first generally is the one to able to get that win rolling for them, right? So I guess right now that the T side is so important right now for Swingers that if they're able to claim at least, I think that it's at least 2 rounds, to say the least. If it's at least 2 rounds, the ones that they claim before the side switch happens, I definitely think that Swingers have a very massive advantage because Shinden, they played well within their offense, yes, but now what can you do that's new on this map that they're not expecting at this point, you know?
For sure, I think that the playbook might have been showcased a little too much. You're not quite yet an open book, I don't think, but
yeah, no.
Shinden definitely knows where Swingers are flaking from. They know their weak spots, particularly on this side, because we are going to keep on, pushing for a momentum swing and whatever. But for in the meantime, Swingers have definitely shown a few too many weaknesses. And finally, the clock is ticking. So now we're going into that first overtime, everybody. Remember, this will go on until somebody is able to win 4 rounds on any given overtime that we play. So like we said, Swingers, they had their victory on the tray, and unfortunately were not able to take it. They just needed 1 more. Fought till the very end, though. Shoutouts to Ponter, who currently has the highest kill count in the map. But Shinden, as time goes on, they are looking better on the trigger, so the execution is there, the aim is getting better, and this could result in a very good endgame for them. Now, unfortunately, Ponter is forced to stand back. He takes a ton of damage from that fire, and here comes IVZ, delivers the first kill of the round, and that's actually on the biggest killer, Ponter. So, a big hit to take if you're Swingers.
Definitely not what you want to see, right, early on, because of how important Ponter has been with 23 kills onto his name. Everybody else has to start picking up the slack that Ponter has been providing. That little bit of a, I wouldn't say like a comfort zone, because definitely not the case, but I mean, he has been very aware that these players, they can struggle a little bit. Gonna see the molly, gonna push him back. Yep, that is IVC to take a heavy amount of damage. Doesn't really matter if he has a helmet at this point because he will be taken down almost immediately right there. Why are you not providing the cover fire? Especially since Roy is now able to get 2 kills. Ninjas definitely squandered that a lot right there. Barely able to make it back. But still, losing one too many teammates that he could have saved up and could have helped him out right here. Now Abyss with the flank, and it's all up to Venebeast to try to claim this force for himself. But Nacho able to put him down. That is definitely 100% on Ninjas for tunnel visioning into using your utility. Why do you have utility out if you're going in for the execution? Guns blazing, get on it. You saw your teammate die in front of you.
You saw the intel. You have the intel relay, like, in that very second. So yeah, definitely a missed call, a missed opportunity. But yo, this has happened so many times now. I keep telling you, swing and miss. Like, they keep going for the hit and miss every other round. Seems to be going to the wayside, and at this point, I'm not even going to say that it's because of a solid play from Shinden. It's actually because of Swinger's own mistakes. Like, there have been so many mistakes happening left and right. And of course, you can see it in the scoreboard. The fact that we're in OT is definitely more so Swingers. It's the fact that Swingers lost. It's not that Shinden was winning. It's that Swingers was losing. That's how I can describe it. But still, props to Shinden for taking them to this point. For what it's worth, though, nobody has died, but there was definitely a chance for Swingers to get a lead going at the very beginning when IVZ emerged and he did not find a single kill. But now the wall of smokes has been set up. This time, Venebeast taking his time before moving forward and actually stepping back as he expects those grenades to come into play. But Venebeast eventually is found. Not his fault this time, though, I will say that. Not his fault. This time, it was just very smart play with the grenades, and they caught him in 4K. Getting some barbecue here.
I'm sorry, I've been commentating on mute too. Wow. Goodness gracious, sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, you can't really say that this isn't something that was, to say the least, expected, right? Because I mean, with both Ponter and Nacho right there. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, Ninjas finally making up for that mistake that he had made beforehand. But the thing is, now they revealed their cards a little bit too early on. And that could cost him. Oh my goodness gracious, it's all up to IVZ. Can he make this happen? Does he change his weapon of choice right here? His repertoire is limited with that AWP within his hands, and then the crossfire immediately from both angles. Ninja and Ponter both getting the kill right there, and what a great display as well. Because I mean, Venebeast, I was saying, like, smokes aren't walls, and sometimes they're treated like that. And the fact that Roy, I mean, if you're gonna open up that door, you gotta make sure that you're ready to swing for it. And he was not ready to swing for it because it gave Ninjas a huge amount of time to turn around, recalibrate, because he overshot that swing, and then swing for himself and get that headshot. So maybe, just maybe right there, that definitely was an error on Roy's behalf. The one who made the good things happen previously is now the one on the losing end right here. But no point in talking about rounds that have just passed right here. Ponter getting the kill on BK1, but once again, it seems like BK1 and Malby have huge beef at this point because they have been on each other's just kills, constantly trying to scout for each other so much, man.
Well, IVZ's gone.
Damn.
That might be the push that Swingers need, as they don't have to worry about the Opera anymore. And IVZ did not find a kill in this round. And look at, oh my goodness, I thought for sure Roy was going to be able to swing back. Unfortunately, though, he does bite the dust, and this leads to a 2v1 situation where Nacho's the last one, and already he has called his shots. So they know where he's coming from, and that's going to be the end of the first half in this first overtime, giving the Swingers a lead once more, and this time they're headed to CT. So it should be their better performance now that they're going into their preferred spot. And look at that, man. Like you said, it's like, I can't really say much else. IVZ was hoping to catch somebody on the outside, did not bother to check his angles, his own flanks.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? I think that both of these teams suffer heavily from that tunnel vision that we were talking about. IVZ, he held his angle like a pro. The thing is, sometimes you gotta make sure you check your left and right, right? I mean, that's why you check both sides before you cross the road. If not, you're gonna get run over by a random Venabeast that is very rare to be able to take your head from Garage. That was super important kill as well. Now, if you're swingers, as long as you don't overextend or play it too risky, I think you definitely have a very good fighting chance in order to make it towards 16. Because like I mentioned, Toon, if they were able to get those 3, definitely going to spell out a very good story. But with 2 players have already made their way through right here, are they going to be able to... He does not get the collateral, but very ready to be able to do so. Poncho goes back. And is he ready to get caught off guard? No, he's not ready to get caught off guard, but not, oh my goodness gracious, man. Kobe right there. Poncho gets a kill on Nacho. And I think that we are eating good today, ladies and gentlemen, but so not before Malaby goes down. Not quite making his lead. Wait, where do you think you're going? You're not going through that vent without me getting this execution. And BK1 is forced against a rock and a hard place. Poncho gets a kill as well. Once more, Poncho with the triple kill, making his teammates catch up the slack right there. And then the immediate retaliation right there from Ninjas. Gonna claim that AK-47. What a good round right there from Swingers. They played that defense perfectly.
That was actually really solid indeed. Not just because of the alley-oop that he went for with the HE, the approach from Heaven, giving the relay off the intel, and probably, I mean, we didn't see him, but I'm pretty darn sure that there was a re-peek from Heaven looking at how BK1 was going down the vents, and just sending the signal to Swingers' own defensive core in the alleys to make sure that they took care of the player emerging from those same events. Now, of course, Mini blocked here with the fire, but nothing an HE can't solve. And look at that, man. A ton of damage. That's half the HP gone. And BK1 is once again going to bite the dust. Deal, I think this round is just a comfort round for Swingers. Look at how good they're playing and look at how solid they're looking in their distribution. And of course, they're setting themselves up to cover for the entry from the hut. And you already know that they're about to emerge from there. And that's the first one being taken down. Unfortunately, Ninjas does not take care of the second, but Abyss does not count on a second player being on the top. 3v2 now, but of course they know at least about one player emerging from HUD. Venabeast takes care of him, and that leaves only IVZ remaining. No AWP in hand. It's an AK-47 3v1. They will soon try to sandwich him. Does he see Venabeast? He does. Takes care of him. But there's no way he's going to emerge out of this alive. And that's the map, everybody. That's the match. The Swingers are going to take it 16 rounds to their name after a very long one. But it's a 16-13, and the curse prevails for Shinden. They once again were forced to play overtime, and they once again lost it there.
Oh man, how many times in a row has this happened now? They went within Nuke. They did it once against Jaguara, and then they did it twice against Unomile. And that's the third time in a row that they've actually lost within the overtime now, because Swingers was very ready to be able to put them down here within Nuke. So, I mean, one would think third time's a charm, but not before Swingers has something to say about it. And I said it at once, Venabeast was definitely a player that we had to take into consideration, but Ponter, I offer you an apology. I was not familiar with your game, right? Because holy crap, Ponter definitely the MVP for the team at this point. Of course, Ninjas, Dash, and Malby all have a huge shout out because, I mean, can't really play Counter-Strike with two people, right? Regardless of what we have in store, that is going to be that 2-0 for them. And obviously, we're looking to claim that 3-0 now. I mean, players within that 1-to-1 position, definitely doable. But Shinden, I mean, they have to make sure that whatever they do it with proper investigation and proper study, because sometimes we bet a little bit too much on our own skills rather than doing our investigations first as well.
Hey, also, I will say, as far as Ponter goes, Broski literally has no pictures, so, you know, I sure hope that we will soon be able to put a face to that name, because it's a very promising performance from what we saw just now. And definitely a good way to go if you're the Swingers. Even if you did have to play overtime, at least you got the victory there. And you hit them where it hurts, because it's overtime. It's an overtime loss once more for Shinden, who are now in a 1v1 situation, 1-to-1 record, that is. They won against Pain Academy 2-1, but now they lost it here 2-0. And Dio, as you can see there, we've got one more match remaining for tonight. That is going to be the team formerly known as Flamenco against Yawara. That's Tropa do VSM. Now, I'm not really sure why there was a name change there, but that is technically Flamengo if you go into Wikipedia and take a look at the page there. So they will play against Yawara real soon, but everybody, you already know it's going to be a short break before we get to see that. Or actually, not such a short one, it's going to be a bit of a longer one, but we will be back real soon with more action for you guys, so stick around, we will return. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for the final match of the evening. We just saw a 2-0 victory coming through from the Swingers, who still don't have a pineapple logo, still waiting on that. But now we're headed into a very different match. The organization, or the team formerly known as Flamengo, will now be playing against Yawara. And we say formerly known as because you will see the name soon enough, but still, that's the final match of the evening DL. It's going to be a doozy. Yawara just got a victory against Velox, but Velox is the worst team in the competition so far, so, you know, a lot of question marks in the air.
Yeah, definitely. Not only that, but it also rings a question like, what is going to happen within this match and where is it going to be taken upon, right? So before we head into any of that, let's go ahead and check out how the group standings are as of this moment, so we can, you know, give a little bit of insight regarding how and where these teams stand. Because Yawara, they actually, you said it yourself, they actually beat Velox, right? And I find it funny because you say like Velox right now is one of the worst teams within the competition, but there are also another 4 teams, right, that are already within that 0-2 threshold, just basically 2 steps out of the tournament, right? But the fact that Yawara is now going against Tropa the VSM, and you said it like 3 times, man. I'm so sorry. I've not been able to get the hang of it at this point. But I do want to bring something to attention at this point, is that previously known as Flamenco, Tropa actually has already beaten Yawara, and it wasn't a relatively easy one per se, right? So we did see a couple of unfortunate situations, right, regarding like Dusty Roots, you know. They did get the win against Nitro, but it was because of a unfortunate forfeit. But other than that, we have very, very good upsets. Like, for example, the Swingers against Game Hunters, who are already trying to make their way previously within the previous playoffs, right, towards the game, and now losing 0-2 against them. And not only that, but then they went ahead and lost against Pain Academy. Now, of course, Pain Academy is really good, but seeing Game Hunters within a uncommon position within 0-2 speaks well of the growth that we're seeing right here within South America.
That's right. I love to see the growth. I love to see the consistent optimism too, because, you know, Counter is a game with a very, very long history, and to see them still banking on it on CS2 now, I mean, that speaks wonders about the future of the game, and I'm hoping for a very good future for the region as well. Now, let's take a look at the players who we're going to be seeing tonight. We've got Yawara to start out with Stax, Teleji, Joe, Nargis, and Revolts. Now, of course, I'm not going to keep pronouncing them like that, don't worry, but that's how a Brazilian would pronounce them. And as far as we're concerned, Yawara did take a victory against the Velox, but like I said before, Velox, technically the worst team in the competition so far, with one of the lowest round differentials. Actually, no, not the worst, 3rd worst, actually. But still, they just took a 2-0 loss against 2070, and now Yawara is feeling good after that victory. They took Inferno and Ancient, they lost Dust to 13-4, but they took Inferno with a 13-0 record. So you know what? After a victory like that, I am sure that this team is feeling swell.
Yeah, definitely. And let's go ahead and check how the roster for Flamenco is going to be at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, because these are the members that really popped off previously, right? So that being said, we got Kutzmeretz, one of the teammates that has been most consistent all around here within this team. You got Danoko, VSM, Farias, and Max. So right now, Flamenco, you know, they have this overall composition that we've seen. The only player that has been constant throughout here has actually been Danoko. So VSM, Kutzmeretz, Misfit, and Max, well, in this case, if I recall correctly, it should be, instead of Misfit, it's Farias. But regardless, they're all new teammates, right? They're all new teammates here. And the fact that they were able to win against Yawara, you know, 19-16 on Dust 2, and then 13-11 on Anubis, I mean, he speaks super well of how well they're playing. But, I mean, this was one victory over there within Dust 2, the one that they struggle with. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and check where they're going to be playing at this moment too.
Yes, let's take a look at the vetos, and also where they're not going to be playing. And you know what? Good on this ban. I mean, like I just told you, Yawara just got a 13-0 victory on Inferno. You don't want to take them there. Their best map currently. And at least from recent history, of course. And Mirage will be banned by Yawara, meaning that we're headed to Ancient first, selected CT side selected for Yawara to start out, and then Dust 2, Yawara's own pick. They will start on T side, whereas the final map will be Nuke, the Decider map. You know, it's actually the same distribution of maps, it's just a different order. Nuke was the second map that we saw earlier, and now it's going to be the last one. But still, a very clear preference so far for where they're gonna be playing.
Definitely, and I really like the fact that we're going to be seeing Ancient once more. It seems like here within South America, you generally see a lot of Ancient and a lot of Anubis, right? But you want to balance it out with one of those maps being exclusively the one that you go for, because offense here within South America is huge. It's so important for you to be able to get your offense going on strong, and that's something that these teams actually play so well for that. We saw it within the previous matches as well, right? Shinden against Swingers. How many times did Shinden try to fight their way through whenever they were on the T side, and how many times did they struggle whenever they were on the CT side, right? Same things for Swingers. So that being said, you just get a glimpse of us before we're about to head into the match, because this is now live and we are ready to get and see how heads will roll over here within Ancient.
Yes, indeed. It's time to get started. Same map that we started with early on, and now we're headed there once again. What's interesting, though, is always to see that T-side performance. We did just see T-side being like the pop-off side for Swingers when they played there, and Swingers got a pretty decisive victory on the map as well. Yawara has played Ancient in recent history. They did take the match against Velox on Ancient. It was 13-11 though. It was a very close one. So, you know, you can't just go into it thinking that you're going to have an easy victory, of course. Whereas for the quote-unquote Flamingo, who's no longer called Flamingo, of course, they played against 2070 earlier, and they did play Ancient and they lost. So at least in that sense, Yawara does have the higher ground, the higher performance, even if this is Tropa de VSM own selection. So, you know, it could be a bit of an upset. Yawara could step out into the fray with, you know, with that ideal in mind. And it seems like there's a bit of a delay, Dio, so we're going to have to take a bit of a short break, I guess, before we come back. So let's do just that. We're going to take a short break, everybody. Be right back as soon as the action begins.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to see how heads will roll here within Ancient, since this is going to be the map pick from Tropa do VSM, something like that. I'm just gonna call it VSM. VSM.
Isso,
Okay.
cara.
Yeah, VSM, meu Deus. So, that being said, let's go ahead and start off with the offense right here that is going to be proposed right here by Tropa do VSM. And if they're going to catch anybody off guard here within the site, no, it doesn't seem like the site is going to be guarded at all. But with mid control right there, they can of course make something go for a retake. Farias able to get at least one. Revolts goes in with a double, and now things are tied. Teledi gets Farias all the way from downtown, from the previous part where we were watching at a moment. That T-Lower is now riddled with blood, while Revolts is trying to make his way inside.
Oh man, have they made their way? Look at that, Telegi! He is going to take care of Kutsumeret to end the round, and of course here comes the defusal. Good on Yawara for getting the retake going, and we were talking earlier about how complicated retakes have become, regardless of the map really. In the last match, actually, I think we saw a total of, what, like 4 retakes total? Defusals, that's what I mean. And it's definitely been a hard time for the CTs. They've seen better days, but it's good to see Yawara to start out like this, preventing the big bang coming through from Tropa do VSM. And you know, it's also good that Yawara got to clean up with only 2 players being taken down, those being Joe and Stax, but particularly Revolts and Deligi doing a fantastic job. Now, as far as who we should be really wary of, I think that Tropa do VSM, also, now we get the explanation of why it's Tropa do VSM. There's the player, VSM, or VSM.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, right?
It's like his troop. It's his troop, these are his boys, and of course they're trying to make the best of it. And you know what? Losing only Danoko in that exchange, that's actually not too bad. You've got a scout here in play, however, and look at that, Nachji's already finding somebody there. It is going to be Max biting the dust. Of course, it's going to be a bit of a harder retake. The bomb will now be planted. They know where Joe is approaching from. That's the exit from Temple, and the flash goes by. Doesn't really affect Joe too much, but it does affect Stax, who dies now to the hands of Kutsumeret. And you've still got to worry about the rapid fire from Tropa do VSM. You've got an M4A1S, and VSM himself is going to take care of Joe.
Well, not only that, but a bit of a change up within the way that things are playing off. You see Farias with the SSG, with the scout right there. Can he make it happen? No, we actually see the shot. Simply gonna go off. See the attempt of a retake here? No, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. They have no kit, so they have to run for it soon. And that round looking absolutely phenomenal right here from the Tropa do VSM. They're all going to be able to make it out alive, especially... Oh, no, never mind. Kutsumeret barely unable to make it happen. And oh, you know, once again, fell within the shot. And the fact that he was not able to get the kill, Narts, that actually leaves Farias open ground for him to be able to get an M4A1S, which is huge within the 3rd round.
It appears so. I mean, just the 3rd round indeed, but it's better to get the effects going right now. So shout outs to Tropa do VSM for taking one right away, right after losing their pistol round. And oh, careful here, there might be some friendly fire in the mix. Max, though, still going to is still going to take some bullets to the back. It's just not from his own teammate. Kutsumeret also super lit. You've got a couple of players who are bleeding hard, those being Stax and Kuts. So at least it's still a bit of an even situation. Even if Yawara did not go for that big of an investment, they couldn't do it. You've got a FAMAS, an MP9, and a Deagle, and I think that might just be enough if they have the tactical front to put up. We saw that before, right? Like, Shinden was playing such a good tactical game for the most part that they didn't really always need to pull the trigger, but that also became a problem. So you don't want to just depend on positioning alone. You need to be able to land those bullets when it counts. And here's one of those. Here's when it counts. Farias is able to take care of Stax. And of course, that's going to be some intel really real soon. Oh man, but that's a Deagle shot on Farias as well. Delegi once more with just a pistol. He is going to find a kill, and it's a 2v2. Still Dio revolts with a single FAMAS to his name, but he is in the defensive B side. And Tropa do VSM is going to have to start moving real soon towards that A side. And of course, fantastic trigger discipline. I love this from Revolt. He already saw them approaching, and look at that, he held on to it, unfortunately dies. But you know what? There's still a chance for Vassiami to go in and plant.
Yep, and it's definitely going to be all the way here within the A site. And I don't know much about this bomb plant area, right? He had time to be able to play with it. So at this point, what do? Do you want to play from, what is it, A main? Do you want to do that? Or maybe do you want to, just play a little bit of a ring around the rosy right here? Let's see what they have in store for us. Vassiami taking his time right here, because of course it's not the one to lose, and he's still gonna go in for the duel right there, able to make it happen, wins and gets a little bit above it. And not only that, but just a little bit of a disrespect. I mean, he was able to get that clutch, and not only that, but place his team in a spectacular position tune in order for them to be able to claim not only one, but possibly two, since Yawara is now going to be on the back foot here within their economy. Not going to do too much. And I definitely think that that bomb plant was very good, because it forced Teleji to make his move through his own spawn, which is great. Forcing them into and tunneling them into an area where you can actually handle them is definitely amazing.
That is a tactical effort that we have been talking about too. Like in the previous times, it was all about that, getting the flanks going and everything. There was some friendly fire here, by the way, from Yawara's own side, so they do lose the round. But it is what it is. Tropa de Vassiami has found a way now. This wasn't really their plan. I mean, they did not expect to find them all in connector, but they have kind of, conditioned Yawara into playing together when they maybe could still afford a little bit of separation. This round in particular, though, it was a bit of a more complicated one. It was going to take them a while to find the kills one-on-one, so they would rather play as a unit, and everybody aiming towards the same guy. When you all aim to the same guy, that might just become some pseudo rapid fire. Now they do have some actual rapid fire, but it's not gonna be any good as Zanoko makes bank with the Mac 10, taking care of Revolts. And it seems like Stax is going to make a little bit of bank taking care of Danoko as well, but you know what? The problem is that you did let go of B side while that was all happening. Teleji, however, takes care of Max on his way in, and that's a ton of damage on Stax from the fire alone. Careful there, because Joe definitely had the read on VSM, and it seems like Tropa de Vassiami are going to have to go for a different push, as they are now outnumbered on B sides, and it looked like a very good approach at first. Now to 2v2 though, we are back to even, and Kutz definitely has a read there. He had the read on Noctis, and that's going to probably be the round, as Joe is the last one standing, has an AK in hand, sure, but he's gonna have to play the 2v1 and worry about an AWP in the meantime. He does find the first kill, but not gonna quite do the same against Farias.
Let's see how that's going to work out here, especially since now that Tropa do Vassiami is now within a bigger lead than what you would want, or rather feel comfortable with, to say the least, is of course going to give you a little bit of a different approach, right? Within the way that you want to proceed, not only within your economical side, but as well with your tactics. Because we saw that Yawara, I mean, they have good defense, right? It's been more so right now that Tropa do Vassiami has better offense here within Ancient. Now, obviously, that does favor it quite a lot here. Ancient is one of the more neutral maps, but, I mean, as long as you can play your tactics properly, it's going to be a completely different story right here. Gives them a little bit of a kiss right there before heading off. And then we see them, are they gonna waterfall all in? No, they're not. Doesn't see the HE hit either. Max already taking down Revolts as well. Vassiami taking down Teledi. And I mean, not just, I mean, he could, yep, he does get the kill right there. But that not only will it leave him completely exposed towards where his position is, now they know that he's armed and dangerous, right? So, got to take a lot of things into consideration right here, especially since Katsumanets could see him head on.
And that's exactly what happened. Dio, the actual prophet. Granted, the scoreboard speaks for itself. At this point, Yawara has been a little bit too telegraphed in their positioning. Tropa de Vassiami is having a very easy time finding them on their way out. let alone the fact that they are consistently winning the sites themselves, right? So we started with a defusal. That was great from Yawara. It was actually a pretty good showcase of what they might be able to do later on, but it seems like that was just a pissed around, and there's really nothing else they can do when they're actually matched on the firepower department. It's complicated for Yawara to win a round regardless of the loadout, and I think that's a big issue here. Tropa do Vesiani, of course, are going to be armed to the teeth. They've got all the util to their name, and also they've got a pretty solid player in Vasiami too. I mean, shout out to him. They are naming the team after him, and he is definitely showing up as the leader that they need him to be. So, yeah, good on that. I mean, I have seen a few names here and there where, you know, they're named after a player, and that player is not usually showing up to battle. So, good on them for having such a good leader.
Yeah, and not only that, but where is Taco, right? What player is Taco in Tropa do Taco? But it doesn't really matter because we're seeing Danoko going in and getting that kill on Jao. Ooh, and not only that, but Max actually caught within the crossfire right there that Revolt's had. But where is its coverage within the site? Where is everybody? Why are they going in for the plant where he's completely exposed like that?
They wanted to throw util, man.
Yeah, but I mean, still, you're seeing your teammate going with the plant, and you got somebody that's already convoluted within there, somebody that's already infiltrated it. Get your hands off your damn utility and make your way towards the site. You're supposed to be playing a team game.
And it's the second match in which we have seen that same thing happen. What's going on with util today? I mean, there's game sense that you need to carry over, right? Like you've said, if you don't have an amount of hours on at least Dust 2, then you're probably not quite there yet for professional play. But these kinds of things, you might not get a crash course on it. Like, people might not tell you, hey, if you're in this precise situation, you don't have to do this or whatever. It's something that you learn throughout your playing time. It's something that you come across in your ranked matches, that you come across when you practice for your team and everything. So we do expect people to practice these kinds of situations, and it seems like they keep going to the wayside. Now, it does, however, seem that like Tropa do Vesiami have now learned from their mistakes, so no more util throws when they don't need to happen. They have actually been really good on the trigger, and they have found 4 kills already, only taking Kutzminets in exchange. Now, you do have Farias there with the bomb in hand, and the AWP as well. Actually, it's double AWP. We were talking earlier about how the T-side swingers, when the swingers play T-side here in Asian, they didn't want to play the AWP. Now they have 2. So it's a very different kind of philosophy going around here for this map. But still, it's a victory for Tropa do Vesiami nonetheless.
Yep. And I just want to clarify out there because there are a lot of people that are asking us. No, Misfits is not playing. Farias is playing for him. And this is the same team as Flamengo Esports right now, but they just renamed it. It's Tropa do VSM of his teammate that's called VSM. Yeah, once again, is repping up until this point. And speaking of the Witch tune, I just want to clarify that VSM has been on fire, right? And he's actually the sole reason why right now Tropa, his team, is looking towards claiming an advantage very, very early on, if I do say so myself. I mean, Farias already took a heavy amount of damage. If I would, you all would go with Bogdan's Law at this point, right? Making sure that AWP is in good hands. And speak of the devil, Farias with the kill on Teledi. Oh, you know, duck and cover, but you can't cover for too long. Revolt goes in, gets the kill on Danoko, and that is going to be that 4-4 on the manpower side. We do see them have already made their way towards us, but where is the bomb? Why are they not guarded? Where's the bomb?
There's the bomb, buddy. But you know what? You've got a bomb to worry about, and the other players themselves. The true explosion is in the firepower, and they have already located Naxjis. So unfortunately for him, he has only got 3 kills to his name so far. He did find a kill already here in this round. But you know what? They're forcing him out of his own area, so that's gonna be a headache. This is the kind of situation where Counter-Strike turns into a bit of a horror game, where you're playing against, well, not 5 anymore, just 3, but still, you can take a ton of damage, and you at least want to carry over that AK-47. But still, Dio, that first half of this first half has already gone by, and this is a secured lead for Tropa do Vesiami with this round, so they will not be seeing a deficit in the scoreboard going in on the side switch. Best that Yawara can hope for, though, is to win the remaining 3 rounds and make this a bit of a closer game, but it is definitely looking complicated. Look at that money, Dio. Like, Revolt is going to be looking fine, But yeah, Yawara, depending on that full loss bonus, they will be able to make a full investment here. But dang, son, those investments are not paying off.
Not at all. I mean, Tropa do VSM is looking very good, not gonna lie, because not only have they secured an advantage within the halftime, but they're essentially shutting down all attempts that Yawara is making for their defense, right? We see them pick them apart, being able to use their utility in order to, or rather, avoid the angles that they want to keep up with, they want to hold, and that places them within the situation where they feel uncomfortable. Once they feel uncomfortable, that's when right now Tropa de VSM is actually striking, like right now, like exactly that. Catches Teledi within the reposition, and that, while as it is a very unfortunate movement right here for Teledi, of course is going to help him out. Oh, Nargis with the kill on Max. Impressive stuff overall. However, it is not quite out of the woods just yet. You got a double stack right here coming in from Saxon Zhao. Does he see him from the left? No, he does not. VSM making his way inside, essentially making like Ancient is his home, man.
Very much so. It appears to be a map in which the comfort is definitely felt. Wouldn't call it the comfort pick, of course. We still have to watch CT side for that to happen. But you know what? In the meantime, Tropa de VSM are definitely feeling swell. These are their ruins, okay? And also this is actually an archaeological site in Mexico, by the way, like canonically. So shout outs to that. Mexico definitely shining in that, I can tell you that much. I got to see like a total of 3 different cultural sites, archaeological sites this year alone: Montalban, Palenque, and Chichen Itza. And if you guys are able to visit Mexico, I highly suggest you go there. Tons of history to be found, and tons of Counter-Strike history to be made here as Yawara are trying to find their victory and revolt! Goodness gracious, they got him in the last frame!
Quite literally the last moment available right there. I saw him playing a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie, como no. And just as a suggestion tune, if you have the opportunity to come to Paquime, let me know if you're here within Chihuahua and I'll take you there too. That's another archaeological site here within Chihuahua, and it's really good. Anyways.
With Raramuris?
Sí.
Cool.
Nice. So, that being said, Tropa de VSM is looking extremely well positioned to even take double digits within the first half soon. And that's obviously something that you don't really see quite often. Stacks going through the fire and the flames, the molly once again hindering him. Speaking of, I mean, like Aztec archaeological sites, my man is looking like Cuauhtemoc with all his beats with the feet right now that have been essentially burned to a crisp. Let's see if Max can make his way through at this point. Taking their sweet time with the approach. We're going to see a flash. Nope, not going to flash anybody. But that one is definitely at least for one, but plays anti-flash. Nargis gets the kill on Max, but then Danoka immediately retaliates. However, deep within the site, we see a reposition coming in from 2 of these players, Revolts and Zhao. Gonna see the bomb plant anytime soon. Anytime soon. Tune is the question, because right here, a great position by Guts Meretz, able to get the kill on Stacks, and then gets another one on Revolt. Anyone else want a piece of this?
It appears so, as Stella G is about to emerge, and he does catch Kutsmaret, so at least he finishes that massacre. But still not the greatest position for Tropa de VSM. Oh, sorry, for Yawara, as Tropa de VSM is able to take care of Stella G. And goodness gracious, how many times is Joe going to be the sole survivor of the team? Unfortunately for Joe, he is consistently that last bastion of hope, but he has not found a victory just yet. No! The worst! Oh my goodness, that's going to bite VSM. Man, it was such a close situation, just turning around the worst possible time. Now, Farias, though, he does know where that kill happened, and he sees the cannon peeking. He sees it, and there you go. Pulls the trigger, takes care of Joe, who once more has been the last one alive, and he has played the horror game of Counter-Strike a few too many times now, never winning.
Unfortunately for him, yeah, I mean, he was able to get the kill on VSM, which is really, really good, right? I mean, you took down the top fragger, given the situation allowed you to be able to do so, which is not really often, right? You don't really see him placing himself within those type of positions. And once again, you say that's a horror game, and I remember the words of Lena Brickner. Shoutouts to Lena. Lena, one of the really, really good Counter-Strike casters here within Mexico. She said that sometimes Counter-Strike is a horror game, right? And it's a timing game as well at times. So Let's see how that's going to work out. Oh my goodness gracious. Stacks going in with the double kill. Not only getting one with his MP9, but also one with the molly that threw out right there. Completely smoked off. Will we see that smoke dissipate and Zhao get a kill? Not at all. You know, just a little bit of information given off by Max and his fire through towards construction. Delegy taking it very, very slow. Simply says, you know what? They're the ones that have to approach. They're the ones that are at the disadvantage. I don't have to do anything other than wait for them to attack. And speaking of attacking, are we going to see Katsmanets with the kill? Yes, we are. Nargis out of play, but then Zhao says, you know what? Let's not reveal my information quite yet. Goes in, gets a shot, and that is bomb right smack in the middle of B side soon.
At least they do know where Zhou is, but it will be a complicated approach from Max's side. Playing anti-flash for a little bit, it works out at first, and Zhou! He will take care of Max! Although it was just a trade. Now Farias is the last player standing, not able to take care of anybody else. Yawara will give us that so coveted 9-3 score. Granted, it's been a very accidented side. You can see it there. A long time between every round victory that they got. So Yawara is now hoping for the best on T side. This should be their better performing one, but Tropa de Vasiami, I'm thinking that they will carry over that momentum. One thing that they did really well was force Yawara into situations that they didn't want to play in. You know, like many different areas in the map that Yawara did not have an advantage on. That's where they were forced to play. That's where Tropa de Vasiami wanted them. So Tropa will now be on the defensive effort, which quote-unquote should represent an easier time forcing T's into places they don't want to be in. And take a look at that. It's a couple of trades to start out. Actually, just one trade, sorry, as the USPs are coming into play. 3v3 now, make that another trade. Goodness gracious, Dio, so many bodies hitting the floor, but Kutzmanets with 4 kills! Nearly the ace, but he is going to give this one to Tropa de Vasiami, and he's going to pull the trigger even more to make darn sure that he's sending a message.
Not only if he's sending a message, he's making sure he's sending the bodies over there with it. What a massacre. What a look at the sharpshooting by this man. Holy moly. But yeah, I mean, already claiming that double digits within the name right here for Tropa do VSM. You know, I just want to shout out to all our Portuguese audience. Tune, can you do me a favor and say that I say hi?
Galera brasileira, meu parceiro Dio, quer dizer olá pra vocês.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Obrigado. But yes, honestly, not gonna lie, I really like what we're seeing right here by Tropa do VSM, right? The Ancient, definitely their pick, and they're looking absolutely pristine on it. Even though Danoko is the one that has the most experience, VSM looking absolutely phenomenal here. Definitely the one to keep the namesake up for his team. I mean, I don't see this being Tropa do Max or Tropa do Farias. No, it's Tropa do VSM for a reason. We're gonna see the bomb plan right here. Yawara already looking mighty fine. Even though they have the lack of firepower, they were able to take down the sole defense of the A site, which is Max. Katsmanets goes and gets the kill on Najis, but oh my goodness gracious, Stacks does get the kill on VSM afterwards, but Katsmanets once again pulling up his weight, man, looking absolutely phenomenal. This could be Tropa do Katsmanets later on. If he keeps this up.
I mean, he is really close to Vasiami, so just one more kill and he ties him up into KD. Still, though, it's great to see players popping off like this. I always like to see them on their A game, and, you know, you can tell, Counter-Strike might not be, like, the most expressive game, especially competitively. Like, maybe if you go on casuals, you can be quite expressive. But whenever players are on a competitive match, and they're starting to run and gun, and they're starting to do the things that Kutzmanets is doing, that's when it really gets very expressive, and you can tell when a player is feeling himself. So Kutz, on T side, he did well. On CT now, he's doing stellar.
Yeah, so I mean, that speaks a lot of how he generally registers what he wants to do, right? Just simply playing a little bit more of a defensive side. He's more of a reaction player rather than anything else. Peek your head, peek your threat once again. Peek it again, says VSM. Says just goes in and says, you know what? I got more for all of you. Who wants some? However, he will be finally met with that store by Stacks sent there immediately. But damage has already been done. Revolt on 28 HP. And Stacks being one of the only players within Yawara that is completely healthy, this could spell a lot of danger right here. Danoko, no utility in order to stop the bomb plant. But, of course, that is just an immediate phrase up for his team. Like, hey, we gotta make sure that this retake is effective because they have firepower. They have AK-47s.
The AKs are in, and there you have it. That's one player down for Tropa do VSM. Careful there, Yawara, able to take care. Oh, actually, no, they didn't take care of anybody else. Just the one, Farias. And hey, shout outs to the cars on the street. They're actually rooting for Tropa do VSM. But still, that's going to be another victory for the boys in blue. And that's the third defusal so far in the match, so already much better performance from Tropa do VSM. Although they just matched the amount of rounds that Yawara won, they have done so getting 2 defusals. So that's a pretty good omen looking into the future as to how Tropa do VSM is playing defense. And of course, they have already secured overtime, so they would need to go on a 9-round losing streak to keep on playing all the way to overtime. Else, if they just take this one here, they're going to win it and take us to Dust 2 next.
Yeah, and it could be a very simple Dust 2, right? Oh, flash off, Gutsmares. Not only is he good with the kills, he's good with the assists. What a flash right there. In order for Max to be able to get the kill, the Eshiemi says, you know what? I got one more in me. At least one more. What could be possibly the last round is looking mighty fine right here. Does he get the shot? No, he does not. Nargis finally puts him down. A 3-3 situation, and they have to go through that smoke in order to try to get their bomb. But I don't think it's getting through the smoke. What really, is causing some issues right here is actually having to go back because they do not know where they have to strike. They have to take their time. I mean, with a little bit less than a minute left on the clock, of course you can do something like that. If Tropa do VSM plays this smartly, they wait. Like, they wait. They do not do anything other than wait.
That is indeed the case. He reacts now to the usual being thrown out. Just a couple of shifts in positioning, but still waiting for the util to run its course. And now shooting through the smoke, Max has announced where he is. But now it's all down to the mollies and the incendiaries. And look at Nachis, all the damage that he just took. 11 HP remaining, and of course, look at that perfect crosshair positioning. Fantastic, taking care of Kutzmedes, but guess what? Guess what? You don't have the proper defense here. It's all about Delagy now. And Delagy did find a few key kills before, but no, he whiffs. He just whiffed the kill, the possible kill on Max. And now Farias has all the intel in the world. They know where Delagy is, and that's the map, everybody. Tropa do VSM is going to win this first one, and they're going to take us to Dust 2 after winning it here 12-3 with another defusal. And that's going to put them in the lead.
Caralho. What a great play. And just overall map right here for Tropa do VSM. Yawara, they didn't even know where they hit it, man. They didn't even know where they got hit from. As soon as they opened their eyes, ya les estaba lloviendo and they could do absolutely nothing about it. And I mean, obviously this was a Tropa do VSM's pick, right? We are going to be heading towards Dust 2, in which Yawara, they have an absolutely great record. But last time, they also lost again. Last time that they played, they lost against this team specifically. This team specifically, 19-16. So let's see if Dust 2 is going to bring us once more that overtime that we've seen previously. This wasn't within this series. Of course, it wasn't within the CCT. But, I mean, still history that has to be revised, and I don't know if I'm comfortable being the one to go back into a map that I've already lost on. But that's not the case. I'm not the one that's playing, it's them. So Tune, let's go ahead and head into a break so maybe they can regain their composure after losing 13-3, and we'll be right back with you with some more action. start. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, once more, I am caught off guard whenever they send me to camera, but I am very ready, along with Toon, to be able to bring you the second map, ladies and gentlemen, the second map here, in which Tropa do VSM really came up and lit up everything that they could in order to bring down Yawara, and now we are going to their map pick, in which Dust 2 will be the area where this will be we will be debuting. Whether it could be a 2-0 right now, or it could be a 1-1, and we could be heading into Nuketown.
Yes, indeed. That's still in the plate, but we will have to wait and see, because it's Dust 2, it's Yawara's own map selection, and that's where we are headed next. Now, Yawara played Dust 2 against Velox Argentina, and they lost 13-4. So their latest match, at least in this very tournament series, has been a loss. And that's a very complicated one to take. Dust 2 was not even the map selected by the system. It wasn't the decider, it was the second one. You know, this is kind of looking like the exact same situation. Difference being that Yawara won their first map back then against Velox. And like I told you, Dio, I am not sure how good of an omen it is when you consider that Yawara defeated one of the bottom 3 teams of the competition so far. And they don't have the worst round differential, but it is a very considerable one of -16 for Velox, that is. For the guys over at Yawara, however, now that we got that result in the first map, their round differential has now become -4. So they do have a -1, and if they don't put up some numbers here, it's going to get even larger of a deficit. But it's Dust 2, everybody should have their thousands of hours of experience here. Let's see how good it goes for them, because so far, Tropa do VSM are definitely feeling it. They've got the momentum on their side. Like we said, it's gotten very expressive the way that they're playing.
Yeah, I really like it as well. I really like what I'm seeing, simply because of the way that Tropa do VSM has been handling this, right? Once again, we constantly speak about these two teams like really going all in within the areas where they generally want to play on, or rather as. But overall, how they were able to go in and manage their offense perfectly within Ancient really leads into the momentum that they're now going to have here. So we're now going to be heading into the map. Seems like we're going to be going live in any moment, in which now Yawara has the obligation to come up and say, hey, we chose this map, now we have to rep it.
Yes, indeed, this is their own selection. Do or die, quite literally, as losing here will put you on a, well, actually an even record, because they did win their first match, but still, you don't want to be in the middle echelon. You want to get to those playoffs ASAP, and we already saw Swingers getting to their 2-0 record. Tropa do VSM could be on the brink of doing just that. They do, however, seem to be taking a bit of damage, but no death just yet! Goodness gracious, fantastic defensive movement there, but of course, it's just a matter of repositioning to take care of Danoko. Joe did take a ton of damage there, so he could be the next one to bite the dust, and now VSM, oh no, not quite able to protect his own teammate, but he does take care of 3 people before going down! And that's a 2v2. Delegy was able to claim a second life, make that a third almost. Kutsumets, not quite. Kuts, oh, so close. Man, in a couple of situations in the exact same spot there on Cat. But in the meantime, Dio, it appears like Yawara will be able to find the bomb, and Farias here does not have the weapon out. There you have it. He is going to bite the dust, and only Kutsumets remains. Last time, Yawara was able to win the first round of that pistol, but they were on CT. Now they're on T side, and it could be a bit of a push for them. But let's see, Kuts not able to deliver that bullet, so that's a victory for Yawara.
Already doing a lot better, right? than we saw previously. And of course they're gonna go in and try to break the morale a little bit more, right? Because we had some beef. We definitely had some beef previously. So I'm really looking forward to what they have in store for us, especially since VSM really put in all the work in order to stop the players right there within mid. He took 3 kills, and unfortunately that was all they were able to net after that, right? So I mean, Vieshiemi with the Deagle says, you know what, let me continue to ride right here. Oh my goodness gracious, holy crap. That is the last thing that you see before you die. You see 3 HEs headed all towards you, man. Holy crap. And the fact that they were able to make it out alive as well. Impressive stuff. Danoko with the M4A4 within his hands. And the approach right here through CT that could spell a lot of danger. We see Katsumerets seeing if there's anybody that maybe he can catch off guard here within mid. Is he gonna see Teledi? No, it doesn't seem like he's gonna try it at least. And they're just taking their sweet time at this point. As long as nobody peeks, I definitely think that Tropa do Vieshiemi has a fighting chance. Even because they did go in with the complete buy. I'm looking at their economy right now. The only person that didn't buy entirely their bank out right here is Farias.
It does seem like that. The money is nothing to write home about. Oh, careful there. Danoko blinded. He is going to show himself. And unfortunately, nowhere for him to run. The M4 is now gone. And now Kutsmerets trying to find the 2 headshots. He does find both of them. It's actually a lead for Tropa do Vieshiemi after all that somehow. But it's not going to be a long-lived one. Vieshiemi does pick up the M4A4. So there's still a fighting chance here. But will he just carry it over to the next round? Yep, I think he's not going to engage. He's going to wait for Yawara to move out of the way to maybe get an exit, but he's just going to carry the M4A4 with him and take it into the next round. So they are going to let Yawara take this one, and yeah, like I said, already doing better than the last map, at least at the very beginning. These 2 round victories in a row, I mean, they didn't have a single round winning streak in the last map, so yeah. Good on Yawara for now being able to carry over that momentum and keeping their lead when it matters most. Now, Vieshiemi, I don't think he's going to come across anybody just yet. Joe seems to be staying in mid. Perhaps if he decided to move. No, sir. Nothing left for them to do. So, Tropa do Vieshiemi is going to have some mid money at best. And if they go for an investment, it's going to be a very curious one. I don't think we're going to see anything more than MP9s and maybe some Deagles. But honestly, I'd rather save. I don't think there's much use in spending here.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I think that it's just going to be Vieshiemi, the one that gets it, right? So just the one with the rifle here. It seems like Teledi's Counter-Strike crashed. Quite normal nowadays, unfortunately. We're just going to wait for him to come back. But, Toon, I wanna go into a little bit and practice our analysis here, right? We saw Tropa do Vieshiemi. We know that firepower and aim definitely isn't something that they lack, especially coming from the man with the namesake, right? However, I do think that right here within Dust 2, their coordination has been a little bit lacking. You haven't seen any proper pushes. You know, when they did go in with the force buy, they haven't really went all in with the utility. So at this point, I think that their firepower or their accuracy just overall isn't the one that's not giving them their win. It's more so the fact that they're not playing coordinated and they're not habilitating situations like we saw in Ancient that lead them to catch Yawara off guard. Now, given it is barely the second round, right? So maybe I'm counting my chickens before they hatch, but if Tropa do Vieshiemi doesn't really change this up as of now, like it has to change now within this round specifically, this could spell danger later on because Yawara, their offense is really good on Dust 2. I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about stats later on, but just within Dust 2, they are known for being extremely good, as it is their 3rd most played map within the last 3 months, a total of 21 times played.
Well, you do need to go out and aggressive many times. So shout outs to them for finding that success in the aggression area. And we have talked many times about how, aggression is the name of the game here in Latin America, particularly Brazil. They definitely have a very good offensive mindset, if nothing else. Sometimes the aim might lack a little bit, but for the most part, when you're playing offensively, you definitely have the right idea. Especially Brazil, once more. These guys live and breathe Counter-Strike. Now, unfortunately, they live and breathe it so much that when Counter-Strike crashes, kind of brings your whole world down. So it seems like it's a bit of a longer tech pause here, as Tele G has not yet reunited with his teammates in the server. So we're going to take a very short break, everybody. We will be back as soon as Tele G also returns. Well,
Alrighty.
thankfully not the longest tech pause ever, right?
Yeah, no, fortunately for everybody here. It doesn't seem like it's going to take out too much time out of our schedules, but let's go ahead and check that out, at least for the moment, to see what is going on. Because at this point, there's nothing much left for us to do. Wait, do I see? Are they hesitating? No, okay. Maybe I'm just paranoid at this point. So let's go ahead and head straight into it. We see Tropa to Vieshiemi with a good opportunity right here. We already see Zhao taken out, going in with the flashes right here. Gonna claim that AK-47, and even though he's barely able to scrape with his life, he does claim it and says, you know what? I'm gonna take this for myself, and then I'm gonna bounce.
Good enough, as Zhou is taken down. And Deta G, the one who disconnected earlier, is the one with the highest KD, so crucial for Yawara to have him around a little bit longer. And now in comes the full boost, and they do see somebody approaching. I didn't see Faria shooting, actually. So it seems like that boost only helps them so much. Still though, it's a lead, and this seems to be the round for Tropa do VSM. You were talking about this deal, the adaptation seems to be in, and the memo has been received. So that's a full-on massacre. And reminder, they didn't go for a full buy. Tropa do VSM was playing with, you know, a couple of FAMASs here and there, and an MP9, so actually a very good result for the loadout that they had.
Yeah, not only that, but they were also able to cash out, right? It says, you know what, I'll change my MP9 for the AK-47. Do you have anything to argue against that? You know, maybe want to heckle or something? And they couldn't respond because they were dead, right? So in the end, ends up being a very, very good trade-off for them. And it seems like Yawara is actually going to go in with the full-blown loadout as well. And it seems like the aggression is going to come on here from the B site. However, they do have a lot of utility. They have to hold the B site down, because if they don't, it's going to be one hell of a site to be able to retake. Vieshiemi gets a kill on Zhao. Well, he's going to provide some supporting fire, gets hit with the headshot, but he's still alive. Still alive to be able to get at least a little bit more of firepower through. Goes in, gets a flash off. What an amazing attempt right here. What an amazing hold right here from Tropa to Vieshiemi. Even though Guts Merez was taken down, he was still able to keep up and just stop the pressure that Yawara was exerting over the site ever so momentarily, in order for the rest of his teammates to come in, swoop in, get those kills, and of course, Vieshiemi once again being the one to lead the charge.
Yep, particularly him, a fantastic team leader. And like you said, fantastic holding too. I love the in and outs playstyle that he's got, and oh my goodness! First click, first kill, and VSM is also getting one on Nachjis. So that's a fantastic beginning for Tropa do VSM, and unfortunately for Yawara, they are already at a pretty darn big deficit. And look at this, how far is he going to flank them on? Holy smokes, look at VSM. Look at how far away he's going. Broski is almost checking spawn. He just did. He found the bomb too. So that's going to pretty much be what settles it. Yawara are not winning this round. No way on earth. Rebels has only got a single pea shooter. And yeah, that's looking absolutely awful if you're him. Extra little piece of util for good measure. Revolt is going to take some damage from that, and now in comes the cavalry. You just need to worry about one guy, and they take care of him. Goodness gracious, Dio! This is the Tropa do VSM that I'm used to seeing. This is the team that I expected to see from the very beginning, and now they seem to have finally gotten their mojo together.
Yeah. Seems like they were just like, okay, you know what? We are rattled a little bit. We're a bit rattled, but it's definitely okay. We can still make things happen. And that 3-round streak, right? After that 2-0, that round they won where they were 2-0, they were able to simply keep things working well for them afterwards with that eco. Oh, are we going to see somebody from Suicide? Not at all. Not much to be said right here. We are going to be seeing them simply trying to make their way through once again, forcing their way actually throughout right there. Max gets a kill and revolts, but Delady takes down Vieshiemi. That's going to be a rough bout, to say the least. The HE hit anybody. Oh, Delagi wants a double kill right here. He's looking for the triple on Farias. Is it going to work? No. I'm sorry, it's on Kutsmerets. Farias does have the AWP within his hands. Does he find somebody? He sees the barrel of the gun, gets the kill on Nargis. Steps back a little bit. This is tied, Tune. 3-3 within the firepower and the manpower range, but still got to take one more thing into consideration right here. It's the fact that you already have one player within the site, but bomb coverage is here. And Zhao has to be the one to try to make it happen if he even thinks about joining his teammates over there within the A site.
And I think he knows how dangerous it's going to be to push here. Oh, he does see Max, however. And Max decides not to insist upon shooting through the doors. Now, careful here with the util again. Broski, how many times? How many times, dude? At least they did bring Joe down to 10 HP. But it's once again the util, dude. Again, a ton of damage from Joe. He could have died. But unfortunately, I don't think the positioning from the rest of the teammates is really going to help them on their cause. Look at that. Kotomaritz is going to buy the dust, and that leaves only Farias remaining. He does have the AWP with him. He sees Joe approaching, but that was Joe he took down. And now he needs to worry about both Data G and Stax. And this is going to be a very complicated spot for Stax to be in. He needs to wait for Data G. And Data G will soon approach. Yeah, it's looking like a lost cause at this point. Yeah, goodbye, good sir. Farias is not going to keep on pushing there.
Yeah, I can't really blame him, right? I mean, you value your AWP more than you value trying to win that round. But I mean, you got to make sure that you run for it, little bro, because what happens if they catch up to you, right? 3-3 on the scoreboard right now. Given the fact that Dust 2, I wouldn't say like it's heavily CT favored, but it is inclined towards T. I'm sorry, CT. So right now, Tropa to Viesciemi, I think that they're relying a little bit too much on Viesciemi himself, right? You got to make sure that you're picking up the slack that Viesciemi is delegating towards the rest of you. I mean, he's the IGL for a reason. So, all being said, I think it's more so the fact that we're seeing these players relying on him a little bit too much. I mean, yeah, he's no simple, right? He can't carry entire teams on his back or anything like that, but you gotta make sure that these type of things happen and work out for you. What an assistance. What a flash right there in order to be able to get the kill on Max. Kutsmanets knows that somebody could be coming in through those double doors, but at this point, I don't think you risk it any further, right? I think you just simply head back, say, you know what, if maybe they want to catch me within the crossfire, it's not going to work.
Oh, goodness. Well, there is a plan B, it seems. Just shoot your way through. So at least it is Tele-G that they caught here. And Tele-G is the one with the highest KD on his team's side. Now, Kutsmanets is going to be the one guarding these doors. Do they see him? They do. And unfortunately, that's twice in a row, 2 rounds in a row, in which they have tried to guard for the same exact doors, and it's no good. And look at that. Not even the Opera. Farias is going to be fighting the dust now. And also Danoko. Man, just a number of poor choices on the moves there coming through from Tropa. And look at that! Stacks with the call-out. Gets the kill. And then extra round for Yawara. 2 in a row. That's a couple of 2-round victories in a row for Yawara. So, man, I mean, just calling them out big time. Especially on the defense of the doors, man. I insist. There's been a couple of attempts there to guard those. Neither one has been successful.
Not at all. And I think at this point, you want to make sure that your operator is just there, just like guarding it and simply stepping back, right? You don't really want to risk too much off of it, because the moment that you risk too much off of it, it's definitely going to cause at least some issue right there. Farias gets caught once again off guard. That was a terrible, terrible area to play from. You know that you're very well opened up right there. I mean, at least you got to make sure that somebody's covering for you if you're going to try to stand right there, because once again, lower tunnels is a prime area for a shot right there on Xbox. So let's see how that's going to work out now. We do have one player protecting double doors fervently right here. That was Danoko. It seems like he's going to simply step back and try to play it from side pits. Stepping back has been very, very good regarding how these teams have been playing. We're going to see the shot right there from Danoko. Joe able to get it, and then the coverage from Stacks. The coordination right now from Yawara is looking absolutely phenomenal too.
Are they ready to take care of VSM? However, VSM already found a 1. He is going to move out of the way from the fire. Make that 2. Make that 3. VSM on his own is almost going to win this one for his teammates. He will. Wow. Goodness gracious. Not quite the ace. Danoko did find the kill, but he is going to bring the comeback to fruition. Wow. just absolutely wow. I mean, shouts to Danoka for finding that kill on Joe, but it's once again the defense of the same doors that has been lacking. This time, VSM had to stay within sight and then start shifting his movement to catch them one by one, and also force the Opera to whiff a bullet, because shoutouts to Nachtis, he was not able to deliver that one, and he definitely had the win condition on his hands, but it is what it is, and now we're back to even just like that, Dio.
Yep, 4-4, and it seems like they're going in for a bit of a different patterns, if I do say so. Ah, cabrón, que otra! Wow, what a shot right there from Stax, able to get the kill right on Kutzmeretz, forcing Stax off of the Xbox, and now they have to play one man down. We actually saw Kutzmeretz on the verge of making it, of making the team Tropa du Kutzmeretz, but now he's definitely lacking a little bit more within the firepower department and the coordination. He has been constantly the first player to go down, Tune, and that isn't spelling too much of a good omen right here for Tropa du VSM. However, still taking their time. They don't really have to approach too much. He's going to catch him off right there with the unfortunate opportunity. And you're going to try. What a spray right there from Danoko. And then whips out the sidearm and says, you know what? Let me catch one of these and let me see if maybe it can be Tropa du Danoko.
Well, they do catch VSM, so Danoko seems to have that seat for his taking. It could be an ace real soon. We're gonna find out just a few seconds. There you have it, it's an ace! Danoko! The new leader of the bunch. Goodness gracious, an ace. And remember, VSM got 4 kills last round, with the exception of one that Danoko got himself. So,
yeah.
Shout outs to that synergy. I love how these guys work as a unit, and Tropa du VSM, that's what they needed. They just needed to have that synergy on their side again, and you saw it here. Granted, that first kill that they took, sorry, the first death they took was a bit of a surprising one. Jawara, going a lot more out in the aggressive. Weird to see them go like that, but still. Now they've got the AWP to their name. Oh no, geez, you cannot whiff those, buddy. You cannot whiff those. You have given them so much information now. He is going to have to reposition.
Yep, definitely. Gotta simply step back a little bit. If you're VSM, actually interesting to say the least. Like, I have to admit that VSM's playstyle is definitely unorthodox. And he's constantly calling out this team rates right here.
Wow.
Najis goes down as well. No more AWP. No more stacks either. What is going on, VSM?
And the bomb.
And they also got bomb. Do they see it though? And not only that, but he's actually opting to go in for a very, very aggressive position right here. VSM wants to ensure that his team gets not only a tie within this, but possibly an advantage early on. This could be exactly what is needed. That's why Kutzmeretz simply stays back and says, you know what? I have to guard the bomb. I have to guard the bomb as best as I can. There is no way, with the coverage that VSM is providing, that they can actually try to go for it. It has to be him. Farias goes in, gets a kill on Zhao. 1 play remaining, and that's Teleji. El Teletubi Mágico. Gonna simply stand back right here. Ooh, gets a shot through the smoke. Max is gonna put him down. And what a round right here from Tropa du VSM.
I love the playstyle, man. I love it. This is the kind of Counter-Strike that I love to see. It might be, on the most purest terms, it's not technically the Counter-Strike that you're used to seeing. But you know what? That's why I love it. It's a breath of fresh air. It's good to see players like VSM here playing his heart out and doing just whatever he wants, because he's definitely playing with his food. And I love to see it, the disrespect that he's going for. It's not something that you get to witness too many times, but it's darn entertaining. And speaking of which, look at how fast they're trying to approach the doors now. Max is going to be leading the pack there, and it seems like he's not going to find anybody. The push is happening on mid doors in Xbox here, and they're about to push through, it seems. They're just waiting for that smoke to dissipate, but here we go. It's time for Cat to be taken over by Awara. They've got Tech 9s galore, and they're about to step in. They find the no-co. Can't turn around in time, but you know what? They're going to meet Kutzmeretz now, and that's a lead for Tropa du VSM once more, and Max is going to take care of 2. What a fast one.
Yep, and not only did Kutzmarets, he was able to find 2, but he also assisted for another 2, and that is definitely what you want to see within your teammate. Not only him getting the kills, but ensuring that you get them as well. The setups that we've been seeing, the flashes, the HEs, the mollies in order to flush them out of these areas, the HEs that hit them in order to give them at least a little bit of an advantage so they can reposition. All these tiny little details that, what did I say on round number 3 soon? Did I not mention that that is what was going to give Tropa do VSM the opportunity later on? And that's exactly what happened. If they do not squander those opportunities, of course, we're going to see something completely different. The smoke is going to stop them dead within their tracks. No! Once again, 1 magazine, 3 kills, man! What is this? ¿Qué les dan en Brasil, hombre? Puro panecito con queso!
Pão de queijo é feijoada, caralho! Porra do caralho, irmão! Wow, wow, wow! Tropa do VSM! Goodness gracious, that's 5 in a row. And before that, they got 3 in a row. So, yeah, these guys are like, okay, you know what, those rounds that we just gave you? Yeah, we know you needed those. That's just charity work here. We're gonna keep on playing with our food. And as time goes on, Tropa do VSM are looking better and better. And that was CT. Now let's take a look at how T goes for them because, yeah, that's still a bit of a question mark. But you know what? So far, so good. It was looking even up until round 8, and yeah, quite literally, they got a 4-4 score on round 8, but the remainder of the rounds were definitely completely under control by Tropa do VSM, and they were doing run and gun on the defensive efforts, dude. Like, they have not even been playing on the offensive technically, and this is where they start doing that, and they are going to survive the first ambush of bullets from Tele-G, and they know where he is, so it's going to be a complicated defensive effort here from Tele-G as well. Tele-G is going to take care of Max, though, so that should result in a complicated way in for the rest of them. Tele-G, oh man, shooting through the smug. Okay, he might be the living hope for his team. As there's still a couple of trades here and there, but Yawara does have 4 players remaining.
Oh, unfortunately, right there, unable to get the kill. The Revolta was essentially on 1 HP, and that's going to come back to bite him. Even though Tropa do VSM was able to, you know, they were able to double the score that they had on Yawara. Unfortunately for them, it seems like these pistols are going to give at least a little bit more of a leadway. I mean, we saw a very, very good defense, right? A very good defensive effort right here from Tropa do VSM early on. But right now, I mean, offense is a completely different story right here within Dust 2. While, yes, it is one of the more difficult, you have one of the most notoriously more difficult sites to retake whenever you're on Dust 2, which is the B site right here. But, I mean, you still have to take it, right? You still have to make sure you actually take the site before anything happens. So, let's see how that works here against Yawara. Let's see if they have any sort of setups, because once again, they did go in with the buy one more time, and this actually gave them at least a little bit of an opportunity previously, Toon. However, let's see how that's going to work out, especially since Tele-G with the shots. Oh, no way. Okay, the Max does get the kill right here on Tele-G, but once again, the rapid fire, you said it yourself, time and time again, marks so much of a difference right here.
Especially early on in whatever half you are playing. But yes, it will be the difference maker here. And look at that, Revolt takes care of Kutzmanets as well. That was the bomb dropped, and he sees it. So this one's in the books pretty much. Max with 5 HP, more like a zombie by now. Still moving, but not really going to get on a 4v1 combat. Not with 5 HP at least. And there you have it. That's going to be the final bullet to take care of him. A very, very fast click there. And that's the victory for Yawara, who are still in it. I mean, we do talk about how big of a momentum swing we saw for Tropa do VSM, but that does not mean that they have the map victory just yet. They did have a 4-round lead, which could have extended, but unfortunately for them, they're going to have to wait ever so slightly longer before they see those efforts come to fruition. Next round will definitely be a full loadout, but for them, in the meantime, they are going to have to play with just a very meager loadout and a scout to boot. So, yeah, not really what you want to play with always, but careful here, Yawara. Look at how far away they're going, taking care of 3 from Tropa do VSM. Once again, only losing 1 player in the process. Tropa has not found more than 1 kill so far in this half, I believe, per round, that is.
Definitely. We actually saw use of the scout, right? Right here coming from VSGME. Didn't really work out too well. He did opt to take the upper roll as he tried to switch up towards his sidearm. Simply gonna step back. Not really gonna do much off of it. And this is a really, really rough spot because you're force buying into so many situations that now you're essentially giving up a tie right here for Tropa tu VSGME and Yawara's scoreboard. Yawara's looking mighty fine. However, doesn't seem like economy is going to be a factor within this bout anytime soon. Because now Tropa tu VSGME have enough money in order to be able to make the firepower happen. Mostly all around. Maybe go in for a bit of a semi-buy next round too. That could change things up a little bit right here. But I think the fact that Farias, if he gets the shot right here, definitely going to help out. Yes! Najis goes down. Right there from suicide. I mean, that's why it has its namesake.
It is going to be the first cleaned kill. Now, it's not always a suicidal mission, but now that you can kind of count on the AWP being in play, it might just be that. Now, Telegy was going to buy the dust, but Stax was able to step right in afterwards. And no, you can't turn it like that! Joe, alive and kicking, walks out of that one with just 10 HP gone. And Kutz definitely saw somebody moving there, so he's just going to give the intel that they're moving through mid, meaning that even though the doors are not wide open per se, there will be somebody already defending B side, and that's Kutz, giving his teammates a chance to rendezvous. But it seems like Yawara still has a couple of big pieces to defend. It is going to be a bit of a complicated one. They know that mid doors is a bit of a death mill, but here we go, or rather here they go. They already saw somebody moving there, and I'm not sure if this smoke is going to help them out too much. Revolt is going to keep on shooting through. He sees the smoke dissipate, dual Berettas out, and he catches Max on his move! Not quite yet into the side, however, as there's still some time with the smoke before it dissipates. And here comes Kutz, still nearly at full HP. Does he check his backside, though? Does he check it? There you go. He hears the bullets flying by. He catches Joe. And now it's Revolt, who has already made his way down. They see him. It's a 2v1 effort. But it will mostly be Kutz Meretz at first. And Kutz does not see him just yet. Oh, my goodness! That's going to be almost a victory. No way! Farias, you cannot win those. Buddy! What? What?
Oh, my goodness.
What? Dio, did you just see what I saw?
Yes, unfortunately. How do you squander something like that? Holy moly. Like, yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fine. That's what you're supposed to expect, right? From there. But why is Farias playing all the way from main if you know that there's another player within the site, right? Like, they've already communicated, like, hey, this guy's here. I kind of need your support. At least do cannon fodder, you know? Like, oh my goodness gracious. I really don't know what's going on right here with Tropa tu VSGME. It seems like whenever VSGME is the one that goes down, it seems like everything just goes completely south right there, because it was a clutch between Kutz Meretz and Farias, and they had it essentially within the 2v1 situation after Kutz Meretz was able to get the kill. So, no use in talking about the previous round now that things are tied up. Yawara playing that absolutely pristine given the situation that arose from it. Do we see an HE in order to stop them? No, we do not. Not at all. Zhao gets a triple kill right here. Danoko, Kutz Meretz, Max, and VSGME all go down. Stax does get the final kill right here for his teammates. Do we see somebody else? That is the question. It's a 5v1 right here. The bomb is right smack after that smoke. It seems like they know a little bit where they are. I mean, they have absolutely no reason why they should change up the position that they're in, right? Because they do have the bomb plant. Gonna go in with the refresh of the smoke, and now got a lot of time, Toon. You got a lot of time in order to try to make things happen. Farias once again, last player left alive. Simply taking a lot of time right here. Can't really blame him. They have nothing else to do.
Could find them all in a line
wait.
here. Oh, yeah, almost that. Exactly, but there you go. He is going to bite the dust. So that's another victory for Yawara, and this time that victory represents the lead in the scoreboard. So, Does too. CT side is kind of what they were hoping for. But still, man, Tropa Dovesiami definitely had a chance to put themselves a bit further into the lead themselves. But they let it go. We saw what Farias did, or rather what he didn't do in time. And now Yawara is on the cusp of getting those double digits, so getting real close to that 10 round mark. And Tropa Dovesiami, unfortunately, with just Tech 9s, I'm not sure if this is going to go their way. And already it's looking like a bit of a massacre. Thankfully for Stax, he is going to survive here a little bit longer. But of course, they have already announced their arrival here next to the smokes. So it won't be an easy approach. Already one more down. That's Kutmedets. And the other thing, Dio, neither Kutmedets... well, rather, Kutmedets has not really shown up like he did on Ancient. And the VSM definitely putting his team on his back when it matters most, but unfortunately he can't do it all alone. He has been shut down quite a bit on the side switch.
Yeah, it seems like he just hasn't been able to pop off as much as he had within the offense, right? And that's actually something we've seen quite often. Once again, there are teams that, you know, generally one-sided towards the areas that they know or rather like to play. Where Telegy took a lot of damage right there, forced to stand back, relinquishing at least a little bit of territory right here. 44 seconds remain, and this is definitely good, but, I mean, has to be very, very cautious right here. 30 seconds left. There's nothing much that they can really do. They do have the bomb within their disposition, but they would have to essentially take down whoever they want to go from. And if by any chance they're able to infiltrate their way through towards the site and are able to get the kill right here, yeah, that's not going to happen anymore. If they had that Noko and, I mean, Viashimi, both of them, I think that maybe something could have happened, but with one of them down, not at all.
So the double digits are in, and Tropa Dovesiami are finally able to make a big investment once more, but if they lose it here, I think that's pretty much securing overtime. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself, however. Tropa Dovesiami could still go on a 5-round win streak and take this whole thing. It is looking more complicated by the minute, though. So here we go. Already trying to shoot through. They find nobody on suicide for now, it seems. But Farias is going to stay behind, trying to catch somebody there on the prowl. No results so far. Tropa Dovesiami are going to make a bit of a faster move, actually. Here through underpass. And now to control Xbox as soon as the fire dissipates. Look at that, Dio. They are moving super fast now. And we have talked about how, you know, being very fast on your feet might be the death of ya. But so far, so good. Nobody from Yawara to come across. Ooh, Kuts does take a ton of damage from that, however. It won't be easy for him to win the one-on-ones now. But here you go. He does see somebody moving there towards the boxes. And that's a little bit of intel. At least 2 players have already been located. And here's the smoke, so they're forced to stand back. They know about the double duty effort to protect A side, meaning that B might just be on the table.
I mean, they have to make sure that they that they actually take it, right? Like, once again, definitely a hard place to contend. They don't have mid control either, simply because they do not want to approach too much off of it. You got 2 players over there within Goose, and of course you know that your utility has to go through there if you want to make something happen. Do you have a molly? No more mollies right there coming in from Atopatu Vieshiemi. So once again, you're stuck against a rock and a hard place, not being able to flush out 2 players. They're stuck right here within Goose, and that's definitely a squander once again of the utility, man. Very, very difficult stuff right here. Vieshiemi goes in, gets 1, gets 2. He doesn't have the bomb, though, so he has to be very, very careful. Simply stepping back, 5 seconds left on the clock. Really nothing much left for them to do. Vieshiemi goes down, doesn't even wait for the timer to go out, and that is Yawara with the lead once more. 3 rounds of a difference, and not only that, but look at Zhao, man, 25 kills.
He was the one constantly surviving on Ancient, and now he is also the one with the highest survivability and the killing count in the entire map. So, go to him, fantastic numbers, surviving just as much as VSM, by the way, but just you know, just getting 3 total more kills than VSM's own count. Now, What about the Vesiemi do have the full loss bonus, so they are able to enjoy a little bit of an investment effort here. Still, though, looking quite fragile. Now, shout out to the fact that Nargis actually has only found 5 kills so far. Like, you've still got a few weak links here and there, but as a unit, Yawara has been doing so much better. And of course, we're talking about CT. CT has been all the difference in the world. Tropa de Vesiemi did not do a bad job on T side. They got their 8-round victories and everything. But really, it's T side that's the true nightmare. The 8 rounds that they got on CT are seemingly completely gone now.
Okay.
And Kutz is able to find a lead here. Finally, they're able to put themselves on the lead. It's been a while since they've had more players than their opponents. But here you go. Already they know about the approach. They're trying to stop the players moving through mid, and that's the 2 last remaining ones, Joe and Stax. So it won't be an easy task to retake this site. Good on top of the Vesiemi. They're finally waking up. They're not quite done for. They can still take this one back and or push for overtime.
Oh, and then the flank right here coming in from Danoko. Great stuff. HE, is that going to hit it? Yes, it does. Woo! From downtown. Goes in, gets the kill right there with the HE. Danoko pulling up once more. Great stuff. It seems like Tropa de Vesiemi still has some fight left in them. Let's see how that's going to play out, because something that I do want to bring attention to, Toon, is the fact that these players from Tropa de Vesiemi, they have not gone in for the AWPs in a good while, right? After Farias unfortunately missed that shot, ever since then, they have not bet on the AWP once more. While as Nargis, on the other hand, he has been buying those, but he hasn't been able to do much off of it, right? So that's the investments that we're talking about that eventually end up adding quite a lot right here. We see Danoko go and get the kill on Zhao, and that's a top fragger out of play again.
So 2 rounds now in which Zhou will either have to put his team on his back or now will not be able to deliver the help that his team needs. Danoko goes down. But it's still an interesting position for Tropa de Vesiemi to be in, as they have a lead in the player count, and the fact that Danoko died there still gave them some intel as to where not to move. Remember, if you don't know where your opponents are, you do know where they're not. So if you don't see them there, that's also information. Look at Stax, he saw 2 players there for sure, decided to stand back, not re-peek, going to stand his ground. And of course, he knows about that approach, so they're going to line themselves up to protect A site once again. And you do need to worry about revolts there on B site, staying quite far away. Oh, he peeks! Goodness gracious, VSM is going to catch him on the move, and that's going to initiate the move from Kutz Moretz as well. Wide open to go in and plant the bomb. And Yawara, I think they know, so they're probably just going to hold on to their own area because, well, you look at the money. That loss bonus is not too big for Yawara just yet. They only lost 1. So it's going to be a very meager loss bonus here. And it will probably be a very hard position to be in money-wise if you were to force buy. And of course, if you were to lose those 2 weapons, well, I'm not going to say kiss your luck goodbye, but you definitely need to keep them! And there's only 1 more remaining, and that's Delagy. He is able to take care of VSM, but they have finally located him, and Delagy is going to whiff his 2nd bullet. That's it, Dio! It's a full-on massacre. Tropa de Vesiemi suddenly are still back in the game, and they can still take it all back.
Oh yeah, and that's what's scary about this, right? That's the scary part about this, because they, all of a sudden, they're not so much out of it as we saw. I mean, Tropa de Vesiemi, we saw it beforehand, Toon, that they won 5 rounds in a row whenever they were on the CT side. It was a 4-3, and then they made it 8-4. So, we still got to take everything into what it's worth. Do we see somebody try to come in right here for a short? No, simply gonna stand back. And once again, it seems like the ban over here, or rather the ban, more so the stack, the gamble stack, is going to be on A. So with all the utility being thrown out right there, flushing anybody out right there from lower tunnels. I mean, if you're Tropa de Vesiemi, you try to go in and make sure you risk it a lot, right, in order to make the execution towards the B sites. If you take down the player from mid, I think that's a completely different story altogether. You got 4 players from Yawara all the way there within A long, and they're making their way through with Farias being the one to guard in case anybody wants to even think about it. Gets the kill on Stacks. Revolts did get the kill on Danoko though, and he claimed an AK-47 for himself, so he's gonna provide some very, very good cover fire for them right here. Does he see the player? No, he does not. Kutsmarets finally taking one for his team. That's really, really good within the efforts. And now no more AK-47s for the CT side.
Did they react to the backside though? They do. Max takes care of 2, takes care of 3. We're back to even just like that, Dio. Thing is, Yawara is going to go for the full investment this time. So 11 to 11, make a wish, everybody, because you don't get to see the score too often. I mean, I have seen it a few times, but it's never too often that you get to see it. So yeah, shout outs to both teams. They have fought tooth and nail. But this round here, DL, this is the round. This is the round to really tell us who is going forward, if we're gonna have a decider or if this is going to be it. Tropa do VSM, once again, trying to run and gun it. They are going to respond to the smoke by shooting through. They find nobody, but they do hear and they see a second smoke being set up. So it's going to be a full stack approach from the doors, and they don't need to worry about an upper, by the way. The upper is protecting mid. So this is not looking like that bad of a situation for them. If they're able to take care of Joe, I think that will be almost in the books for Tropa. They definitely...
Oh, and that's huge, not only because he's a top fragger, but also because that helps out so much. Bieshiemi goes down, though. Max does get their immediate retaliation, and that's going to be the 3v4 for them. Do they have somebody covering the flank? We have Delegi maybe making his way inside. For what it's worth, that's Kutsmanets with the kill and revolts. The assistance right there from Danoko. Do we have somebody covering up for the flank? It seems like we do. And now it's Najis and Teledi with the decision that isn't really a decision. It's more so what they're forced into. They have to stay back, Toon. They have to stay back. There's nothing else for them to do other than try to gamble everything within the next round, because with the bomb going down right here, they are now placed on a timer, and within their economy, there is nothing left for them to do other than save and pray.
And I am not sure if Tropa do VSM is going to go on a prowl either. Okay, you do have Farias on the move. Delegi for sure hears him moving. He has for sure heard him, and now Najis is the one to take care of him, so not even Delegi going to be in any danger. Oh no, Danoko has been located. Danoko has been located. He sees the upper two, not able to take care of Najis. But this could be a full stack approach. Oh no, turn left, turn left, turn left, turn left. Real soon there will be a one-on-one battle there. Oh man, they did not turn left in time. And Delegi is able to walk out of this one with an AK. A 2v2 at the end of it, DL. And my goodness, it's round 24. It's do or die. If Yawara lose this, well, that's it for tonight. If they win it, though, we're going to overtime. And look at Revolts. Look at Revolts, man. No matter how good the last minutes was going to be, somebody was going to be pushed to the wayside with just an MP9. Otra vez, ahora qué? Ahora qué?
Cat issues.
Goodness gracious. You see, my cat was walking on my keyboard and...
Bro, like, do you have cats, Toon?
I do not. My sister does.
Okay, so you do not understand why it's so funny. It's because it's so common for cats to be such assholes to just simply walk on and say like, hey, you know, I actually kind of want to just simply stand right here, or they disconnect something, or they're biting on a cable, or they do whatever it is, and in such a tense moment as well. Tropa do VSM knows that they have to simply stand back a little bit right here, seeing if maybe they can catch a shot. But overall, I have never seen a tech pause so relatable here.
It was a very short one too. Oh goodness, no! Stacks! He went in the cojones, and that might just be what gives Yawara the victory. He took care of Farias, and that means no more AWP for Tropa do VSM. I mean, they still need to worry about Najis Revolts here on the high ground. Reaction to the usual throw. Telegy is about to go into B-side. Goodness gracious, Tropa, just from losing that one player. I'm not saying they're lost, but they definitely seem to have been caught by surprise. Telegy now. Vesiemi. He catches Telegy. Oh my goodness, back to even. Make that a lead for Tropa. As the Noka takes care of Revolt, he was able to pick up the AWP once more. And now you need to worry here. Stacks, oh no. Stacks already showed where he was. Stacks already showed his hand. But Joe here on the flank. That's 2 kills. That's so far. Yawara has gotten on the flanks alone. And Vasiemi for sure saw the approach here. They're going to rush, planting the bomb. And of course, they're gonna have to defend on the back area. Vasiemi on his own. There's a flasher playing anti-flash. Goodness gracious, Vasiemi takes care of 2! And that's going to leave only Noctis remaining the upper. He takes care of 1. Does he find somebody else? He is looking for them. Dio, he's looking for them. Noctis, they're about to merge, and that's it, everybody! That's the 2-0 victory for Tropa do Vasiemi!
Amazing, amazing stuff. Tropa do Vesiemi really making sure their name is heard, especially coming in from the MVP of this map, Vesiemi himself. Yawara, they put up a phenomenal, a spectacular, an amazing, an impressive display right here within Dust 2. But in the end, it really ended up getting caught short whenever we saw Tropa do Vesiemi say, you know what? Let's go ahead and make this happen. Cuts, Moretz, Danoko, Farias, Max, wrong Max by the way, and Vesiemi, all of them, every single one of them really coming up and improving at least within 1 point overall. Where, why, and how they're able to make it towards this roster. Danoko with the experience right here within Tropa do Vesiemi, man. Just overall great stuff. These players played this absolutely phenomenally, and in the end, their efforts were properly rewarded with a 2-0 victory.
Shoutouts to VSM, Vinícius Moreira, você é o MVP da noite, cara! Perfeito, jogo perfeito pra você. I mean, honestly, just good stuff from him and his teammates. Really a fantastic player to name a team after. Like I said, good on them for having such a good leader. A leader who can not only call the plays, but also go on prowls and go get the flanks and go for the flashiest of plays. So much expression in the playstyle that this team just showed us. And also, it's a 2-0 victory. They're going to join the upper echelon of teams and hope for a playoff qualification in the next round of the group stage, on round 3 that is. You can see it there. It's going to be Swingers, Tropa do Vesiemi, Dusty Roots, and Elevate all fighting for their ticket to the playoffs.
That's just going to be one hell of a match. One hell of a, really, overall, great stuff that we're going to see, because 2 teams, as of tomorrow, they're going to have their ticket punched in towards the playoffs. It's going to be Elevate, Tropa do Vesiemi, Dusty Roots, or Swingers, right? 2 of these teams are going to make it out. The others are going to fall into that 2-1 echelon, which is one hell of an area to play into, right? After that, we're going to have players that are actually struggling to make their way through overall. From what we're seeing, you got teams like Nitro, right? Like, what was it? Volta, the other one. All of these teams that really just are one step away from that. So just so much more Counter-Strike to be played within the next few days, and that really has me hyped.
For sure, it's going to be an interesting few rounds in the group stage that are still remaining, and I hope that you guys will join us to see them. Of course, tomorrow we've got a lot more action, 4 more matches, and of course it's going to continue on. So everybody, have a good night. You guys already know where to find us and to send us all of your feedback. We are always happy to receive it. And once again, have a good night, everybody. We will see you guys in the next time real soon.